Yes, I'm on mute. Let me start again. Thank you all so much for joining. Hopefully that's the last technical issue we have. So yes, first and last. So thank you so much for joining my birthday. I really appreciate it. I'm just super excited to geek out with you all. We've got like 7 hours of awesome geekiness and I just can't wait. It's going to be great. What talks are you looking forward to or workshops? Now we can hear, yes. So that's one mistake. Hopefully that's the last one. Let's see how we get on. You've all been super early and super supportive. I'm so grateful for you spending the day to geek out with me. And let's just say a big thank you to all of you who are watching and supporting us today. Really, really appreciate it. Let's also say a big thank you to our speakers. So let's have a quick rundown for today. So first off, in about 10 minutes, we have Kunal talking about intro to containers. And then we have yours truly, my workshop as well. And that's when you can get involved in building your own project to win some super cool prizes. Then we have Cedric doing React Native. And then Claudia doing intro to design. I think it's really important for a lot of us developers to appreciate the design side. Then we have Koalia, be a Node.js pro. And we also have Rishab, bring no code to open source. As you all know, the Eddie Jaoude website, EddieCon website, EddieCon website, all written in no code or low code. So it's interesting to see what other tools come out because the one we use, Carter, is quite expensive. So I'm really excited to see which other ones are available. Then we have Janine optimizing your website. Really important because a lot of us, we forget, myself included, we forget about the optimization. And I think that's really, really important, especially people on slower connections. So I can see the chat's going crazy. So hopefully I haven't missed too much yet. Let me keep going. The chat's on fire. Thank you so much. Don't forget, everyone, give the video a thumbs up. Really helps support the channel. Really appreciate it. So what did I get to? We next have Manitej, SQL versus no SQL, which I think is super, super interesting because there's always that discussion. It's great to see different perspective. Then we have Sajal, WebSockets and Socket.io, which is for real-time communication, which is super interesting. And then we have Mikey as well, helping the community. Mikey helps so many people. I mean, you all do. It's just great. But I like Mikey's perspective on this. It'll be a really interesting talk. Then we have Sam, Python for everybody. This is where I'll be suggesting to Sam we put const and let in front of all the variables. No, I'm just joking. And we have Nick, who writes Beckerbot and one of our mods in Eddie Hub. Nick's always around helping lots of people. It's really super interesting because Beckerbot is used, I think, I'm going to guess now, Nick can clarify, when he wakes up, because on the west coast of the US it's like 4 a.m. But I think his bot is used in over 40 Discord servers, which is amazing. Then we have Shruti doing GraphQL basics, and this is something I'm super interested to get into, so I can't wait for this talk as well. And you all know Kushi as well, inclusive DevRel culture. And you know I'm a big, massive fan of being inclusive, and you're all super supportive with that. So that's going to be great. Absolutely. Yes, you're right, Kunal. Full jam-packed event. And we had so many more amazing speakers that we wanted to include. There were so many amazing CFPs. So apologies if people weren't selected. There was just not enough time. Next time, I'm looking at Sarah here. We'll do a 2-day event, Sarah, I think, so we can have more of you awesome speakers. So it's going to be great. I am probably missing, where can you see the schedule? Yes, you can see the schedule. Great question, Eleanor. If I add my screen to, oh, that's a bit small. If I make the screen a bit bigger. And on the website, Sarah will share it. It's in the description below, but Sarah will share it in the chat. We have, if I close, this countdown actually at the bottom is a bit incorrect. The countdown was to the event, but it should have been to the swag. So we will do maybe a swag giveaway a lot earlier on just to get things warmed up and excited. The schedule is down here. Here we go. So you can see the schedule, you can see the times, and you can see the talk topics as well. And you can go check out the speakers. Their links are in the description below, but you also can check them out on the website, see what they're up to, and so forth. So hopefully that answers that question. Thank you so much for asking. I missed so many great things in the chat. It's, just looking at it looks great. So thank you all so much for the support. I really appreciate you all chatting. And we've got Teddy from Bulgaria, from HackConf, an amazing conference. Do go check it out. In our next newsletter in a few weeks, we will have a lot more information about HackConf, but do check it out. An amazing event. We actually went there physically to Sofia, Bulgaria, a couple of years ago. Can't wait to attend there next year in person as well. And you all know Alex from our community, who's also from there too as well. And I didn't meet Alex there. There are some pictures of places at the event, and you can see Alex was there and I was there, but we're never there at the same time. So yes, awesome. Thank you so much. It's just great to see all this chat. So yeah, really, really, really awesome. Loads of support for everyone. I think it's great. You just say, thank you to all of you. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to Sarah behind the scenes. Sarah, do you want to take off your headphones and come and give a wave? Mind my lights and the cable. I have broken things already a couple of times today. So Sarah's wearing an Eddie Hub t-shirt. So yes, we're here. And any questions, let Sarah know. I will not be looking at Discord because otherwise I will get too distracted. And thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. To wake up to like hundreds of notifications and messages was amazing. I really appreciate it. You've made this such a special birthday, so thank you all so much. Yes, Nightbot, leave Ison alone. Hopefully one of the mods can help with that. Ison, any issues, let us know in Discord and someone can hopefully fix that. Right, Sarah cameo. You got loads of hi Sarahs. I'm sure Sarah's in the chat and seeing all those as well. Thank you so much. So we have a few minutes until Kunal comes on. So what questions do you have for us today? I think I've quickly run through the agenda. Kunal is going to be joining on in about 5 minutes. Don't forget to, let me show you, sign up to win some swag. Maybe we could do some swag giveaway now. What do you think, Sarah? So we could do some of the these ones down here. We've got 5 or so sticker packs to give away, but you need to sign up here to be in it to win it. So I think we have quite a few people here. We've got 46 people, got 54 thumbs up, 1 thumbs down. Okay, sorry, one person isn't happy, but hopefully everyone else is. But maybe we should do one giveaway. Let me get the spinning wheel up. Yeah, we'll get the spinning wheel up, and hopefully everyone signed up. Has everyone signed up for the free swag? And we can do a bit of a spinning wheel competition. If everyone signed up, I think everyone has signed up, Sarah. If you want to send me the latest list, and if people you haven't signed up yet, you can be in it for the next one. So that is cool. Yes, there's a spinning wheel. Wow, the chat's moving so fast. I love that. Write swag in the chat if you are excited about swag. Let me show you the spinning wheel. So it is Wheel of Names. So Sarah, this is the list from yesterday, but Sarah's going to get me an updated one, and then we're going to spin it, and we'll see. So let me clear this, and let me just do a test. So if I just do Eddie, and if I just do Sarah, okay, that's not that many people. Let me put some names in the list. It's just a test run while we're waiting for Sarah to send me the list. We've got Alex, which we know as Sasho. And we put Christian there. This is just an example. So, and we've got Mikey. So just an example. This is how it'll work. We'll do this. We'll have everybody who's signed up for swag, and then we'll give it a spin, and you'll see it spins round, and whoever it lands on will win the swag. This is just a demo. We'll include all of you. There'll be a lot of names. It'll be very, very small, but we should see who it lands on. In this case, it looks like it's going to land on Mikey. I think so. Give it a moment, and it should announce it at the end. There we go. So Mikey. Okay, cool. So that's how it will work. I'm going to keep an eye out on Slack because Sarah's going to send me the actual list, and then we'll do it, and it's going to be super, super exciting. I hope you're all excited for the test-driven development API workshop where you're all going to be following along. So I've planned maybe like 30 minutes of work, but it's an hour workshop where I want all of you to create repos, to create APIs, and to have automated tests and have your data on data stacks in the cloud. So super excited. And you know me, I'll probably make some mistakes, so you're all going to have to help me as well. Sarah, fast. Go, go, go. I'm expecting some loot. Oh, brought up the wrong chat. The thing with StreamYard, every time I click on something, the chat moves so fast. I'm about to click on it, and it all moves up, and I click on the wrong one. But yeah, super excited to have you all here. Can't imagine how many slices. Yeah, when we did a test yesterday, the slices were so thin. You can't even see it. You have to wait for the spinner to finish, and then it announces who it is because it's so small. No radio Eddie at the moment, Alex. We will try and do that towards the end if we get some time. We've got a jam-packed schedule. Yeah, maybe later on, but a good suggestion. I do want to do, actually, this is an idea for all of you. While I'm waiting for the list from Sarah, I'm thinking of doing a monthly live stream that's an unconference. And what I mean by that is it will be similar like today, but no workshop, but it'll be an unconference. So people on the live stream will suggest talks they want to give. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes, it could be 20 minutes. And then people in the chat, so all of you would vote on a talk you want to listen to, and then they'll join me, like Radio Eddie, and come up and give their talk, and have a chat with me and so forth. And then once they're done, then we'll do it again. Everyone submit their talks again, and you all vote, and that way we could do maybe like 2-3 hours of an unconference where the audience gets to choose who they want to listen to. So that could be quite cool. So let me know if you're up for that as well. And thank you still so much, Siddharth. Great to have so many birthday wishes still coming in. That's amazing. I won't rig it. I didn't write this, so I won't rig it for me to win all the swag. The mini hackathon, yes, great question. So during the workshop that I will be giving on the API, then after that, I want to kickstart your projects during the workshop. And then you have up until 5:30, I think, check the schedule, but 5:30 BSD, which will be about 4 hours, 3-4 hours after the workshop. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah apparently sent me the list. It'll be 3-4 hours after the workshop. You'll be able to work on your projects, and then you can submit them before the deadline. And our awesome judges, who I will bring up now, I've got to say thank you to the judges. Actually, I didn't say that before already, so my apologies. The judges are Karuna, Nick, ViViV, and Mikey. They will look through your repos and pick the best ones. And you do have some criteria, I think, as well. So here's the mini hackathon. So build on the workshop to customize your project and submit your repo to win prizes. It must be open source, it must use data stacks, and it must be submitted by 5:15 BST to the GitHub discussion. And that's the criteria. You can build whatever you want. So yeah, it should be super fun. So big thank you to the judges, and thank you so much, Jag, for bringing out or mentioning the mini hackathon. And we have Kunal joining. So while we're waiting for Kunal to get set up, let's just do a quick giveaway. So Sarah sent me the list. Let me grab the list from Sarah. Here we go. This is going to be a test for later on. Let's see. Okay, so I've got the list. I got to remember how to open it. Oh yes, I need to export it as a CSV. So we've got a list, here we go. Should we see how many we got on the list? Let's have a look. I can bring it over here, I can show you the list. Oh, there's no numbers down the side, but we've got quite a long list. So let's export to CSV and put it into the web page. CSV please, next. No, just go to downloads. Here we go. Okay, I'll bring up my terminal. I have a terminal somewhere. Here we go. So if I just cat downloads, what do we call it? I think something like that. CSV. This is really small. I know it's really small, but don't worry. And let's just copy all of these. Here we go. Ready? Everyone ready for some swag? Oh, damn it. Lost my selection. Here we go. This time lucky. Let's go. How's this going to look? Whoa! Let me make this a bit bigger for you, but that is quite small. And we have Kunal here. Awesome. Kunal, are you ready? Can you give us a thumbs up? If you're ready, I'll bring you up. You're ready. Awesome. So, Kunal, thank you so much for joining. We're super excited about your talk. And I'm really keen to start the talks early, but I had a few minutes, so I thought, let's see if we can give a giveaway. So I want to spin this wheel for some sticker packs. Let's see how it goes. Ready? Let's give it a spin. I don't know if my name's there. My name's probably on there, but we'll skip if I get selected. So let's have a look. Are you feeling lucky, people? Let's have a look. Who is it? We'll have to wait till it pops up and tells us because it's so small. And I'm going to shout the name to Sarah so Sarah can write it down so I don't, because I will forget. Did it just knocked over? There we go. Do you see the result? Muthu, congratulations for being our first winner of today. So that's awesome. Super cool. So let's do an intro to Kunal. I have written some notes and I can't find it. So I'm really sorry, Kunal. But most of you probably know Kunal already. Sarah will also share Kunal's link in the chat now. And Kunal's link is in the description below too. Kunal has a YouTube channel, mentors the fellowship at MLH, does CNCF stuff. I mean, we'll be here till tomorrow if I list them all out. So maybe I'll pass over to Kunal, and Kunal, you can maybe highlight the parts that you're most proud of and most interested in and so forth.
Yeah, I'm interested in like community, just like you, community education and open source. To be more specific, I'm mostly involved in like teaching, and my domains are. So if you want to ask me about web development, machine learning, or DevOps, I can help you with that. Other than that, yeah, like you already mentioned, channel. So yeah, we're doing some nice work over there. People are really enjoying the webinars and courses. So shout outs to everyone. Other than that, yeah, CNCF work. So we have the CNCF student community. So if if you want to get involved in big projects, like Eddie also mentions that open source is for everyone. So that holds true for like big projects as well. You can definitely contribute to some large scale projects as a beginner as well. So even like Kubernetes and stuff. So you can contribute. You all think of me very highly. That's not. You should not do that.
No, that's awesome. You do so much amazing work, and your YouTube channel has exploded like in a month. It's like gone to, I can't
3
even
weeks.
remember what the number is now. It's amazing. 3 weeks.
30,
You've gone to
30,
like 30?
35,000. 35.
That's amazing. Like, it's well deserved. You do so much great work. So it's awesome. And I know you're
Yeah,
busy, so really appreciate you taking the time to be here as well today.
it does take a lot of effort, and every video is like single video or like 2 hours, 4 hours long. But people are having fun and they're learning. That's I think more than enough. But enough about me. If people get I get so many questions related to open source. So check out Eddie Hub. If you're looking for your first open source contribution and getting the green GitHub boxes and stuff, I'd highly recommend
Yes.
everyone joining the Eddie Hub Discord channel. It's pretty amazing stuff over there. But yeah, that's pretty much
Awesome.
about it. Yeah, I can help with DevOps part, CNCF part. I do developer advocacy, MLH work. I do advocacy at Civo Cloud, which is a Kubernetes service provider. So yeah, let's get started with the session. If you have any questions, just let us know in the chat. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it. Kuna, are you going to be sharing your screen?
Yeah, I do have I want it to be a beginner presentation. So
Sure.
if you don't know anything about containers, you can
Perfect.
attend this session. Many of you might have already seen this presentation. I reuse this a lot.
No, that's good. And I think, I watch YouTube videos multiple times. I think the second time I pick up different things. So I think that's
But
that's great.
we can always get new questions, right? That's on people.
Exactly.
So feel free to ask anything you want. Yeah.
Exactly.
Alrighty. Let me
If
just
you
share
share
my
your
screen.
screen, I will bring it up. Perfect.
Put it over here, and I think you all can see now. This is the benefit of having two monitors.
Yeah.
We want it to be like a collaborative session. Eddie, feel free to jump in and share your views and
Perfect.
everything, and everyone else as well. Let's keep the chat active. Let us know from where you are watching. I see like close to 150 or something, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you, Kunal. I think
Cool.
you've brought a lot of people. Everyone, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up and subscribe below. But let's get started. I've got loads
Yep.
of questions, so let's do
Cool.
it.
Alrighty. So containers made easy. Little bit about the agenda, like what is Docker we use, why we use Docker, how does it work, the architecture, components, and even before Docker, let's just forget about Docker. We'll also talk about like what are containers and why did containers come into existence and all these other things. So if we talk about, let's say we start with Docker, we start with containers. So imagine this thing, right? So you want to transport a few goods, let's say from one country to another. So you want to transport a car, a piano, grains, a barrel, or whatever. And you think that, hey, can I transport all these things quickly from the boat to the train to the truck and so many things, right? Because every single good will be required to be transported differently from, let's say, UK to India. So the solution can be something like this. They put all these things inside a box and they ship this box entirely. So as you can say, a standard container, which you might have seen in like ships and stuff, that is loaded with virtually any good, and it stays sealed until it reaches its final delivery. So in between, it can be loaded, unloaded, stacked, transported, over large distances from one mode of transport to another. So like from ship, then via a truck, then via a plane or whatever. So imagine this as a website. So let's say you have a static website, you have a database, you have your front end, you have a back end, you have your queue, you have your caching and whatever. So imagine that you build a website that contains all of these things, and it contains a lot of dependencies, a lot of installs, lots of modules and stuff. And then you share that website with your friend. You share the source code with your friend, and your friend is like, "Hey, it's not working on my machine." And then you say, "Hey, but it works on my machine." So that works on my machine thing can be solved using a container or Docker. So the idea is that you put all the things that are required to run your application inside a box, and then your friend can run that box. So let's say the code sample, the operating system, the dependencies, the libraries, all these other things. Oh, by the way, Eddie, happy birthday.
Thank you. I'm just so happy to be here celebrating it with all of you. So thank you all so much for being here.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
cool,
it.
cool. Alrighty. So yeah, you put all these things inside a box. You give your you give this box to your friends. Hey, please run this box, and your website will run just fine. That is what a container is. Okay. So container is a running instance of your application. So if you just Google about it. So does Tinder run Kubernetes? You can see Tinder is running 48,000 containers. I found out about this in the KubeCon talk. This is a very nice KubeCon talk. Tinder's move to Kubernetes. Make sure you check it out. It's very nice. So we'll talk about pods and nodes and stuff later on. Um, so like Kubernetes stuff, but containers are basically running instance of your application. You can imagine it as a box that is running in your uh, on your machine or on your server or in your VM or whatever. But let's look into a technical definition as well, because this is good for intuition. But what does it mean technically? So here it says that it can be run on virtually any hardware platform. So for example, when you might have heard about virtualization, right? Like virtual machines, you dual boot your computer or whatever. So there's this thing known as a hypervisor that manages all the operating systems. Okay. So in virtual machines, what happens is that you literally divide your hard disk space. Okay. And you install a separate operating system on that. And over that, then you can use many things. So if you dual boot your computer, you can install Windows on one part of the hard disk and Ubuntu or whatever in the other part of the hard disk. This is like leads to a little bit of wastage of space, like and also it is a little bit slow as compared to containers. What container says is, okay, if you want to run a particular application in an isolated environment, um, you don't have to like install a separate operating system or divide the hard disk space. You can run it on top of the main operating system, and you can control all these applications that are running in isolated environment via a container engine. In this case, it is known as one we can use is at Docker. So for example, if I run Docker on my machine right now, I will run Linux on my Mac in just like a few seconds. So check this out: Docker run Ubuntu. So now Ubuntu is running on my machine in just a matter of seconds, right? And this is
That's
great at
awesome.
hackathons. So at
Yeah.
hackathons, if you want to set up a database of MongoDB, just say Docker run MongoDB. It will run MongoDB. You want to set up a database of MySQL without actually installing MySQL. What do I mean by what do I mean by that? This is running in an isolated environment. If you say all the processes that are running over here, let's say, and all the processes that are running over here, let's say, here you can see only like one process is running inside this container. It does not have like idea about what the processes are running like. So this right hand side thing is my MacBook, and this left hand side is like the box that is running. So this box is known as basically a container. Okay, so it's like a running instance of your application, and it's running on the my operating system only. It's not like I have to divide my hard disk space, install another operating system, and then run applications on that. Okay, that is what a container is. So let's talk a bit more about Docker. What is Docker? Docker is a container platform that allows you to build, test, and deploy applications quickly. So we'll talk more about this later, how containers help in making these three things very fast, in your production or whatever. But Docker basically allows us to do this. So you can run so many boxes and containers. If you want, I'll also show you a simple application, a MongoDB and JavaScript Node.js application that I made. I'll show you how I'm running that inside a. Actually, what we can do is we'll run two Docker containers, one for MongoDB and one for my own application, and those two containers will be talking to each other. So I'll show you how easy it is to use these things at like hackathons and stuff. Eddie, do you have something to add?
I do. I have some questions. I love Docker. We got lots of Docker support in the chat. So a couple of good questions. Can they use React.js projects without installing Node with the help of Docker?
Yes.
Exactly. So that's awesome. So
You
yes,
can
you
run
don't have
you can
to.
run Node in a Docker container. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll do it.
Anything
We
you
can do it
need.
in this session. We can do it in this session. I'll do it in this session. We can install Node in this session and run it. Yeah.
That's awesome. And another question: are there any alternatives to Docker? That's quite an interesting one. Great question,
I think
Colin.
there's Podman is there, I think. Yeah.
So there are
Podman
alternatives,
is a
but
container
Docker
engine.
is
Yeah.
definitely the most
Yeah.
favorite, I think.
Yeah. There has been like it depends on like the use cases. Some people use Podman. Some people use a Docker basically. So Podman is basically daemonless. If you're talking about Docker daemon over here, so it works in a different way. It all depends on the use case. So it's not like one is better than other. It's like whatever people like. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Right tool for the job, I think, is important.
Yeah. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, Carl asked the questions. Hosting front ends of Docker. Do you usually use Nginx?
You can, but for front ends, I'm not a front end guy. Maybe Eddie can answer this. I don't. If you want to know about front end, I'm not the person.
I'm full stack, so that means I know everything about nothing. But you don't have to use Nginx because usually when you're using development, it brings up its own kind of server. So you don't have to use that. But for when you're deploying it to production, I'm trying to think what I do for production now. I don't think I've deployed a front end via Docker yet. But you could use something. I suppose you could use Apache, you could use Nginx. You need something to serve up the static pages. And there are lots of Nginx is quite a popular one because of its lightweight and it's very performant. And I see a question here. Docker engine takes forever to start. I haven't had this issue, but I know people with lower spec computers do have this issue. And we did have a live stream a couple of weeks ago about Gitpod, where you can run Docker container for free in the cloud and have your IDE in the cloud. I've only briefly used it, but I know Carl has started converting the Eddie Hub community projects to Gitpod, which has been amazing. Kunal, have you used Gitpod or anything similar before?
I have used Gitpod, but mostly I use Docker engine. Maybe try working with like in the settings. You can go with you can allocate the resources and stuff on your own. Try adding something more, like more RAM to it or whatever. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, carry on. I'll try not to interrupt too much.
There was one on the limitations parts. There are a few, like if you look at stateful applications versus stateless applications. So in there, the persistent volumes can get a little bit complicated. If you're running more and more containers and so many microservices, it can get a little complicated to manage. So then you may use something like service mesh or something. That's like a separate topic. Graphical applications don't really work that well with containers, and not every application is going to benefit with the use of containers. So it's not like you definitely have to. So for example, Kubernetes, right? To Kubernetes, you can use it's much more than. Okay, I should not go there because we have just started. I'll talk more about Kubernetes after 15 minutes. But let's focus on the basic stuff.
Just to answer this question, limitations of Docker, will it break if the scale of the application increases?
You're not. Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
No, carry on, please, Kunal, go on.
You're not going to be using Docker as itself. You're going to be using a container orchestration engine like Docker Swarm or Kubernetes.
Yeah. So there is so Docker is kind of like your brick of your house, and then you'll use something like Kubernetes to kind of maintain and build the house, I suppose. I need to come up with a better analogy, but
yeah, we'll get there in this session. Okay. So moving forward, what is Docker? We already covered. It's a container platform that allows us to build, test, and deploy our applications. So this is like the architecture. It's very basic stuff. You have the daemon, you have the API client, and the CLI. You can also use the GUI, a graphical interface. So basically, the idea is that what is the daemon? It's like the heart of Docker. It basically listens to the API requests that are being made through the Docker client, and it manages the Docker objects. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about API requests, Docker client, and objects. So when you use Git as well, right? So you say, you use something like Git status or whatever. So this is a Git client. You're using it via the command line. You can also use it using the GUI. Similarly, we have Docker client. So with the Docker command, Docker run the Ubuntu image. So I'm giving it some instructions. This is something I'm doing via the Docker client. This thing. Okay, it's talking to the server. Like you can talk about the Docker daemon, that is like the main Docker server, which is actually responsible for managing Docker objects. So for example, container, images. We'll talk more about images later. Okay. So for example, it's saying Docker run Ubuntu. So it will create a Docker container that is running Ubuntu. If you want to see all the containers that are running, you can say Docker PS. It says that Ubuntu started 7 minutes ago, and that is true. Cool. So that's basically the idea, and this is basically what it's about. Like Docker daemon, it basically listens to the API request. What is API request? This is the API request that we're making via the Docker CLI, and basically the Docker command client only. So this Docker thing, this is a Docker client, and it talks to the Docker daemon via the API request. So API request can be like, hey, Docker PS, Docker create, or whatever. What are Docker registry? These are basically where images are stored. So before we go into Docker registry, Docker file, and all these things, let's talk about what is a Docker image. I really like to give this nice example, so listen to it carefully. So when you cook something, right? When you're making a dish, so how do you make a dish, Eddie? When you're trying out something new, you take the recipe and then you follow that. Is
Exactly.
that how it works?
Yes. Yeah,
Right?
I think that's good.
So you're trying out something new, like a completely random dish. Unless you're experimenting, you will be following some recipe. The recipe basically lists something like the ingredients and how to prepare, the steps, the quantity, and all these things. And when you follow that recipe, when you follow the ingredients and the steps and everything, basically a dish is created. Similarly, if in a file you write everything like this is the library I require, or a framework I require, or the server that I require, and this is the code base I require, this is the commands I need to run, this is how I need to run it, this is in order which I need to run. So all the things that like what is required, how we do it, how much amount is required, like this much RAM is required, or whatever. If you mention all these things in like a file, and you run that file, you create a Docker image. So what is a Docker image? A Docker image is basically just a file that defines a Docker container. So for example, your recipe. And when you run that recipe, the dish is created. So when you run the Docker image, a container is created. What is container? Container is actually running instance of your image. It's actually where your application is running, the box where your application is running. So in order to form that box, you create a Docker image. You run a Docker image. So for example, if I wanna share with Eddie an application that I created, right? So am I going to share with him like all the node modules and everything, and the running instance of my image, like a 2 GB thing? No, I'm just going to say, hey, here's a file. If you run this, it will automatically download everything, run everything. Just run this file. So that is why, for example, right now I was running Ubuntu. So when I did this thing, I ran this command. I said Docker. Um,
I love that recipe example though. That's really
yeah.
good.
So I ran Docker run minus IT, means in the interactive environment, Ubuntu. This name is called the Docker image. So these things like Ubuntu, MongoDB, MySQL, Node.js, Flask, Django, these are very popular applications. So people have already created images for this. It's like these are many popular applications, like used by hundreds and thousands of people. Let's just create images for this so that people can reuse. And where are these images? Good question. These are at Docker Hub. So you can basically find images over here, Docker Hub. You can also upload your own images. So if you create some application or something and you want to share it with your friend, create an account. So example, Nginx, MongoDB, Redis, Node.js. This is a Node.js image.
We've actually got our Eddie bot and Eddie Hub API on the GitHub container registry, which is similar to Docker,
Yeah.
Docker Hub, and we host
There are
our
many.
images there.
Yeah, there are many registries. So this is basically known as a registry where you basically share all your recipes and people can download those recipe is basically an image. When you run that image like this is actually running an image. So when you run this image, the container will start. For example, Docker image is a file that defines a container. If you know about virtual machines, it's like a snapshot in the virtual machine. And basically, when you run this, Docker registry is just like where the images are stored. So AWS, GCP, or other cloud providers, they all have their registries that you can put your images at. Docker Hub is one of those. Yeah.
Yes, let's clarify some of these questions. So Docker Hub is not similar to GitHub; it's similar to GitHub Container Registry. So that's the important one. A bit like the kind of npm packages for Node. It's all
Yes.
they're all on npm, and we download those. And I think someone asked a question like, how can it benefit a Node project? Let me see. Where's the question? But it can benefit it because if Kunal gave me the recipe, then I don't need to think I'm running Node version 8 and Kunal's running version 12. With this recipe, I'm going to get the right version of Node. I'm going to get any
Yeah.
dependencies that I need, if I need Mongo or data stacks or whatever it is. It's just gonna work, which is the beauty of it. And Kunal doesn't need to send me all the food because he'll just send me the recipe and I will build it and download it myself.
Yeah, I'll run it right now. There's a 2-year-old project I created on some separate machine, and I'll try to run this on this system. It will definitely run because I'm using Docker.
Nice. And I think, some really good points here. It's a bit, you can, a bit like, I suppose, GitHub forking, you can edit people's recipes, make your own. You start off with
Yep,
theirs. You can extend theirs.
that's where the
And,
Docker file comes in. We'll talk more about that as well.
okay, sorry,
This is
jumping
something.
ahead. I got too excited.
No, that's fine. This is what you can use to create your own recipes. I'll show a live example of this as well. We'll run a
Oh,
MongoDB
awesome.
and Node.js server. Yeah.
Perfect. And
Any other
Docker
questions?
does make it platform independent. Is my understanding, is that correct, Kunal? Because,
Yeah, I think like images are not platform independent, but Docker, like the daemon and like the installation part, that definitely means like, yeah, you can definitely uh, run run various images on like separating operating systems, and because it will download, but I think the images themselves, they are like internally they are dependent on the operating system. Yes, I'm pretty sure
okay,
about that. Yeah.
awesome. Cool. Really, really good talk.
but
I'm
yeah
learning
but
how to explain this
it
better and so many
handles,
other
yeah,
things as well.
it handles that by itself. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think it gives you that great abstraction, which is awesome.
Nice. All right, we can move forward. So Dockerfile. Dockerfile is very simple stuff. It's just saying that okay, image. We'll talk more about Dockerfile later, but just pull command is basically just downloading the image. So if you want a specific version, you can do that as well. If you don't specify a version, it will download the latest image. Docker images will show all the images that you already have on your system. Run will run the image and it will create a container out of it. RMI will just delete that image. Images are built in layers, and each layer has, it calculates the hash ID for it. So basically, if I show you something like Docker inspect, right? 1 second. Docker inspect. We'll talk more about layers soon. So yeah, so this is what I mean by like layers. So basically, what is the meaning of layers? That it has a hash value. Okay, it may be possible that one image is built with different layers. So when we talk about Docker file, right? So Docker file is basically a step to create your Docker image. So I know that for all the popular, this is important. So I know that for all the popular frameworks and libraries and what frameworks and servers or whatever, Docker images are already there. But if you create your personal project, that is really like only known to you. For example, it's not going to be there on the Docker registry. You would have to put it. So in order to put it, you need a Docker image. How do you create a Docker image for your personal projects? You can use a Docker file. This is the syntax of a Docker file. You can say from the base image, maintainer is like for documentation purpose. And let me, yep, where is it? Yeah, run, basically it says that run this command while the container is being created. So if you're using something like Node.js, you'll say npm install or something. And when you're, the cmd tag basically means that once the container is running, which command do you want to run? So you can run something like node server.js. Or if you're using Flask, you can run over here uh, pip install, and here you can run Python, Flask, server.py or whatever. So this run command, as you can know, node server.js, sorry, npm install requirements.txt, like pip install or whatever. This is a very fun fact. So it's like each run command itself creates an image layer. Okay, so that is why, in order to optimize your Docker files, try to reduce the number of run commands. So this layer, you might be asking, what is this layer? Layer is nothing. It just has a hash value. Okay, it can either be like separate images. What is the use of this? The use of this is that if you download the image again and you already have it downloaded, it will not download it again. It will be a little bit faster, right? So if you already have some image downloaded, it is not going to re-download it unless you specify it explicitly. So if you're running like Ubuntu, like I was running, if you're running it for the very first time, it will take some time. But when you run it after that, it will be instantaneous, like me. Because it's like, okay, Kunal, you're running Ubuntu. Let me check the hash value. Oh, it's already there. It's already downloaded. I don't need to download it again. Then it's just running the existing one. That's pretty much about it.
I think the performance is really useful, and you're right. Because some people say, "Oh, it takes ages on my connection. I'm on 4G." But if they optimize their, their images, then it makes a big difference. Exactly.
Yeah, there's actually a page. You can just say Dockerfile best practices, and over there in the Docker official documentation only, there's a section called Dockerfile best practices. You can use like build stages and stuff. It's very it's not introductory session, but after this session, you can check it out. So I think we covered most of the things. Containers, we covered registry, Dockerfile, Docker image, and Docker daemon, and layers, and everything. Docker container also done. And yeah, this is an important point. So if you delete a container, the data will be lost. So the data is not persistent, right? Inside the container, if you're running, let's say, your application in a container and the container gets corrupted or whatever, the data will be lost. This has benefits and disadvantages as well. It is known as stateless applications versus stateful applications. So where you don't care about the data of every state, right? The data is not state dependent. So example, you're running a front-end application or whatever. In that case, you can use a stateless application, meaning the data is not stored permanently anywhere. It's like if the container gets deleted, it will be lost. So what is the advantage? It's very fast and very easy to set up. You can definitely migrate from one server to another server very easily. But if you're using persistent data, for that you use something called volumes. So volumes means like, okay, I'm not storing data inside my container. I'm storing it inside, let's say, a hard disk or a server or a cloud provider or whatever. That way you can make sure that it does not matter if your containers get deleted or whatever, your data will be safe. So in any case, if you want to store the data, it's not a this or that question. It depends on your use case, what type of application you're making. Yeah,
we got some good questions. So got a couple of good questions. One is, if we pull an image into our system and try and pull another one which has similar files of the previous image plus new, would Docker pull the files again or just the new ones?
I think it depends on the. So when you're writing a Docker file over here, the thing is that the order of this Docker file matters as well. So for example, I'm not sure which order that was, or is like the first one or the last one, but it's something like if you have like, let's say, imagine it's the first one. So all the things that it's basically like the images that you don't want to update again and again, you put it at one of the corners. I don't know if it's at the top or at the bottom. I can't really remember, but check out the Docker documentation for that. That is, I think, the way to go for it. To answer your question, would it pull all the files again or just the new ones? This is the exact answer for that. If it's at one particular end, then all the ones above it, it's going to, definitely pull. If you basically don't want to update some images again and again, you put it at one of the corners.
And also, I think it depends on the numbers. So if you're pulling an image is different version as well.
Then it will download everything. Yeah. New version means it will download it again. Yeah.
And here's another question. Will the dependencies will be lost if the container is deleted?
If by dependencies and stuff you mean like node modules for that container, the entire app, if the container is gone, everything is gone. Nothing remains if
I,
it's non-persistent.
my
Yeah.
understanding of this question, you're right. Yeah, node modules, all that would be gone. My understanding of
Yeah.
this question would be, say, if your container pulled in other images,
Mm.
then like you're just pulling in Ubuntu and so forth. Would it delete those? I don't think it does, if I remember correctly, because isn't there a cleanup command to try and clean up all the stuff that's no longer being used?
It's not going to depend. It's not going to delete the images. No, images are the Docker part. It's not like the container part. Like
Okay.
obviously, you run an image to create a container, but if the container is deleted, it does not mean that that image will be gone unless you specifically, because you can run that image again and again and again to create
Yes, exactly.
so many containers.
Exactly. No, that makes sense. Cool. Okay. Are we going to cover Docker Swarm or Kubernetes today? No, we're not. I think that's a whole other session we
We'll
can probably do another time.
we'll do Kubernetes introduction. It's gonna take like not much time, but it's gonna be nice. Yeah.
Okay, we're running out of time. As much as I love
Yeah.
having
Yeah.
Kunal on my channel, always welcome. We've got the other speakers and so forth. We can run over a little
Yep.
bit.
No.
So
We won't run over. It will be in time. Just 5 minutes it would take. No
okay,
worries.
cool. Well, you
Yeah.
you you carry on.
Okay. So moving forward, we all discussed about it. So yeah, you run an image. It's gonna go to the Docker daemon. It's gonna be like, hey, is the image on my system? It's gonna be like, no, it's not. That's gonna download it from the registry, install, and then just run it and create the container. So how will you manage a large number of containers? So let's say a few problems. Okay, let's look at the problems. So let's say your application is running in a few containers, and let's say 100,000 people are now using your application suddenly. So basically, what is going to happen is, let's say you want to distribute the load on various servers. That is what you want to do. Or let's say you want to, let's say, create new instances of your container. Another problem may be your containers stop working, so you need to restart those containers. Another problem may be like you need to update your application. How do you do that? Do you stop all the containers, update, and then restart those again? Or let's say you want to downscale your application. Not many people are using it, but you have 20 servers running. It's wasting the resources. You want to scale that down. It would be great if there was like an automated way to do this. And comes into picture Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is much more than a container orchestration engine. I mean, it is like one of the functionalities that it provides, but we are going to look at container orchestration. So it was open sourced by Google in 2014, and so it's also like relatively new. It's not that old, so really a great tech to get into. And all the things that I mentioned, it does that automatically. So like deploying, scaling, managing container applications on a group of servers. I'm not going to go into the architecture. It's going to take some time. Uh, but we can do a separate session on that later. And the most
Sounds
important
good.
part, most important part we can do right now is the demo of Docker. That is something we can do. Um, I'm just gonna stop this container and
While you're doing that, just to say that everyone, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Alex has just shared a few minutes ago a link to Kunal's YouTube channel. Do go check it out and subscribe. So much great information on there. He does so many videos and live streams as well.
alrighty, let's get started. So this is a Node.js application. It's a very simple application, like a simple to-do application. So what we are doing over here is we are actually um, trying to. I'll show you how to Dockerize it and how you can run more than one containers together, right? So how containers can talk to each other and how can use these things at your hackathons and all these things. So you can see it's a very simple application. The simple MongoDB application is running, and your simple to-do application is running. So the idea is, how are we going to do this? So we are going to create two containers. In one container, MongoDB will be running, and in second container, my to-do application will be running. Okay. So you all know now that to run a particular container, you need images, and out of my own application and out of the MongoDB, which particular image can I find easily online?
Kunal, can I interrupt for a second? Sorry. We've got some requests. If you could zoom in slightly, the text make it a bit bigger.
It's actually
Cool.
nothing right now. Like this is nothing. So this is a simple application. Don't focus on the code base. You can add any code base that you want. So basically, the question I was asking is that we are going to run two containers, one MongoDB and one my own to-do application. And you all know that in order to run a container, we need an image. So which particular image can I easily find online? MongoDB, right? So I'm not going to write a Docker file for MongoDB. But for this to-do image, this to-do list that I have created, I will not find an image for this because, well, no one knows about this thing. I have created this. So I would have to create an image for this. And what do we use to create an image? We use Docker file. So here I'm just saying from Node, basically it's going to take the Node image from the registry. So for Node.js, it's setting the work directory for Node.js. It's copying all the package files in the current directory, means this one. Then it's running npm install. When I run this particular Docker file, you will see that all these things will run step by step. Step 1, step 2, step 3. That is why ordering matters a lot. Okay, it's also going to make your file a little bit optimized if you fix the ordering. So then I'm just going to copy the entire code base from the current directory into the current directory of my image. Then I'm just going to say expose port 3000. This is just for documentation purpose. Like whoever is running this image, please export the port 3000 of the container to the so that I can use it on my local host. And then I'm just going to run this command when the container starts. How do we make sure two containers are talking to each other? I'm creating a Docker Compose file. So Docker Compose file you can use to create services. So I'm just adding a version over here and the services. This is a MongoDB service. So a MongoDB image, a container will be running in MongoDB. This name can be anything. Image Mongo. This should be Mongo only. This is basically port forwarding. Port 27017 of container should be port forwarded to localhost 27017. So when I go to localhost 2, or for example, in this one, if I'm creating an image for my own Docker, like my own list, my own to-do list, so it's saying container name is app, and it says build dot means in the current directory there's a Docker file. Use that to create an image. So you can see here I already said the image is Mongo because Mongo already exists in the Docker Hub, but this is not true for my own application. So it will create a Docker image using the Docker file. It will expose the port and it will link the Mongo application service. What the only change I'm making in my application is when I'm setting up MongoDB. Here you would actually add localhost when you're running it on your local host. Localhost is nothing but like your IP address for your local machine, right? Right now we don't want the local machine one. We actually want the container one. Each container itself has a IP address and a particular port number or whatever. That is actually mapped to this particular value that I have, the name Mongo. So similarly to localhost, I can use Mongo. That is it. That is the only way. That is the way like to link your two applications. So now when it's going to connect, it's going to connect to the Mongo application that is running in my container. Let's try to run this, and it's a 2-year-old code. I'm going to try to say that Docker Compose up. So you can see this Docker file will run in steps. When you do Docker Compose like build, I think I've already built it, but anyway, it's actually going to, when you run this image, it's going to run it in step by step. So it should be working with now at it should be working now at localhost 3000. Where is it?
We have a question. Can we use Docker to link multiple microservices? This might reduce and optimize resources.
You can do it, but like I mentioned, you don't use just Docker for these things. You use like things like service mesh. There's like yeah, there's so many service meshes. Let me just see which one was it. Yeah, there are like Linkerd and stuff that you can use to manage your services and stuff. But one more thing I want to point out is that once the container gets deleted or corrupted, this thing will get lost. So I have currently data. So data will be get lost if I just stop this thing and I say Docker PS, my MongoDB container. I'm gonna remove it. MongoDB container. I'm gonna say Docker. Oh, it's running. 1 second. Docker kill. Oops.
I love real life
Okay.
demos. They're the best because I know mine's
Docker.
going to have like little hiccups as well.
No, no, this is fine. It's working. So basically, now what we did is we deleted the MongoDB container. So I'm gonna run the Docker Compose file again. It will restart the container and everything. So it's creating Mongo. Can you see? It's creating Mongo because I deleted it. Now, if I run this again, the previous data is going to be lost. Let's refresh. It's lost because it's not persistent. If your containers get corrupted, data will be lost. For that, you can use volumes. All right, 5 minutes left. So that's pretty much about the demo.
Awesome. No, that was yeah, really, really great. And it's great that you highlight the persistent data because people like, have a database, Mongo or whatever it is, MySQL, and they go, oh, but now I've made a new container, my data's lost. So yes, use volumes to make sure the data is stored outside the container. The container should be temporary only. So that's really good that you highlighted that. And what an amazing demo. You've got loads of stuff. So thanks for answering, Kunal. Don't rush Kunal. He's teaching awesome. He's always he speaks so fast because he's trying to jam pack so much amazing information in. We could always do a part two in the future when Kunal has time. We can deep dive into Kubernetes
Yeah,
and so
so
forth.
much you can do. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good intro session for like as a lightning talk or 30 minutes stuff. But if you want, we can do a separate session on it someday. Yeah.
Awesome. That'd be great. That'd be really, really good. Okay, so we have another question here. From where to hunt for DevOps opportunity after learning DevOps? What opportunity should I go for?
Um, Try to look at LFX mentorship programs. It's open right now. So if you want to contribute to CNCF projects, the LFX mentorship program is going on. So check that out. I would say utilize your network. Um, Keep applying to opportunities. Most of the DevOps roles that I have gotten, even the current one that I'm working at, it has been via, like doing good things in public and learning in public and sharing
Yes.
the good work I do. And people definitely like reach out to you directly for such things. I would highly recommend if you want to hunt for jobs and opportunities, attend KubeCon. Uh, KubeCon has a lot of sponsors, 200 plus companies visit. There's like a online job portal there, and you can directly reach out to people. You can attend their workshops and say, "Hey, I'm interested. Do you have any roles open or whatever?" KubeCon is free for students, so feel free to attend.
Awesome.
I'm speaking as well this year at KubeCon North America, so attend my talk as well if you're interested.
That's amazing. When is that?
October. I'm not sure if I'm going to be in LA because Delta variant and
Yeah.
the travel ban for the yeah.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed. Hopefully, you can get there. Will you do it remotely if you can't physically go?
Yeah. There's a virtual option. Yeah, I am doing it remotely only because
Okay.
it's a panel and many like some people of the panel are doing it remotely. So if one person is remote, everyone has to be remote talk.
Okay, got
That's
you.
fine. That's great. Yeah, no
Okay,
problem.
awesome. Let's take two more questions, and then we're going to gonna move on. So, love this. Thank you so much. Two open source legend in one frame. No, it's all of you who are awesome, and thank you so much
It's
for
all of you.
being here.
I just want to say
Exactly.
something like people say, Kunal, you help me, you do this. It's that is not right. Like I am okay, I'm doing efforts, I'm making videos and stuff, but it's all your efforts because it takes a lot of efforts and hard work to actually sit through a video, watch it, learn, practice the questions and everything. Because if it was up to me, then all the 35,000 people who are watching my videos would make it. It's not up to me, it's up to you. I already know all these things. I'm just putting out my knowledge. So that's fine, I'm doing like good community work or whatever, but it's all your hard work only. It's like you should give yourself the most credit. Yeah.
Exactly. And okay, two questions. I want to take the first one, let Kunal take the second one. So the first one, Kunal, you can also add to this as well. But what are the prerequisites for open source contribution? I love this question because the answer is none. You don't need anything. Actually, you tell a lie. You need a GitHub account, which is free. You can log in with an email address and password, and that's it. And if you have a different background, you come from law like Sarah, or you come from a different industry, or you're just getting into tech, whatever it is, you can add so much value to open source because you've got different perspectives and points of view. So definitely get started. What are your thoughts on this, Kunal?
Yeah, you don't even have to know coding. On my channel,
Exactly.
a plug over there, but
No
Let's say
worries.
I did a video with people from Kubernetes on non-code contributions. So I see Kunal Verma here and all these other people who are now active in the Kubernetes community. So if you want to contribute to Kubernetes in a non-code way, check out that talk. Or if you don't want to see that talk, just go to the YouTube channel of CNCF. There's a similar talk on non-code contributions, and we are doing something similar at this KubeCon as well. It's also another amazing panel. Me, Chris, Caslin, Matt, uh, Mart. So there's like a great opportunity for you to contribute in a non-code way as well, like documentation, contributor experience, surveys, um, you know, events and management part. So many things you can do. So
Exactly.
non-code contribution, check it out.
Awesome. And last question, where's the best place to learn about Docker and containerization?
The official documentation is amazing, but you can check out Sanyam Pathak and my channel as well. I think Eddie also does some workshops, so check that out. Other resources I can share. There's a very popular channel, Tech with Nana. She has like 200,000 subscribers, and for valid reason. By the way, this is not a promotion or anything. You check out their content. It's pretty amazing. Other than that, Anais has some great content on.
Yes.
She does something called 100 Days of Kubernetes. So that is great. There's a CO Academy, which is also free, where I work. So there you can learn Kubernetes and Docker for free. Other than that, I think contributing is the best way to learn. So try Dockerizing your own applications. Take part in hackathons. Mm, That's more than enough resources. Yeah.
Awesome. And we have Danny D. Thompson in the chat as well. D. Thompson, thank you so much for coming to support us. Big shout out to Danny. Danny, are you still here? Because if you are, I want to say one more thing. And while I'm waiting for you to check if you're still here, just to say, everyone, go check out Danny's Twitter, YouTube. Just so much great content. I think Danny has just started TikTok as well. He does so many great things for the community. Twitter Spaces. I always enjoy listening to Danny on his Twitter Spaces. So many great tips for all levels, if you're a beginner or an expert. Also, the cash prizes for today for the hackathon. Awesome. Danny's still here. So let's let everyone know. I've given a shout out on Twitter already, but just in case anyone missed it, the cash prizes today, the $60 and $40 came from Danny. Danny recommended EddieHub to Google, and Google gave us some cash to give away, and we have some more to give away in the future. So everyone, go check out Danny's Twitter and YouTube. If one of the mods can share it in the chat, a link, that will be great. Really appreciate it. And also Kunal's link is in the description below as well. So this is awesome. Cool. Kunal, thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it. And I look forward to geeking out in the future.
Yeah, most definitely. Thanks for having me. I hope you all have a great EddieCon. Lots of things to learn and amazing prizes and events and stuff. So yeah, have fun, enjoy, and do share about your learnings on Twitter for like every
Yes.
session. Tag Eddie and use, if you have any hashtag or anything, hashtag EddieCon.
Yes.
All right.
Exactly. Do take a screenshot of me and Kunal and share it on your socials. Tag Kunal and me. And if you add some tips of some things you've learned, then we will reshare it. But if you don't, it's just a screenshot. We'll still like it. But if you want us to reshare it with our community, make sure you add a couple of tips of what people have missed and so forth. So we'll hold a pose there. Okay, awesome. I think we both missed it. One of us might be in one of the poses.
No problem.
Awesome. Thank you so much again, Kunal. And we will look forward to geeking out again soon.
Yep. Bye. Thanks for having me.
Okay, what do we have next? I think next is my workshop next. Okay, how can I follow after Kunal? That was awesome. And thank you so much, 5IV, for sharing Danny's socials, YouTube and Twitter in the chat. Really, really appreciate it. Everyone go check that out. Wow, lots of great thanks to Kunal for the great talk, and to Danny as well. This is awesome. Love it. People don't realize that just giving positive feedback really helps. It is contributing. I really think it's part of it. So do support other people in the chat. If they ask a question, support them with their questions, even if you can't answer the questions. Right. Okay. Next up is me. Okay. Who's ready for the workshop? Make sure you have signed up to the workshop. It's going to be here, so you can follow along if you haven't. But I really want you to sign up so you can win some cash prizes. So the 5 biggest prizes are for the workshop. First prize, $60. Second prize, $40. Then we've got data stacks, swag boxes, which are pretty cool. You've probably seen some of my posts from socials. I'm actually using one of their heated insulated mugs with like a travel thing, which I love this thing. It's great. So do sign up, and we'll also do some random giveaways as well. But you need to submit there is a time, there is some details somewhere we should unlock the GitHub discussion now. People can start submitting their repos. But we will kickstart your repos in the workshop now, and then at 5:15 BST, we will lock the GitHub discussion. So make sure you've submitted your repos, so the judges have an hour to go through your projects and pick out the winners. Okay, loving this. Awesome. Those are positive feedback. Thank you all. Okay, who's ready to get started? Everyone ready? I'm not ready, but let's do it anyway. Oh, Carl is here as well. Carl, let me know if you want to pair on the workshop. You're welcome to join for a bit. And you always help me on my workshops and my live streams because I always make lots of mistakes. So let's get started. Right, I'm sharing my screen already. So I want to start right at the beginning. Let's have a look. Let's make this a bit bigger. So I'm in my repos directory. Let's get started. So we're going to build an API together. We're going to have data in the cloud with data stacks. It's a NoSQL database that you can use for free, and I will show you. You can also use it locally with Docker as well, but I will not be covering that in this workshop. And let's see what we can do. I might make an API. Let's make an API maybe for like a Linktree API equivalent, and maybe in the future someone can, or all of us on a live stream can maybe put a UI front end to it. So we'll do something simple to now to get you all started. Feel free to change the fields if you want something different. Remember, this is kickstarting your project for the hackathon. So let's go. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm in my repos directory. The first thing I always do is I create a folder. What I recommend for you to do is probably create a repo on GitHub. But I'm pretty sure you all know how to do that. Be in the chat here as well. Cool. All right, no worries. And if you want a link to StreamYard, Sarah can send it to you. But in the chat is really helpful as well. So really, really appreciate it. And we have people ready. So I would recommend creating a repo on GitHub and then cloning it locally. But I'm not going to do that, so I'm just going to create a folder. So what I'm going to do is let's create a folder. So let's create a folder, and we can call this API workshop or workshop API. That's what I want to call it. You can call it whatever you like. And remember, I recommend creating this as a repo and then cloning it already. So imagine I've created a repo and I've cloned it. I'm going to go into the directory just like you would as well. And this directory would be the name of the repo that you just cloned. Okay, cool. So now I've got this, but there's nothing in here. It's an empty folder. We've got nothing else. If you've just cloned it, you will have a hidden .git folder. So let's just initialize this as well. Git init. So it defaults to master branch, and let's just change that to main. There we go. And so now if we clear that, we can see we're in the main branch. And if you do a list and you had cloned your repo, you will get this .git folder as well. So we have got that. So I think we're all on the same page. Right, so what should we do first? So most people, when they're creating an API, they create the API. What we're going to do is we're going to create the tests first. And it's not about creating all the tests first. It's about creating one little test and one little code on the API to make the API work, to make the test go from failing red to passing green. And then when you want to add more features to your API, you create another test, which will fail. And then you create the code to make the test pass. And you might think, why do it backwards, Eddie? Well, there's quite a few reasons. And the one main reason is, and I have seen this on many projects, even client projects of big names, they write all these tests afterwards, but the tests always say green. So I've gone to some client projects and I've actually deleted their entire code base locally. Don't worry, not from their GitHub repo. Even if I did, they could have it in the history, but no, locally. And I'll run all the tests. and they'll still be green. So it's really like a false sense of security. So it is important that the tests are red and then you make them green. That's really, really important. Thank you all so much for the support in the chat. Really appreciate it. If you have any questions for the workshop, make sure you write it in the YouTube chat, not in Discord. I'm not looking at Discord. And we have some mentors here. We have some amazing people from the EddieCon community. Do help each other. As you do have a question, put a Q in front of it so it stands out, and hopefully someone else or myself will help. So maybe the first thing we do is open VS Code, code dot, and then you will see that we have nothing in here at all. It hides the Git folder. So I think the first thing we should probably do is maybe set it up as an npm project. So let's have a look. So let's do npm init, and I want to do y, so therefore it takes all the defaults. So now if I hit enter, it's created the package.json, or let's make this a bit bigger for all of you. And we've got my package.json. Here we go. It's taken the folder name, and it's just got a test example which doesn't echo, and we're gonna fix all that and change all that. So remember I said we're going to use tests first. So one thing I've discovered recently is a testing tool called Punctum, and I think it's quite interesting. And the one thing I really like about it is, as part of their official documentation, they also have Cucumber, so you can write tests in plain English, which is given, when, then style. And I love this because it bridges the gap between the technical people and the non-technical people, and also makes the reusability. There are other ways to make normal tests, I say normal tests, like coded tests, reusable. You can use the page object model, and there are other abstraction design patterns. But this way, I think it just makes it easier for everybody. So we'll do this in the way I would build a new app. So first thing I would do is follow their documentation and see what they say to install. So they say to install Punctum. So let's install Punctum. But we also want Cucumber. Their documentation needs updating because this is the old, oh no, this is the new one. Last time I checked, it was the old way. And the reason why it has a G is to make it global, but I don't want to install it global. I want to install it within the actual project that we're making. So we've just installed Punctum, and it will appear in our, there we go. Oh, that should be a dev dependency. Oh, let me delete that. That's actually wrong. Let's delete that, and let me save that. That's a mistake. So it should be save dev Punctum. So now when we look in package.json, it's in the dev dependencies. That's important. And then we're going to do another one, npm install, and we're going to save the Cucumber one. Oh, I copied too much of, I typed it and copied it. Hopefully that's only the second issue we have today, because I can easily delete that. Okay, so now we're going to save Cucumber. So now we have two dependencies installed. Is there some questions? Let's have a look. Thanks for the question, Kiran. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Should you use Cucumber only for end-to-end tests, or is it okay for unit testing? Mostly for end-to-end. So here we're going to do end-to-end tests on our API. So we're going to test our API from the RESTful endpoint point of view. I haven't used it for unit testing. Maybe that's a bit not so good. It might be a bit more effort. We'll have to give it a try sometime and see. Plus 70 watching. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around. Okay, so now we have those two, set up. So we have them set up. They're in our dev dependencies, but then we're not using them yet. So let's maybe start using them. So let's look at the documentation and see what it says. I'm going to show you why the official documentation is so important. It says copy the file below, and don't worry, we are going to change this and customize it to our app. This is just to prove that everything is working. So let's copy that. So we've copied it, and we're going to put it in the features folder. So we'll create it called features, and then in there we'll create our feature file. And the feature is, I don't know, we can just say example, and it's important to have the extension .feature singular, and you'll get this icon, which means it's Cucumber. And then when you paste it, we should get some syntax highlighting. But what we should also do at the top is you can put things at the top, which is the feature, and you can just put the feature name. So it'll be feature, what should we call this? We're just going to check the root of the API first. So maybe API is running, and I don't need an extra description there. We can remove that. And again, here we're going to say, we'll check teapot. We'll leave that for now, because this is what we're actually going to do. We're going to test the API the endpoint that they're suggesting to make sure it passes. But we need these given when then to get attached to something. So usually the given is the bit before. So given some prerequisite. There's some data in the database, or I make a GET request or a PUT request or a patch request or a POST request. Then I receive a response, and then the then is the assertion. So then the response should have a status code of 418, or the body contains this, and we'll get into the body later. Everyone still following along and still awake? Let me know in the chat. Write TDD in the chat if you're still awake and still following along. Hopefully you're building your projects now, and do change the fields and so forth that we build. Okay, so now next in documentation, if I go back to the documentation, next it says we need this code. This is the step definition. So these are each of the steps. Let me copy this, and then I will go through it with you. So we're going to put this in the steps JSON. So JavaScript, not JSON. We're going to create a folder, and we're going to call it support. You can rename these and change things around, but then you need some config files. So we're keeping these the default, which I like to do, keep them as a default. So we're going to call this steps.js. I think it was steps with an S. Let's have a look. We can always rename it steps with an S. Okay, so what this does is it's going to, we don't need that comment. It's going to include Panctum library, and then we're going to include the Cucumber library. That's pretty standard. Yes, people are still awake. Awesome. Great. So we have Shubham, Alex, Abhishek, Mikey, Abhishek, Krish, our introspection, Eleanor, all still awake. Thank you all so much. Just checking you're still awake. That's great. So what this does is, again, this is from the documentation. So we're going to get Panctum specs. This is calling the function to set it up. And then what we're going to do, what this before does is it runs before every test. So every scenario, let's say, rather than test. So in that file, we can have multiple scenarios to test a single feature. And we will do that coming up shortly. So this is going to run before everyone. And here, it's just resetting Panctum for each one. And here you could reset the database, you could do all sorts of things. And then we have our given, and you'll see that this string up here matches what we have in here as well. So it's given, and then this is the string, and then we also pass in a string variable afterwards. And this string variable will match to the variable in the function, and then we can do something with it. In this case, we make a HTTP request to this URL. And I want to show you, if you get that wrong, what happens. The library tells you it's missing. We're going to make some mistakes soon, don't worry. Just because I will make mistakes. Okay, and then the next step you saw was I receive a response, no variable here, so no variable in the function. And what it does, it just waits for it to get a response back. And the documentation is really good. There's so many different libraries you can combine it with as well. And then here, then the response should have a status, and this is a string, an integer, so we've written int here. And if I just make this a bit smaller, hopefully it goes on one line. And you've got code, and we check that the response should have a status code. So let's run this. I know it's going to pass, well, it should pass, because we're not testing our API. We will change this to localhost in a moment. But let's just check the testing library is all set up with Cucumber. So if I come back to here, and if I go npm test, it's not going to work, because what have I missed? It says echo error, no test specified. So what we need to do, actually go back to here, and we need to update this to run the test suite, which will be Cucumber.js. Save that. And now if we run it, it should pass. It says, this is the error I wanted to show you. It couldn't find the step definitions to support the feature files. So I was going to show you with one, but it highlighted them all. So that's probably because I've called the file name wrong. So let's just check their documentation. It might be support with an S or step singular. And again, you can configure these to be whatever you want, but I like to have things as vanilla default. So let me just check if I made a mistake. So it should be features with an S, that's correct. It should be support, I spelt that correctly, and it should be steps.js. I'm pretty sure that is correct. Have I messed anything else up? Let's just check their documentation and see. Okay, let's have a look. What else do they say in the documentation? To run it should be a line down here. Cucumber.js, I got that right. That's pretty good. Okay, so why is it not picking that up? I believe the third error of today, which is fine. Cucumber.js, that looks good. Did anyone else spot my mistake? I'm still installing the step. Okay, cool. Let us know which part you're lost on. Let us know the questions, and we can go over it. My goal is to try and get through the workshop Not too fast, not too slow. Then there'll be time at the end. Ask questions as you go along. There'll be time at the end for actually us to maybe look at your projects and go through it as well. So you can hopefully share some GitHub links. We've got 40 minutes to go. This is probably the hardest part to understand. And then the rest of it is mostly repeated over and over. So we will go over this again and again, and we will do different types of scenarios and step definitions. Only like one more type. And we will repeat it. And I'll show you how you can duplicate this test or this scenario and reuse it. So don't worry, we are going to revisit it again. Let's have a look. Cannot find module cucumber. Oh, was that the error I got? Let me see. Oh yes, that is the error I got. Thank you so much. So there is a mistake in their documentation. I thought there was. I thought I saw it this morning when I was having a look. The mistake is, so someone could raise an issue on this open source project. The mistake is we install the new version of Cucumber. They renamed it. It was just Cucumber by itself, but now it's at cucumber/Cucumber. But when in their documentation, when they require it, they just call it Cucumber, and it should match the name of what we installed. So we can fix this. So thank you so much for spotting the error. I went straight down to here, to the failures, but there was an error first. Could not find module Cucumber. So thank you so much. Who spotted that? Shajal, thank you so much. You have solved my problem. I was wondering why it wasn't working. So up here, I'm just going to change this to be the full new path of Cucumber. And you will see that on the Cucumber documentation. So if we run this, now it should work. And it's passed. So we've got one scenario that has 3 steps and it's passed. So we're checking this endpoint. So let's have a quick run through, because I know people are asking for a recap. We'll do a recap, and then we're going to test our own API. So again, we're going to run through this a few times, so don't worry. So to recap, let's go back to the documentations and see. So to recap, we did their installation, which was we installed Pangtom, and then we also installed Cucumber. I did it without the G because I didn't want it globally. I just wanted it in this project. And then we use this scenario that they gave us. So it's given, I make a get request to, and then this is what we're going to keep changing. So we could reuse this whole line over and over again, because this is effectively a variable. And then the step definition is when I receive a response, then the response status code should be 418. And again, that end part that I've highlighted is also a variable. So we can reuse this, check for 200, check for a 404, check for various things. So that is awesome. Pangtom link. Yep, no problem. I will share that now. There is a Pangtom link as well. So here we go. And then behind the scenario, you need to have some code. And you may be thinking, well, why do I need code? I'll just write the code. My test can just be codes. The beauty of this, we can reuse this over and over again. So if we duplicate this, which we will, and we wanted to test a different URL with a different status code, we don't have to rewrite the code. The code stays the same. So this just backed up what we had here. So this will do a GET request to the URL that we pass in. So let's just make some changes and see. So if we go back to the code, hopefully that recap helps. And we're going to recap it a few times, don't worry. Yes, one scenario passed. Awesome. That's great. Let's make a scenario fail now. So what we want to do is we want to test localhost. So let's just test localhost, and our API is going to be on 3000. And we expect a 200 back. But we haven't built the API yet. So this is going to fail, I hope. And we should change the scenario title. This should be, is the API running? This is what we're going to check. 200. Okay. So let's run it and see. So I'm hoping for a failure. We got a failure, and it says there's nothing listening on 3000. Perfect. So we know that this works. So this is a question from Kiran. I was expecting this question because it's a really good question. How does it compare to Jest with describe? The difference is you can't reuse so much in Jest. Our Jest will look like our step definitions, and then we don't want to keep duplicating these. We want to duplicate these. It gives us an extra layer of abstraction and bridges the gap between it kind of gives us this level of abstraction between techies and non-techies. It can become part of a documentation, and it focuses on more the BDD style, the behavioral driven development. So now this fails. So we've got a failing test, which is great. So let's maybe make a duplicate of that, and we're going to have 2 failing tests, and then we're going to make them pass. So the other failure that I wanted to do is if I don't know, tap loads of rubbish here, we don't expect a 200, we expect a 404. And again, we'll get the same error that the API doesn't exist. So we should get 2 failures. Perfect. So now let's make these pass. So you can see that I've duplicated the scenario, and this should change the title. The scenario for this one is if URL is invalid, we get a 404, for example. And we've got these 2 tests. Let's make them pass. So the next thing we want to do is let's make our API. So let's go to Express and let's make an API. So we're going to install Express, and this is not going to have save.dev. This is going to have, just by default, it's now safe. So let's install Express. Oh yes, so the test command was from Panctum. They said run this, but I put it in my test command to save me running that every time. So I can show you that. Here you go. It is just that. Test cucumber.js. Perfect. TDD, you got this. Great to see people are awake. Awesome. Okay, so let's go back to the terminal and let's see. So Express has been installed. Let's see what Express documentation says. It says how to get started, hello world. So let's just do hello world. So I'm not going to focus too much on Express here, but I'm going to copy this and let's make a new file. So let's create a source folder, and let's create a file. We'll call it server.js in there, and let's just paste in what they gave us, and we'll go through this. So we're going to include Express like we would do with Panctum and Cucumber. We're going to call Express to create the app. We're going to listen on port 3000, and we're going to have an endpoint on the root, and we're going to return hello world, and we're going to get console log to check it's listening. So let's start it and see. So to start it, how do they tell us how to start it? To start it, you run node app. We called it server.js, and we put it in the source directory. So let's add that to our package JSON. I don't use the integrated terminal. I'm doing live streams because it takes up too much space, like on the page, I think. So that's why. So I just use this here so I can flip between the windows. So let's add this. Let's add a start. So we're going to do start, and let's see. Node index, pretty close CodePilot, but not quite what we've got. We've got node source server.js, and we need a comma at the end. Let's save that. Okay, perfect. So now if we go to here and do npm start, the project is now running. We've got the console log that we were expecting. And if we run the test, we know it failed, right? But let's do npm test. It should now pass. And it passed. We got 2 scenarios passing, and there were 6 steps. And you can get it to, instead of the dots, you can get it to print out the actual full scenario so you can see it reading and so forth. But you may think, Eddie, I don't believe you that that works. Well, okay, we can do a few things. We could check that this gives us a 201, which it doesn't. So let's just save it, run it again, and we get a failure. So we know our test is working. It says expecting a 200. Actual is 200, so the minus is 200, but we've got a 201. So we know it's working. So now we've got TDD running, and it is all working. So that's how the best way to start a project, to have it running correctly. Awesome. Eddie, got this error, failed to pass JSON data. Okay. You're already probably using way ahead and probably already using JSON. We are going to add some JSON to this as well. Where did you get the error? Let us know, Koalia. But also, I do have a repo link in the description below, and I can share it in the chat in a moment, of this already set up and ready. So if you've joined late or you're a bit stuck, then hopefully I can help you. But if we're running short on time, I can give you a link and you can start off. You can fork from that project. In my steps, all I did was copy from their documentation. I haven't changed anything yet. We will add some more step definitions, but I copied completely from their documentation. Great question, Carl. At the moment, I'm running, starting the application separately. So yes, you can run, oh my God, I can't think of a library. There's an NPM package which will run your application and then run your tests afterwards and then bring down the application afterwards. So there are nicer ways to do this, but I didn't want to include too many packages all in one go. But yeah, great question, good point. Thank you very much for that, Carl. Another good question. I try to work backwards with both E2E and unit tests. When I change a class, get loads of broken tests. Do you think we should write unit tests at the end, but E2E before? All tests should be written before, really. You will code so differently if you write your tests first. And you could do an example of this. Why don't you write some code and write some tests, and then do the same feature, the same goal, and write the tests first. Not all the tests, just one test, one feature, one test, one feature. Just kind of repeat. And you will see your code will be so much better. Really, really so much better. Yeah, Koalia, have a look. If you want, I can share the repo link as well that I have prepared if it makes it a bit easier for people that do want to have a look at the finished code. Here we go. Here is the finished code in a repo. So you could fork that and start from there and customize it if you want. Yeah, the chat was being a bit weird today. I think YouTube is making people to create their own YouTube channel to join the chat, which we saw today for the first time. So yes. A lot of discovery, yep. That's why prototyping and spiking is really important, and that's why probably the end-to-end test is really useful as well, because you can write it a bit more vague. Extra comma in the JSON. No worries, it happens to us all. Thanks for letting us know. Karuna's joined. Karuna, awesome to have you here. I think it's really about dinner time for you as well, and Koali and so forth. But great to have you here. Glad you're here. Okay. So let me move on. I'm conscious of time. We're halfway through the workshop already. Hopefully you're all following along. And from just as we've got to now, we are following the Express and Panctum documentation, nothing else. So let's customize a little bit. And we want to add a real database. We want to add data stacks. So what I suggest we do next is sign up for data stacks next, because when you create a database, it takes like 5 minutes to create a database before we can use it, because it's distributed across the world. So let me send you the link in the chat. Okay, 6 p.m. Awesome. Not too late. We've got a bit of time before dinner. So sign up to DataStax for free. You can use your GitHub to log in. Ison, yes, great question. Cucumber is available in most languages. So you have Cucumber JS. In PHP for Laravel, I think it's there. It's not called Cucumber PHP. It's got a different name. I can't think of the name, but I used it many, many years ago, and it's pretty cool. I know the guy who created it. We did some events together in London. But yes, it is available. Okay. Let's have a look. So sign up for DataStax, and I'm going to show you what that's like. So what I'm going to do is going to sign in, and you'll get presented with this page. I'm just going to sign in with GitHub. And you can do the same as well. Oh, have the page open too long. Here we go. And then when you sign in, you'll get presented with your dashboard. You get presented with your dashboard. You'll have $23 of free credit, which takes so long to use up. I've got $50. But as you can see, I haven't even used $2, and I've been making loads of reads and writes. And effectively, you get, I think, like 40 million reads, 5 million writes, and 40 gigs of storage, like loads of allowance in the $25. And it repeats, it resets every month. You get that every month, so that's fine. So the first thing you want to do is create a database. So create a database first, and you can give it a name, the name that you want, and then you can also give it a key space, a default key space. A key space is like a namespace, and I'll show you more about that in a database I've already created. And then you can select your region, and if you want it on Google Cloud, AWS, or Azure, and then what region you want, and so forth. So you can do that. It's completely free. And the reason why, so I've created a database YouTube, and I've got different namespaces, key spaces or namespaces. They're the same word. In this case, I've got Next.js that I use for my video. I've got React.js, which I'm going to use for a video. I think we used that for a live stream last, and we've got today the API demo key space. So inside each key space is a collection of tables or collections, effectively. So yes, For people who are just joining, we will have some people in the chat. They will kind of fill you in on what you missed. We're currently doing a workshop on making our API test-driven development styles, a TDD, and using a real NoSQL in the cloud database. So hopefully now you've created your database and you've got a key space. It takes 5 minutes to come up. And you will have no data in yours, so I'll show you how you can add data to your database as well via curl. But you hopefully in your hackathon after the workshop, you'll create a post endpoint and you can do that as well. So, okay, so now while that's creating, your icon will be orange here while it's creating your database, and you won't be able to read or write until it's green. So cool. So while you're doing that, let's move on back to the code, and that will create it for you. So I do have some data in my database. So let's get some of that data out. So what we want to do next probably is let's write some tests for the next bit of the features that we want. So the next bit that we want in that test, so we could create a different file. So that's just an example. Maybe we'll rename that rather than example and just have, I don't know, like API or something like a default. It's kind of, I don't know, app or general. These are general ones. Is the API running, and does a 404, a silly endpoint with where I've hit the keyboard, give us a 404? So they're kind of those checks. And we might add another feature file where we're going to say, this is all not in support. That's wrong. We want to add it in features. We want to add it. So let me think. What feature shall we add? Well, this is like the link tree kind of features. So maybe we call it socials. Socials.feature. Okay, so we've got this. And so again, I've got autocomplete because of the plugin I've installed. The feature name, we'll just call it socials. I don't have a description, but we're going to have a scenario. And the scenario will be, what should we do first? Shall we, let's check that we get the social data, I suppose, the JSON. This will be data. Green square done. Awesome. Cool. Someone asked if they can team up for the hackathon. Oh, great question. We wanted this because it's a mini hackathon to be individual. So you can help each other, by all means help each other and collab, but to be in it to win swag, it needs to be your repo on your GitHub account. Next time, I think we will do it so you can get into teams. But for now, we're focusing on individuals. So everyone gets their kind of hands typing and gets their bit of work done. So yes, and don't worry, we're not checking everyone's code line by line. Look at the criteria on the website and so forth as well. So scenario, let's just see list of social data, for example. So we're going to have something like given, what was it? Do you remember? Given I make a get request to, and we're going to have this, so it's HTTP localhost 3000, and you can abstract that out as well. There are things that you can do to make this a lot tidier. Localhost 3000, and we'll just say socials is the endpoint. So we're gonna do that, and then next is when I get a response. Thank you so much, Copilot. Then we're gonna have, let's see what we're gonna have. We need to get some JSON back. So then the response, I think, what do we have in our step definitions? Let's have a look. Let's see. A response should have a status code, so we'll need to add a new one. So we could say, then the response should have the body. I think we can, leave it like that. For save on time, I'm not going to try and skip a few steps and not show you all the little details. So you should have the body. We could do that and have a big JSON block, but I want to show you how you can inspect individual objects within the collection. So we can change this slightly. Then a response in item 0, for example, should have the body. And then what we're going to do here is do 3 quotes. You can do tables in Cucumber as well. Check out their documentation. But what we're going to do, 3 quotes, allows us, not 4, 3, allows us to put JSON in here as well. No, don't autocomplete. Don't autocomplete, I just want to indent. So we can have something like here, what data do we expect back from our API? We haven't written it yet. So we will expect an ID, but we don't know what the ID is because that's generated by database. But let's just say we have a name, and the first name in the database will be Eddie. And then next we want maybe the socials or social. What will the social platform be? In this case, it will probably be GitHub. and then we will probably have a link. This is what I'm expecting our API to return. So the link will probably be http github.com/Eddie Jaoude. So that's the link. So what we can do is if we go to our server, we can run this test. Let's have a look. Run it. We should get one failure. Oh, it's not defined yet. So we do need to define that in the step definitions to match. So we need another one. So we could actually write another one. We could duplicate this. There are things we can do. I'm just conscious of a bit of time. 20 minutes left. I'm going to cheat and look at my notes and get it from there. And I'll walk you through what I've done here as well. So what I've done, we need to change the actual step definition slightly because this won't match what I've written, I think. But what we'll do, let's just check it matches. So I say, then the response in item 0 should have body. So let me just copy that to make sure I get it right. And put it in here. Then the response in item 0, so item 0 will be an int, and that will go into position, and then should have body, and then whatever's after it, the triple quotes, will be in there. So here what we're going to do is the response should have JSON-like, let me minimize this so you can see it in one line, should have this position, and what this does, JSON-like, it doesn't check for an exact JSON. And the reason why I don't want to check for an exact JSON is because you won't know the ID generated from the database, especially when we have posts coming in via the tests. But I want to check that that part of the object appears in the JSON that's responded. So let's run this again, and this should fail, not yellow, it should fail red. So let's have a look. It matched. Oh no, it didn't match. Undefined implemented snippet. No, I did define that. Did I do a typo? Let me see. The response. I think that's pretty good. What have I done wrong with that? Let me check my notes and see. Why doesn't it match? Then, let's see. That looks like it should match. Let me check. Anyone spot the mistake? Then the response in item 0 should have the body. Then the response in item, and that's the number 0, should have the body. That looks good to me. I did save it. Let me see. One undefined. Why does it not like that? Then the response in item 0 should have the body. Sarah's telling me, hurry up, Eddie. You're running a little bit late. Let's have a look. Then and when. Have I done it wrong? Oh, thank you very much. That should be, you're right. Carl has, as always, given when then. I think I saved the day. That's a then, that's correct. I think we're good. What other mistakes? Okay, let me check my notes. Well, you've all got the repo link as well. So let's see. Anyone spots it? Oh, it should be probably an and actually. That shouldn't cause it to fail, but it shouldn't cause it to fail. And we should probably actually also check the status code. So I'm going to grab that status code from before, and I'm going to say then the response should be a 200, and we'll put an and here. This won't cause it to, this won't fix the issue we have, but I want to also check that fails too as well. So list of social data, it is running. Interesting. Why is it still not finding it? And then response. Oh, it's not finding the. I did put that 200. It is not finding one step. Check the get and response one step before. Let me see. To save time, I'm going to put this in the other file. You can have any file you want, and it's obviously picking up the test. But just to save time, I'm going to put it in here and see if that makes a difference. Let's see. I don't think it should. No, it didn't make a difference. I didn't think it would. Let's have a look. What have I done wrong? One step, then in the. No, this doesn't need a then in it. It should match up, so that should be okay because the and is appended to the then. But good question. So let's see. Then so this string should match. Let's copy and paste it and make sure I'm not being absolutely silly. Let's just paste it above and see. Then the response in item 0 should have the body. That looks correct. Why have I done something wrong in there that matches? When command is wrong. Is the when command wrong? When I get the response, then response should have status 200. Oh, Carl has answered me some questions. Receive response instead of get response. When I get the response. Let me see. Oh, receive. Yes, thank you. I receive a response. Thank you. Okay. When I receive a response. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Carl. Saving the day as always. Did I read it incorrectly? Yes, you're right. Okay. Let's check if the next one probably fail as well. Let's see. Thank you, Carl. Okay. So great. So this is perfect. Now we've got the error that we wanted because it's saying 404, that endpoint doesn't exist and we're expecting a 200. And that's correct. We haven't created the endpoint socials. Thank you very much, Carl, for saving the day as always. So let's go back to our API and let's add that endpoint. So now we're going to duplicate this and we're going to put the socials endpoint. So we want this to work. And we don't want it to say hello world. We want it to return JSON. So let's return an array. And we're going to, we want the JSON that we get from the features. So this is the one we want. So I want to copy that and cheat. And this is the JSON, oh, too many brackets. So here we go. Let's see. Okay, everyone is still here. So, oh yes, and also Saj as well said I made the mistake too. Thank you all for helping. Okay, so so what we're going to do on the API is return this. We're going to return an array with one object like that. And, you know, we can run the test and this should now pass. So I haven't installed NodeMon, so I'm going to have to start and stop the app to make sure it updates. And if I go to the browser, we can also see we've got hello world from before. But if I do socials, this is how you would normally test it, right? Refresh. But we can see our API is working. So let's run the test. So last time we ran the test, it failed. Let's run the test again, and it passed. So we know it is working without checking in the browser. Let me prove it to you. If in the test I make a failure, I remove the E out of my surname and run it again, it will now fail. You can see it's saying that's not what I expected. Okay, see, JSON doesn't have the value Eddie Jaoude missing the E. So perfect. So we know that it's working. So that's great. Awesome. Okay. So the test is passing, we're all good. So next, so we have it checking data. So now let's connect it to a real database. We don't want hard-coded data, so let's connect it to DataStax. So what we need to do is go to DataStax documentation. You've all created your databases here, and it should look like this. Carl, aka live stream saver. Yeah, absolutely. So you've created your databases, and you can go to, they really help you. You can go to connect, and it tells you these are your database IDs, your region, the key space, and here it puts the token. You will need to create a token in your organization. It gives you the link. Go create the token. And these are the ones I've generated before. So these aren't the tokens, don't worry. They're not the private parts. But to generate a token, you can go API administrator user, or you can do read and write user, hit generate token, it will give you the ID and treat those like passwords. So I've already, and it tells you to put it in the environment variables. I've already put it in the environment variables, so I wouldn't accidentally show anyone. And you can connect to Astra DB from all different languages. They've got SDKs for different languages. You can also connect via a REST API, GraphQL, document API, or Cassandra query language if you want to get super advanced and so forth. But we're just going to use the JavaScript SDK today, and I've got the page up with the documentation, and you're going to see it's really straightforward to do it. So let's install it as another npm package, and let's get some dynamic data. Awesome. Cedric is up next. Cedric, you're early. Awesome. We'll see you in 15 minutes up here with us as well, talking about React Native. I'm super excited. Okay, so in here, let's save. So we're going to do npm install, and we don't want this as dev dependencies. Let's save Astra.js. So now we've got it saved. Then next, it's telling us to create the client and include it at the top. So let's go include it at the top. Everything I'm doing is from documentation, everyone. So I want you to, I'm not inventing anything new. This is where your mini hackathon will accelerate. But it's read documentation of these projects. They're really important. If you notice any mistakes like we did with Panctum, then, add improvements. So next we're going to do is let's put the client. So we're going to connect to the client here. I want to add because we're using an await, we need to do async up here. And you can do your hackathon in any language. You do not have to do it in JavaScript. I should have said that before. You could use Java, Python, Ruby, PHP, whatever you want. The only criteria, it's on the website, is that you use DataStax database. That's the only criteria. Hopefully you have some automated testing as well. But do go check out the criteria on the website. Okay, so now we're creating this. And then next we want to connect to our collection. So like I said to you, I saved some data before already to save on time. It's not a user collection, it's socials. And it's going to be the namespace. What do we call it? Let's just check on DataStax. I think I called the namespace, if I go back to the overview, API demo. Okay, let's do that. API demo. And the collection, I think is socials. Let's check it out and see. Okay, so we've got that. So now we've got easy access to the collection. And what else does it say in the documentation? So, and we're going to make a mistake in a moment purposely. So you can do gets, you can do finds, you can search for different names. So what we're going to do is we're going to just find all of them, not find one, not find a particular user. Let's do, so this is socials. And we've got hard-coded data here that we're going to remove with the data from DataStax. And our test should still pass. Actually, they will fail, and we will explain why, but it will show that our code needs more work. I'm going to remove this criteria for the equal to Cliff because I wanted to find all of them. And this is not users collection, this is socials. I renamed this. There we go. So let's now send back in the response on our API to socials. So let me save that. And if I restart our application again, let's go to the browser and see if anyone spots what's wrong. If I refresh this, this is the data. So we have Eddie and Sarah. Sarah comes first, Eddie comes second. So in my test, I had me as 0, so I'll put me as 1. So that it was the second item, but it's still going to fail. Does anyone see why it's going to fail? Let's run the test and see. Oh, not install. npm test. It failed. In response 1 should have body this. That's what we're testing. And let's see, undefined data. Oh, yes. I think I have missed something else out. Let's have a look and see. We need one more step, which is, it'll be under data. So yes, so it fails, which is good. We still want it to fail. But one thing that you'll notice when the data comes out from our API, it's not a collection and the IDs are the keys. And that's how Astro does it. And that's fine. We can remap that in our code quite easily. So what we can do, so we know it fails, which is great. So what we can do next, we could say const response. And what we want to do is do object dot keys. And let's see if Copilot completely, on socials, map over each key. Let's see Copilot, does it help us out? Is that all you're going to give us, Copilot? Return. We want to return the ID, and the ID is going to be the key. And then we want to return all the data in the JSON object. So here we go, we return that, and that's it. And then we want to return the response now. So there we go. And let's look in the browser. If you want to have a quick look, I know a lot of people do this. Need to restart the app because I haven't installed NodeMon. So I just to reload the code. And I refresh this. You can now see it's an array with the ID as a field. And let's run the test. Let's see. And the test pass. So you probably don't believe me. So I want to prove it to you. So if I go back to the test and change me to 0, which I know I'm not in 0, it's Sarah. Let's run it again. It now fails. And it was saying, no, it didn't have that. It wasn't found. See, here we go. Doesn't have Eddie Jaoude, found Sarah Jaoude. So what you can do is we can leave me as 1, but we can also duplicate this if you want to test. You don't have to test every object in the collection. The idea is to test 1 just to make sure it's the right structure that you want. And you can even do regexes and all sorts of things. So you can say Sarah, and we change this to Sarah, .com Sarah, and then you can see we're testing 2 objects now. We run the test again, and it passed. There we go. So we're doing 2 tests. Awesome. So how's everyone doing in the chat? Let's see how we're going. We've got 5 minutes. I think it's 5 minutes until Cedric. Sarah's giving me the thumbs up. So hopefully that's working. So now what we've done, and I will share the repo link as well if you want to see a fully working example. What we've done is we actually have done TDD, and we've built an API with tests first and included a real database. So we hard coded the data in the API. We wrote our tests, they passed. And when we added the database, AstraDB, the test still passed. So my point is that you can now refactor code. The huge benefit of automated testing is you can refactor code confidently. Not only will you write better code, you have it documented from your tests. Cucumber makes it so much easier, makes it reusable. So we can then, test other endpoints. We could then change this to be a post with some post data and all the rest. There's so many things you can do. And that's why I'm super excited to see your repos and see what you do. Love it when all tests pass. Yes. Awesome. Hopefully everyone is still awake. Who is still awake? Write TDD in the chat and let's see if you're still awake. Thank you all so much for supporting. Don't forget, give the video a thumbs up. It really helps support the channel. And we have I think 12 more speakers still to go. So while I'm waiting for some questions to come in. Azing has asked a question. Let's have a look. Someone asking in Discord. Yes, everyone ask in YouTube live chat. It not only helps my stats, but I can have a look at it as well. Yes, let me share a link to the docs. It should be in the repo README as well, but I will share. If you're doing, if you're using JavaScript, I recommend using these docs on Astra as well. Yes, that's in the chat. Koalia, thanks for asking. Hackathon, we should make an API. Yes, an API, and it could be any language, any tech stack. The only criteria is you use DataStax as database. That's the only criteria. A link is in the description below. Sarah can also share the link, and I have shared a link. It's in the repo as well. There is links everywhere. I will share it again. You just need to log in with your GitHub account. That's it. It's all free. And we have Eleanor still awake. Yes. TDD, never heard of it. Push straight to prod. Thank you, Martin, for making us laugh. That's awesome. Loads of people still awake. Epic. Cool. 4 minutes till Cedric. Yes, Cedric. 4 minutes. Cedric, join the StreamYard. 4 minutes till Cedric. Yes, loads of people still awake. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone in the chat. Loving all this TDD in the chat. Cool. You all rock. Awesome. Cedric is joining. Yes, and Abhishek, thank you so much for copying and pasting it from the website. Really helps. Yes, build a workshop, customize your projects, submit your repo to win your prizes, must be open source, and must use DataStax. Only 2 rules. You can build anything you want. Cool. Okay, we have Cedric. So who's ready to say hi to Cedric? Everyone write Cedric in the chat. Cedric's social links will be shared in the chat by Sarah in a moment, and is also in the description below. So Cedric, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Hey Eddie, how's it going?
Good, thank you. Cedric does so many things in the London, well, all over the world, but London particularly, holds workshops. Obviously, it's pre-pandemic. So many amazing women in tech events. I actually got into public speaking, I think, because of Cedric. So if I talk too much, you can blame Cedric. Cedric does so many events with Code First Girls and so many others to list. But Cedric, please give yourself an intro, and then we'll talk about your talk and your demo, what you're going to show us and teach us.
Yeah, thanks for the intro. Hi everyone. Oh, I love that. Hi. So I'm a software engineer, and I'm just so passionate about diversity and inclusion. So in my spare time, I do a lot of work around that. But something I'm also passionate about is React, which I know Eddie is not the biggest fan, but today that's what we're going to be doing, and hopefully just move the needle slightly to more React as opposed to Angular, but we'll see.
So if I do like a Next.js or a React video in the next couple of weeks, which I'm planning to do, we can blame Cedric.
Yes. But today we're going to be focusing on React Native. So we're going to be building something very simple because we haven't got that much time. So we're going to be building a joke app because who doesn't love jokes? So that's what we're going to be doing.
Awesome.
So Eddie, I've actually never used SteamYard, so you're going to have to help me in terms of
we
code.
did a test call. What are you talking about?
I know. I've already forgotten.
We ended up geeking out for like 4 hours. Sarah's laughing. Sarah's like, Cedric, come on. We geeked out for 4.5 hours.
Exactly. No, it's coming up with like multiple screens, so I'm not sure which screen.
No problem. You carry on doing that. We can laugh about Cedric. Koalia has just reminded us that Cedric encouraged me to go to Comic-Con, and I was like, okay, sounds good. And then he convinced Sarah to come with me, and you might think, oh, that sounds good. And I'm like, no, that sounds bad, because when Sarah doesn't do things by half, I didn't want to dress up. I wanted to go and see what other people do. But Sarah wanted to dress up. So Sarah made me dress up as a dragon, and she went as Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. And there's a great picture from someone in our community, I'll bring it up shortly, of me sitting on the Game of Thrones chair. Amazing Photoshop work. So blame Cedric for that. I will dig up those photos and bring it up at the end of the talk as well. I don't want to interrupt Cedric too much.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic day. We had so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's start. So I'm just going to bring up Safari here. So we're going to be building, like I said, using React Native. And React Native is an incredibly useful framework, which allows you to use React components, but in this sense, native components, and then basically construct a iOS and Android app using the same code most of the time. You sometimes have to do something a little bit different to get the Android version working, the iOS version, but it's quite small. But specifically, we're going to be using this really cool tool called Expo. And Expo is like this entire platform that gives you an SDK. So you get all these iOS and Android components in, so you can build your app using almost like Lego. So it's absolutely amazing. But it also comes with a lot of other features, which allows you to build your iOS or Android app and then deploy that to the App Store. So it makes that incredibly easy. So yeah, big fan of Expo. It has its drawbacks, but there is a lot of benefits. And of course, just like React Web, you can eject, and then that way you get the much more control on the internals of your code base, which then in turn allows you to do perhaps more advanced features like, I don't know if you want to do barcode scanning, but barcode scanning also actually comes part of Expo. But yeah, you could do some AR, for example, when you eject. So we're going to be running this iOS simulator. Of course, I could run it to my actual iPhone, but because it's a demo and I'm trying to limit the amount of things that could possibly go wrong because we only got a very short time. So we're going to be using a simulator. And if you haven't got this on your Mac, you can get it when you install Xcode through the App Store.
We have some questions already. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is pretty cool. Are you able to build native desktop apps with React Native, or do you need to use Electron for that?
Ideally, you would be using Electron for that. Okay. There is actually, just on a side note, Expo does actually allow you to also to build React Web as well as iOS and Android, like I've mentioned. But if you want to go for desktop, sadly, no. How do you feel about E2E testing? Yeah, so
with Expo, okay.
Yeah, with Expo. So there is a way of doing E2E testing with Detox by the Wix. It's an open source project, but Detox also has its limitations. There's this whole like thinking around how should you do E2E? Like should you do something that is visible on screen that the user can see, or could you put like some hooks inside your components so that you can target those hooks and thus the component? So, but yeah, it is possible. Can you use the built-in hardware like GPU? Yes, you can. In fact, there's this really nice, easy way where within the simulator, you can do a few things, like you can simulate the location if you wanted to do, which is nice. You can also simulate Face ID, which is really great when you're doing any biometric authentication. and Simulator 4 and Apple Pay. And so in the past, I've done an app using biometrics. I've also done an app using location, and React Native was amazingly helpful because we were able to release an iOS version and then a couple of weeks later release the Android version. So you can imagine the business value in that is quite massive. Of course, React Native, like I said, if you wanted to do something a little bit more sophisticated like AR, would I use React Native? Me personally would probably go pure iOS and use Swift and the massive iOS native library, which you get so many components from Apple's SDK. But there, like I said, there is ways around. It's always a case of like, what can your team do, and what's the advantages and disadvantages.
Just one last question, Cedric, then I won't interrupt you again for a moment.
No, go for it.
Is it for Mac only, or will it work on Ubuntu?
Oh, good question. So I personally, I think in the Discord community group, I'm called Synac Mac person. So, so my answer is going to be, I'm not sure how it works on Ubuntu. With Expo, you do get a CLI, but I can't really comment on how well it works with Ubuntu.
Okay.
But I will say this: if you are going to be building an iOS app, you will be heavily reliant on the simulator. I mean, there are, of course, you could run it through your actual phone, of course, but you will still need a lot of the Apple tools. So it would be quite tricky. So I imagine it's probably not a nice experience. But on the other hand, Android, if you're building an Android app, maybe that's really good. But I'm not 100% certain.
Awesome. Sorry, I brought up the wrong question. I brought up my comment, my mistake. So I want to ignore that. I meant to bring up this one. Oh, it keeps moving. Every time I want to click on it, it keeps moving. So yes. Okay. Sorry, Cedric, carry on.
Yeah. So so let's build like a really simple app where we're basically going to fetch a bunch of jokes. And I'm a big joke fan. So if you got any programming related jokes, please put it in the chat, because I would love to hear your cheesy programming jokes. And that's what we're going to build today. We're going to be building using this joke API, which is so nice of them to provide it for free. And so we're just going to make a REST call, which is really nice. So let's get started. So here we're just going to run Expo in it, and you probably see that I've been doing a bit of a practice run.
Awesome.
So when we're using here the Expo CLI, and like I said, it gives you a lot of things. And one of the first thing that you'll interact with it is around initializing an app. And so you get 4 choices here. And Eddie will be very happy to see there that you got a TypeScript option, which is fantastic. And React Native works amazingly well with TypeScript. I mean, you could also, of course, use Flow if you are into that. Me personally, I'm a TypeScript fan as well. But for the sake of demo, we're probably going to be avoiding it for now because it would just require additional explanation. There you also have tabs. So if you wanted to have just a few screens that you wanted to navigate across, you could use tabs. Eddie and I might be doing another presentation around React Native, and maybe then we could introduce more complexity around navigation and more native components and so on. But for the sake of this, we're going to just do a very simple one, a blank. So that uses Yarn. It starts us a Git repo. And so now it's just installing the dependencies. What's really nice about Expo, it is doing quite a lot there in the background. I've had the unfortunate experience of starting a React Native project from the ground up, I think maybe a year or so ago. And it was actually more than that. And it used to be a lot more painful. And with Expo, it kind of alleviates a lot of that pain. And if any of you out there are Webpack fans, you could go deep into that if you really wanted to. But we're going to be just using Expo here. So we've got a few options here. So first thing, we're going to CD into Eddie Jaoude, and we're just going to run Yarn iOS. So we do have an opportunity there to run Android as well as web, but we're going to be running iOS. And what it does is, if it is your first time doing this, what it's going to do is it's going to install Expo Go, which is an app within. It's an Expo app that it installs within your simulator. So, oh, this is unexpected.
It wouldn't be a real live demo if it wouldn't go wrong.
I know, right?
I had my fair share. So,
so just so what happened there is the Expo Go app. It always tries to help you, and so it caches a lot of things. So it just cached my previous demo run that I did earlier, which is helpful, but at the same time not helpful right now. So what's that? Developer who inherited secret opening. So let's do a restart here, and let's see what's happening here in these command lines. So, by the way, if you wanted to run, I think this wouldn't actually work because it's only localhost. But what you can do, you can get your physical iPhone and scan this QR code. And as long as you've got the Expo client app installed in your physical iPhone, you can then run it on your phone, which is brilliant. If you've ever tried to run it without Expo, it can be quite laborious, and you have to go through all these configuration, get certificates, and so on. But with Expo, it just allows you to quickly scan the QR code, run it on your physical phone, which is so much easier.
That's really good to hear. That's a really nice feature. Absolutely.
Yeah. I remember.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, carry on.
I was just going to say a throwback to PhoneGap when you had to.
Yeah.
Oh, just nightmares. But
yes, brings back nightmares. Let's not talk about it. Shubham asks how to get the simulator for Ubuntu. I'm guessing that's Expo. Is that the whole framework?
Yes, yeah. I would start with going to the Expo docs and just having a look through there. I believe. I'm not 100% certain, being the Mac person, but I think, if you just go through there, it should be quite. Oh yeah, Carl, yeah, Cadova. Oh god, yeah, Joy's there. So what the simulator is doing right now is just building our JavaScript bundle, and so what I'm going to do now is once it's built, what I would like to do is actually show the code, but I just wanted to get it running because. The one drawbacks of Expo or any React Native development, it can be quite slow because you always have to be building these bundles and then deploying it. So, but anyway, here we go. We got open up your app. We got an app running. So we've got an iOS app. Fantastic. Let's actually make it a little bit more useful. I mean, just getting to this point is quite exciting because back in the past, it used to be such a pain just to sometimes get something so basic up and running. So I've just I've opened up the project in VS Code. And if we look at our app.js, you can see something very similar to standard React Web. Let me just quickly go through what's on the right-hand side here. We've got our hidden Expo folder that gives us a lot of Expo benefits and Expo shared. I won't go into it because I only got around 15 minutes left. So we got the app.json. I think it's useful to look at that. Allows you to set the orientation, get a splash page if you wanted to. You can specify, do I want to support tablets or do I want to support the iPad? And you can also give Android specific settings, and as well as your favicon if you're deploying to the web. So quite a lot there. I mean, if you go through the Expo config, Expo docs that outline config, you would see a plethora of just so many options. So here we got our app, and what I'm just going to do is delete the text there. I just want to focus on the bare minimum here. And you can see here, just like we're using React, we're importing React, and we're actually importing some native components, some React native components like Style Sheet, which will give you a lot of similar CSS kind of styles. But in fact, it's actually a style component. So, there's a big idea within the React community around building these components that you style straight away. Style sheet components makes it just that easier. And then we got the view that you end up using quite a lot because you're displaying something upon the screen, and then within that you enclose additional components. So it's components on components on components. Okay, so one of the features that is really nice and we should utilize is library loading. So let me just make sure that's running. Oh, yeah, that's fine. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to be copying and pasting in the interest of time. So in our joke API, what we're going to do is just going to say, okay, we were really interested in programming jokes because we love programming. And because this is a family safe live broadcast, we're going to have not safe for work, and we don't want we want safe, almost like dad jokes, right? And then we want roughly around 10 jokes here. And
I've got one joke, Cedric.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I need to take a comfort break. That's my joke for the day. So I'll be back in a moment.
No worries. I'll carry on. So I really like two-part jokes, you know, so a joke that has its delivery and then the actual the setup and then the delivery. So we can do that. And then we get this string here, which is basically our URL. And then we can send requests and see what we get back. So we get 10 jokes here. Why did the Python programmer not respond to the foreign mails he got? Because his interpreter was busy collecting garbage. Some of these jokes can be quite painful, but it's not bad. So we got a sample JSON here that we could then utilize. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to go to back to VS Code. And like I said, this is just if you've done any React web, it really does help you here a lot. So you can say, okay, we're just going to have a const here, and then there's then we paste it. So there we're going to be retrieving our jokes, and I'm going to be using hooks here. Of course, you could also make this a class component and use component lifecycles if you wanted to, if you're into that. But I guess where React is moving to is more hooks based. So I've got here a jokes, which will actually be our jokes, and then the setter, which is nice. And then we're using the use state, and the initialized values are just a blank array. And then here I'm going to be just below here, I'm going to be fetching a joke. So I'll quickly explain what this is doing. So this is our fetch joke that we're going to be later using in our use effect, right? And so it's pretty standard. So there's nothing too fancy I'm doing here. I'm just going to fetch from the URL specified here. It's just going to be a GET request and then get the results. And then in the hooks, where in the setter, I'm going to set the jokes, and that's basically going to be the result. So if we look at the output here, so we're essentially getting this array here. And what we're just really interested in for the sake of demo, we're interested in the setup and we're interested in the delivery. And that should be enough. And then, so now we set the jokes, and then we can retrieve it there. And there's always a possibility that something may go wrong. And if something goes wrong, you want to do something about it and log out the error, so you can then debug it and then spend 2 hours debugging it, and then it's probably a single line or a typo somewhere, and you're like, why am I a programmer? But this should be fine. And so we've defined this fetch joke, and of course we need to use it. And like I mentioned earlier, we're going to be using a use effect. And use effect works just like how you would expect it. It works in React Web. So with this particular hook, what it's going to do is it's going to run the fetch joke method. And if you've ever done like classic stateful components, you would do component did mount. It's in that similar vein. And in this case, it will run once. So here, what you're specifying is I'm putting in an array, like any value that changed, run this again. And because I haven't put any values, this will just run once, which is quite nice. So we're fetching the jokes, which is fantastic, but ultimately we need to show it, right? So if we reload this, let's just make sure I haven't broken anything. So was that fair? So it's just telling us can't find a variable use effect. Well, I'm glad it's complaining, because then we know that we need to make sure we put it there. Let me just clear that up there. So I'll just save there, and we should then get another error there saying it doesn't know what, can't find variable use effect. Typical of live demos. So let's oh, that's the one thing I should also mention about React Native. Sometimes you get these kind of errors, right? And you're wondering what happened. And then you find out that really it just hasn't reloaded properly, which can be quite annoying. So you see what we did there? We just refreshed again, and it's working. Can you imagine if you solved all problems like this? Just refresh. Problem solved.
If in doubt, restart, refresh, reload, start and stop.
Exactly. It's like turn it on and off again, the classic, right? So we got nothing here, and we would like to start adding something useful. And so what I'm just going to do as a little test run is make sure that that I can display something here. So let's just go. We're going to get, actually, we don't even need this. So I'm just going to delete this here. So we're going to have no style, and we're just going to have text. And I put here just jokes. So as you can see there, the jokes come up. Just a little test there. And what we're going to have to do, if you remember when we looked at our response, our sample response, we're going to have to go delve into the actual jokes and then map over it and then display the individual jokes on the screen. Okay. And we're going to use, because we're going to get quite a lot of jokes, we're going to use a native component called scroll view. So what I'm just going to do here, again, in the interest of time, we're just going to paste this what I made earlier. So I saved that, and it's going to say, I can't find it. What are you talking about? So usually you would be able to just say import, but it's not really that useful. So here we just have to go scroll view. Ooh, if I can type. Okay, scroll view. And then it will complain about another issue here. So this is what I find. Oh, this one's a real one. So if we look at our paste, I probably haven't added a few other things here. So let me just apply all of my existing styles, because I think it would be quite boring if we just sorry about this. Yes. Nope, it didn't like that.
No worries. While you're doing that, I just thought of a little story I wanted to share, allow you to concentrate on that. So I just saw on Twitter, someone said, happy birthday, Eddie, you're doing EddieCon on your birthday. And I was like, yes, EddieCon, 20 plus 20 equals 40, I'm 40 years old, etc. and so on. And I noticed that I always do a hackathon on my birthdays. I've known Cedric for, 10 years or so. And Cedric has been to my house a couple of times where we've run hackathons on my birthday. And so it's really interesting now that I'm doing a virtual one and Cedric's joined again. And I only just realized that I think on my birthday, Cedric, we always seem to geek out, which is so cool.
That's awesome, yeah.
But sorry, carry on.
I think doing the beacon hackathon was a highlight, because I always wanted to play around with beacons.
That was so cool, yeah.
So here we've actually, like I said, it was just around these styles, and so I just copied and pasted existing styles. And I'll just quickly explain what this is doing. So we fetched our joke, which is great. Now we want to show it, and we're using this scroll view, and we just styled it. But more importantly, what we're doing here is the jokes object. We're going to collection, let's say, we're mapping over it, and we're getting an individual joke. And what we're going to do with the individual joke is then have another React native view. So a view, remember, we have to have a view and then put some sort of components within the view, right? So in this case, we're going to be putting the setup and delivery. And so we decided to use the text component. And you'd imagine if you were going to write your own custom component, maybe you want to have an image alongside your joke, you could use the image native component alongside the text component, and then import that if you wanted to. And so we're just doing a simple styles, and then we actually fetch from that joke collection here, that individual joke object from the joke collection. And then what we're doing is we're grabbing the setup, and then we will do the similar thing here with the delivery. So that's just a quick way for us to display something. So if we start looking at our actual app here on the left-hand side, what we can see is you can scroll, and we're getting all that functionality from the scroll view component. And then we got our jokes here. Why did the functional programmer get thrown out of school? Because he refused to take classes. These jokes just get better and better, don't they?
So it doesn't distract us from the code. That's what it is.
Exactly. And just as a final thing before I go, if we wanted to do something like you do quite a lot, is you want to have some sort of interaction, right? Your user will interact with your app somehow, and you can use something. You can use something like just like a button, right? And so what we're just going to do here really quickly is below the scroll view, is we're going to have something called touchable opacity, and it's a type of button. So like if we there we go. Make sure. It seems like my my automatic import is not working today, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. We're just going to have to manually import it. So we got a button here, and I'll quickly explain what this button does. What it's going to do is it's going to have the title "More Jokes." Actually, let's get rid of this for now. It's going to have the title "More Jokes," and when you tap it, it's going to get more jokes. So if you just can't have enough jokes, you're like, just got to keep pressing that button. And then what it does on press, it's running the command that the function that we had declared earlier, the fetch joke function. And because it's tied to setting the jokes, it's calling this set jokes here, it will update the jokes object. So so we will automatically refresh the content each time we're fetching the joke, which is awesome. So let's just do the final import that it wants here. Let's just do button. And there, not the greatest styling, but I hope it still demonstrates it. So let's press that. Yay! Automatically refreshed, and we've got more cheesy dad programming jokes. Again, I don't know what they are, but they're these cheesy jokes. So we can keep on fetching more jokes. And so you can have enough jokes to share with your loved ones, and then they can question your your programming,
your dad your joke choices. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I hope that gives you like a really quick dive into React Native. We are able to, display something up to the screen. We're able to use a few React Native components, and we're also able to continually fetch and grab new content. And I think the only thing missing here would be navigating. And so if we had added navigation, you would almost get the bare bones of what a lot of iOS apps are just showing information. You display something, hit a button, it navigates, and you get more information. And so you can also have like list views if you wanted to. So as opposed to a scroll view, you could have a table view, a list view, and that's where you can display your jokes. So there's different directions you can take it. But what I hope this quick demo has demonstrated, just the bare bones, and that could be hopefully a start. And maybe another time, Eddie and I could delve deeper and perhaps utilize data sets and store some of the jokes per se, and then we
make our own jokes maybe.
Yeah, exactly, we can have it like the right operator where we write our own jokes, and then the community can write the jokes.
That could be quite dangerous, but it could be quite fun as well. We could do that.
Yeah.
That sounds great. Cedric, Thank you so much for that intro to React Native. I think it's great. You know, you've kind of get people excited about looking into it further. Even I'm a bit excited, but I think I'm going to stick with. I'm going to look at Next.js a little bit more, and then maybe what do you call it? Look further into React Native as well. It's just so awesome. I'm going to steal your screen share for a moment and go to this Comic-Con picture that I think people wanted to see.
Oh yes, please do.
So let's have a look. So let me add mine to the stream. So this is Sarah with blonde wig and me as the dragon from Comic-Con. So thank you, Cedric, so much for that suggestion. I see Claudia is in the green room waiting to come up for her talk. I see her giggling away loads. So and then this is from Abhishek, who took I prefer this one because he took one of my photos and put me on the Game of Thrones throne with my laptop, which I think looks really cool, and a game of codes. So I prefer this one. Sarah's face is like, Sarah obviously prefers this one, although she never worn that wig again. And yes, so Cedric, thank you. I think
you're welcome
for that. Okay, awesome.
We should do it again.
Yeah, Sarah, I can see Sarah nodding and saying yes. I'm like, no. Maybe we'll think about it. It's so good. Have you pushed that code up to a repo anywhere? If you want to go take a look at it?
Yeah, I can do it after this. I'll push it up on my my local repo and paste it on the YouTube.
On the chat, yes. Yeah. You might have to put it in the private chat and for Sarah to paste it because YouTube's been quite strict with links.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
I like to see. Or you can try pasting into YouTube, but I might not display.
I'll do both. We'll see.
Do both. That's fine. Yeah. And then we've got Carl saying, "I'll stick with PhoneGap for now." Hey, look, I'm not that much against React. We'll see. I need to get more into it. So giveaways later on, everyone. Don't worry. We want to save some giveaways till the end. Make sure people stick around for the giveaways as well. So yes, let me bring up. Just Cedric's banner one last time, and so this was a talk. So thank you so much, Cedric. Cedric's social links are in the description below. If you have any questions for him, reach out to him on socials, ideally publicly, so we could all learn from the questions and answers. And thank you again so much, Cedric. That was really awesome.
No, thank you for inviting me. And if anyone has any questions, just Twitter, easy way to contact me. Happy to answer.
Everyone say thank you to Cedric in the chat, please. I really appreciate it. And then we'll kick him off stage.
See you later. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Cedric. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Cedric's gone. Now we can, talk really bad about him. I'm just joking. So next up, we have Claudia. It's going to be intro to design. Like, it's so important for us to get an appreciation for design. Us developers sometimes get so focused on the code. I've known Claudia for many years, and we just geek out loads online as well. So let's bring Claudia up and let's give her a warm welcome in the chat. Claudia, how are you doing?
Hi, Eddie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. How are things?
Loud and clear. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's so cool. I forgot it was my birthday.
It's such a great thing that you're doing, It's so typical of you to just share knowledge and kind of like bring the community up even on your birthday. Like, it's
Thank you. I usually run hackathons on my birthday, so we're going virtual with the hackathons to include the wider community. So I think we have to make this a yearly regular thing. What does everyone think?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, as you said earlier on today, we'll see how you feel tonight.
Yes, that's very true. It's great that you're getting lots of people saying thank you to Cedric, and now you're getting a warm welcome as well. So thank you all so much for welcoming Claudia. And Claudia does have Floxy's community. Did I pronounce that right? Floxy's, is that correct?
Yeah, Floxy's. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. So Claudia has her own community, Floxy's, which focuses on. Do you focus on it's for women in UX or women in Webflow? Remind me, sorry.
So it's a community for women in UX, UI design and Webflow development because the two things can work well together. So ideally, I would like to create these kind of cooperations and these teams where we have designers and developers that can work together and create beautiful websites.
Awesome. And so we're going to learn more about that today because low code solutions are becoming really more popular. And also we need an appreciation for design. I think the hackathons that I have lost is where I focus so much on the code and technically it probably was like coded the best, but I lost because I didn't think about the user. I didn't think about so many other things, which is important because I am not the user of the app that I'm building. So awesome.
Yeah, that's very true. Also, because Eddie, you need to think, COVID, has hit everyone in the world, and most companies and even our own life has kind of shifted towards digital, and, everything it's turning to be, virtual, and the digital world is expanding and it's kind of creating its own universe. So that's where user research comes into place, because you have to create something that it's accessible to everyone. So I think you need to gather all these resources. The coders are fundamentals, the UX designers are fundamentals if you want to build a solid structure to what's going to be the virtual world in the future.
Exactly, it's so important. And people are liking your website, which is really, really good. Yes, we're at 190 thumbs up. We're going to break 200. Don't worry, we've got quite a few hours to go still. Okay, cool. Claudia, are you sharing your screen today?
Yes, sure. So I wanted to show you what I use for my own kind of practice and work. Sure. To the public here, I'm actually a primary school teaching assistant, but I also do freelancing on the sides. So I'm a teacher in the morning, developer in the evening. You're sort of a typical superhero. And I use Figma, which is a free design tool to design my websites. And I develop them on Webflow, which is also an in-browser design tool, which can also host your websites. So that's why I love it so much, because I started off with Figma to design the websites and, start my UX, UI practice. Figma is just like a design tool. You can use it mostly on browser as well as Adobe XD and Sketch. I believe I'm not a MacBook user, but so I use Figma because of its great cooperative kind of possibility, which, you can create teams and you can collaborate to the same project live with other people, which is great. And it's a free tool and it's super powerful. So I'm going to show you. Share.
Awesome. I love it that you covered that. I missed that in your intro, so that's great. I love it that you're a teacher and you're doing this on the side, and you're showing us that different backgrounds just add so much different value and perspectives, and we need to kind of chase after what we want in life. And it's also really good because I know from your socials, from Instagram and so on, that you also believe in the work-life balance as well and wellness. I think it's just really important. So you're an inspiration to us all. So thank you so much for being here.
It takes one to know one, Eddie. Okay, can you see my screen?
I can. So when you're sharing what you want, I'll bring it up onto stage.
Okay, so this is the kind of Figma layout. So it's very simple. Obviously, I can't see the live stream anymore, so you're gonna have to tell me if everything is okay.
Yeah, everything looks good. It's a bit small, but it looks good. I guess
I can make it a bit. Yeah, I can make it a bit bigger. Is that okay?
Yeah, it looks good. Okay,
so basically on Figma, you've got this massive kind of open ground. As you can see here, it's a huge space. You can just drop your artboards and start designing. So what I was gonna do, I had a look at your page. So what I was doing on the sides just after lunch, I was recreating kind of your website on Figma, just to show you how it works. So basically, you've got the options to have artboards here, frames that already come preset with the main measurements that you need for a website. For example, for desktop, you can have 1,140 pixels or 1,024, and then
Claudia, sorry, can I interrupt for a sec? Your internet seems to be breaking up. Could you maybe switch off your camera, I think, just to save a bit of bandwidth, and then when you stop screen sharing, we can bring your camera back on.
Okay. Okay, let me stop screen sharing.
It should be like at the bottom left of StreamYard. Yeah. If we do that, then we can hopefully have the audio a bit better. But you'll need to share your screen again.
Can you see that okay?
We can't see the screen yet. You'll
Okay.
have to re-add it in StreamYard.
Yeah, okay. Is that a bit better?
It's just loading. Yeah, your audio sounds a little bit better now. So let's see. You might have to move closer to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, cool.
Quick change of scene.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Does it
does
work
look
a bit better now?
Yeah, much
Amazing.
better. I think the quality is better as well.
Brilliant.
So maybe I don't know if you want to put your camera back on and see how it goes.
Put the camera back on.
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, okay. You're probably gonna have to see me like that because these.
Oh no, it's breaking up with your camera. Do switch your camera off.
Okay. Switch the camera off. Okay. Better?
I think so.
Cool. Right. Sorry about that. It's not done on Wi-Fi, unfortunately.
Well, you're in the island of Sicily, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe it's too hot for the wires to work. Can you hear me fine now?
Yeah, it's better now. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so what I was saying is that I was showing you how the artboard works on Figma. That it shows you kind of the regular and general measurements that you need when you design a website. So on the right here, you can see the frames, different frames, if you're designing for a phone or a tablet or a desktop. So for example, in my case, I had a look at your website, so the measurements they used. I started with these kind of desktop preset measurements, which is 1,440 pixels per 1,024. What I use as well when I'm designing is a lot of great free plugins that you can add to your browser. For example, I have this CSS Peeper, or also the Page Ruler Redux, which is very helpful when you need, when you have to kind of track what people are using on the websites, which is one of the most helpful practices to kind of learn from the best and, try and recreate as many websites as you can so that you can improve your own style and your own practice. As well as the measurements, as I was saying to you, Eddie, I've got CSS Peeper here that allows you to kind of see what kind of fonts you use. Another great plugin is Fonts Ninja, which does more or less the same. CSS Peeper also gives me access to your images and your pictures so that I can just download them straight away. As I can see here, for example, you're using Lasso for your H1. And it goes consistent across the page. And then you've got a Roboto here. So all the things you need, you can find in a plugin, and it's all free, and it gives you lots of power as a designer to improve. So on Figma, you have obviously the frame, which you can add as many as you can, and connect them to one another so that you can prototype as well, and use micro interactions and all of these things that might be helpful when designing a website. But most importantly is the design. So what I use, for example, is this rectangle here, which I gave a width of 1,140 because it's the main kind of container size. I know you're a developer, so you can teach me a lot more about these things. But in my own self-taught learning, I learned a few things about HTML and CSS, which are really important when you're thinking of starting designing, even if you're using a no-code software like Webflow. It's a lot easier to understand the structure and the blocks and all of those things. So you use shapes. You've got all sorts of shapes. You've got rectangles, line, arrows, all the shapes that you need. You've got a pen tool. Obviously, you've got text that you can add, and you can also add comments, because as I was saying to you, you can use Figma as a team, and you can collaborate with other people live, and it's really, really great in that sense. So what I use is this kind of rectangles, because as I was saying to you, because I use Webflow to develop my websites, when I design, I think straight away, what am I going to need when it comes to the development? So this is going to be an element, this is going to be a component, how many blocks do I need, wrappers and all of that. So if you're going to start designing and developing as well, you're going to develop that mindset which allows you to design and code, and have in mind that structure that you need for Webflow as well. So let's have a look. EddieCon here, you have, let's have a look. Let's bring up the Fonts Ninja again to see how big this is. All right, fonts. All right, so it's 71 pixels, lasso, and it also gives me the color, which is not hashtag 000, so it's not pure black, which is great. Well done, Eddie, because pure black is not good for accessibility on a website. Okay, can you still hear me fine?
Yep. Yeah, we broke up for a moment there, but you're still good. Still good.
Okay. So you got EddieCon 0.1, and it's a 71. As you can see, you've got all the things that you need on the right. You've got the width, the height, H and Y, and the angle as well, because you can rotate your elements. You've got the layers with some effects. This is really good for images, constraints, which applies to auto layouts and all of those things. The text section that I'm changing right now, because you've got 71 here pixels. 71. And is it bold? Black. Let's see if it comes with black. The great thing about Figma is that it comes with all the Google fonts, the free Google fonts available. So you've got loads in there that you can use.
Nice.
And I can copy the color and can just input it here in field. And just center it. Using shortcuts, in cases Alt to center an element. Use icons up here for the alignment. So align left, horizontal, and so on. As you can see, the website is kind of already taking its shape. I didn't want to add all these icons and things up here because obviously we've got time limits. But let's have a look. We got lasso 20 pixel. This is a hold 0 regular. Okay, let me copy the text. And then it's really, really helpful because you can just copy and paste an element and just move it down here. Okay, let's have a look. 20 pixels. All right, and it's regular. You see, I didn't have to add any of these. It's all integrated into Figma already. All the families, all the kind of sizes that you need for a font. It's amazing. You don't have to bloat your computer with lots of things to download because it's all there. It's all in browser, and that's why it's so great. I love it. Okay,
that's true. That is really useful.
Content. Does it copy? Maybe it doesn't copy if I have this open. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Right. I'm gonna center this. should have copied in 2 different boxes so that I could have centered this. But just to give you an idea on how it works. And then Figma itself has got its own plugins. They're really helpful. For example, if I need some of these icons here for the socials, you can download lots of plugins from the Figma kind of marketplace. Most of them are free. For example, this one, Iconify. Obviously, the more you want, then you're going to end up into some kind of premium feature. But for the basics and, even professional websites, you don't have to have a different Twitter icon necessarily, There's one and only, and if you want to customize, then you can. But what we often say in the design world is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Kind of go with what's working right now, because people need a bit of time to adjust, to change, and you don't want to have all of a sudden the picture of, something a bit more advanced than a little bird for Twitter. Okay, so you see, I just type in Twitter and I can get as many icons as I want in different shapes and color, black and white. So that's really helpful. And you can just drop them onto your frame and use them on your design. I'll just put it here now. The great thing, you can use also grids, obviously, if you want to have a grid for your website, and you can save them as a symbol so that you can use the same grid as many times as you want. If you find the one that works best for you, like a 12-column grid, like most of us use, and you just save it as a symbol, so it's there when you need it, and it speeds up your process as well. So this is a bit of Figma. I don't know if you had any questions about this. If you want to know more, you can add effects to all of these, the stroke and export. Obviously, you can export in many formats, SVG, PNG, and PDF, and JPEG.
Awesome. Everyone, let us know if you have any questions in the chat. I have a question, and I just forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, the 12 grid. It's not a question. It's more of a statement. I think Bootstrap and other UI frameworks that we use, they do a 12 grid by default as well. So it's good to see these things are similar.
Yeah, definitely. And you can customize it, because obviously when you're designing for mobile, you're not going to need a 12-column grid. So you're going to have probably 2. Sure. So, yeah, so you can just customize and use the one that serves your purpose and save it for future reference if you need it. So yeah, this is Figma, and you can see here there's components. You can mask the elements. You can mask images into shapes. It's very powerful. So when it comes to design, the user research is everything that comes before kind of getting Figma. It's all psychology and the strategy, what your users actually need and who they are, and how you can help them the most with your website. So the user research you don't really see. Is not visual, but you will see it when it translates to the design, because certain things work more than others for those specific users. As I was saying to you, for example, having the title here that you have with this kind of not pure black is really good, because it helps a lot of people with site issues, impairments, and it's great to know these things, because we're trying to promote accessibility.
Oh, we lost you there, Claudia. You still with us? Oh, we might have lost. Has everyone lost Claudia as well? I think we have. We did have a question. I don't know if you can hear us, Claudia. Cedric asked a really good question. I don't know if you can hear this or not. Do you find it personally easier to work with mobile or web when working with Figma? That's an interesting question. While we lost Claudia, maybe we can get another... we can all encourage you to sign up to win free swag, and we can do a swag giveaway, hopefully, between the next 2 talks. So you all know... you've all lost Claudia as well. Okay, not just us here. So you all know we're giving away sticker packs. So make sure you sign up. Let me bring my screen up. And so we have Claudia. Claudia's just going to come back hopefully in a moment. And then we have Koalia afterwards. But in between those, hopefully we can do some giveaways. Who's taking part in the hackathon, by the way? I see the GitHub discussion is still quite quiet. Let us know in the chat if you're taking part in the hackathon. Remember, it has to be an API that uses data stacks, and after that you can build whatever you want. So let us know what you're building and what you're thinking about building. It'd be really interesting to see. So sign up to here to be entered into the swag giveaway, and then after Claudia's talk, we will maybe spin that wheel and see if we can get someone else to win some swag. The bigger swag giveaways are at the end of the event. Right at the end, the last section, and we'll see what is all for the hackathon participants. So if there aren't that many people participating in the hackathon, your chances of winning increase. So make sure you're participating. But let me know in the chat if you're participating or not. Okay, Claudia, you're back. So let's bring you up on the screen. If you want to share.
I've changed connection. Hopefully this will be better.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
Cool. We lost the last like 30 seconds or something.
Great. That's fine.
And we also had a question. So Cedric asks, do you find it personally easier to work with mobile or web when working with Figma?
I prefer generally as my own personal choice web design because mobile apps are a bit more. I don't know. I like things big, so I prefer. Yes, I prefer web, but there, both versions are fine on Figma. Mobile works fine. I've designed mobile apps fine on Figma, but because I use Webflow and I mostly develop websites, I prefer the web version.
Okay, makes sense. Cool. Okay, you're sharing your screen again. So maybe if you want to turn off your camera. I don't want to keep it on and see how it goes.
I think it should be fine now.
It's much better now. Yeah, it seems much better.
Yeah, I've dodged the dodgy network that I was using. Okay, let's have a look. So when it comes to Webflow, as I was saying, I don't know where you cut off, but it's an in-browser designer tool as well, so you can design on Webflow as well. But I don't tend to do that because I prefer to design on Figma first and then develop on Webflow, because Figma is more like my sketchbook where everything is there and I can see how it works and the structure. And when it comes to Webflow, it's more about the development of the design in my personal choice. But you can also start designing on Webflow. So start a new project. As you can see, you've got templates as well as in WordPress. But the great thing about Webflow is that you can customize your own website. So as you can see, you've got a blank site that you can start from scratch. I'm gonna call it EddieCon. And everything, once again, is in browser, so relies on your connection, which today is a great feature in my house. Okay, there we go. It's working. Right, as you can see, you've got a blank canvas here with different breakpoints. You've got desktop, you've got tablet, landscape, mobile, and portrait. So when you're designing and building on Webflow, your websites will also be responsive, which is great. So for example, if I was to design this kind of hero section here, you've got made. First of all, on the left, you've got something to do with the HTML. As you can see, Eddie, you've got the body, and then you can add sections, containers, grids, columns, everything kind of HTML related. And here on the right, you've got everything to do with the CSS. So you can style your components. I like to start everything with a div block, because it's my favorite thing, a good old div, and call this a page wrapper. So what I'm doing, I've imported the div and I'm giving it a class. As easy as that. So this class will, if I apply any changes to it, all the pages in my website will reflect the changes that I'm applying now. So page wrapper, and then we have a container, which is, let's see, 1,140. So inside the page wrapper, inside that div, I'm just going to add another div block and call it main container and give it a width of 1,140. As you can see, you can choose whether your components are going to be, the different measurements, pixels, percentage, EM, REM, and so on, viewport width, viewport height, and all of that. So I'm going to choose pixel for now. The height, I'm going to leave it as it is. And into this main container, you can add symbols as well, or native components from Webflow, which you can see here on the Elements tab. For example, you've got a navbar somewhere. If you want to look for something, you can also click on Command or Control E, and that opens up the search bar. So I need a navbar. There you go, navbar. And there it is. That's my navbar, and you can add your brand, your image, your links, and everything else. So, for example, here we go Eddie Jaoude. So I'm just going to change one just to show you. Eddie Hub. So it's just as easy as double click and edit, which is amazing. And then here I'm going to give it it's got a link, a class already, but I'm going to give it another one. So nav link, just to be consistent. And with the fonts, it doesn't work as in Figma, where you have all the available fonts that you need. You only have a couple. But if you need to add your own custom fonts, you can do that in the project settings of your website. So you're using Lasso. We're lucky because we have it. So yeah, just as easy as that. And then, so this is the navbar. You can use the navigator, always keep it open on the left to see where you are and what you need. So within the main container that I have here, I'm going to drop another div and call it hero text. And then inside this block, I'm going to add an H1. So you see your headings here have got different, they scale straight away automatically. So if I've got an H1, which is 38, then Webflow automatically scales the remaining H1s, H2, H3, and so on.
And
it's
is
really
Webflow free? Do they host do they host it for you and so forth?
Yes, it's free. If you want a custom domain, then that's when you have to buy a plan for it. Or if you want to have a CMS, you need to buy different plans, but they're very affordable. And if you don't want to buy a plan, for example, I think my community page is on the free account, because I didn't need a CMS or anything like that. I just needed to get people on board onto my Discord. So that was free. And as you can see, I've built a full-on responsive website here, and it just works fine. You've got everything that you need. You've got the navbar, the links. So this was all made with the free Webflow account. I obviously have my own premium account because I develop for clients and I need more features. So, but I think it's something like $16 a month that I pay. So it's not too bad.
And is that per kind of website you build, or is that so you can build unlimited? Do you know if there's
there's a difference. You can buy a personal account for you, or you can buy one just for the website. For example, when I'm developing for the clients, I usually just let them buy a site plan because they only need one site plan for one website that they have.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. But it's really good to show you your website to see what can be achieved, because we are running out of time.
Yes.
And so seeing what could be achieved, your website is like so customized. I think it's great.
Yes, it's great. And I just want to show you like the last feature. You can do
Sure.
flex boxes, inline. I love flex boxes for some reason. For example,
Yeah.
this block, you can turn it into a flex box here, nice and easy. And I can center it straight away, align, there you go.
Nice.
And padding and margin is all very visual, which is what I love so much about Webflow. So I'm gonna stop sharing if you've got any questions. I hope that was good. I could have kept carrying on, but I know we're short on time and we lost a bit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about the connection. We lost a couple of minutes.
No problem at all. I mean, it was so awesome for you to take the time out and show us this. It's really just a kind of like a teaser or a taster of people to see what other tools there are out there. I think sometimes we get our blinkers on. We focus on the tools that are buzzing around socials, or ones that people think they have to code everything from scratch. And I think, we don't. I used to think that a lot. We have to code everything from scratch. But now even our EddieCon and Eddie Hub and even my Eddie Jaoude website are all built with Kartra, a low-code platform, which isn't as flexible as Webflow. So that looks really, really, really interesting to see how much you can do. I think that's
the great thing that I think you would appreciate as a developer is that as I'm building, Webflow generates a clean code as well that you can export and host somewhere else. Yeah,
that's very, very cool. Everyone, don't forget, as Sarah mentioned, to check out Floxy, the community for women in UI, UX, and Webflow. Claudia, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the
Thank
rest
you,
of
Eddie.
your
I'm
time.
sorry. I'm sorry about the connection.
No problem at all. It happens. It happens. So that's fine. Thank you again, everyone. Claudia's links in the description below. Do go check it out. And Claudia's on socials as well, so you can reach out to her if you have any questions. Or, as I always say, ask publicly, and so other people can learn from the Q&A.
Definitely. Congratulations for starting this, Eddie, and a very happy birthday again. And have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much for coming on and supporting us. Really appreciate it. And we'll geek out soon.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for having me.
Thanks,
Claudia.
Bye. Next up, we have Koalia. I know you've all been waiting for this talk. Node.js, more Node.js, but Node.js Pro. So you all know who Koalia is, but I want to let them do an intro. So let's bring Koalia up. How are you doing?
Hey.
How's everything going? All going good?
Yeah, all good. Thanks.
Awesome. We're super excited for your talk. But before we get into that, please give yourself an intro. You help so many people in the Eddie Hub community, and it's just awesome. But please give yourself an intro.
Okay, I'm Kaivalya Koparkar. I'm a second-year computer engineering student from India. I joined Eddie Hub like 5 months ago, and I love the community. That's why I'm here. Sharing screen with Eddie is like a big thing for me. I am recently interning at Data on Kubernetes community as a community management intern. So yeah, awesome. Today I am here to share my tips and tricks about how I set up my Node.js project, because when Node.js comes to mind, we just think about code and like all. But I will today tell about how I set up my GitHub project and like project boards and all actions, and how project is set without writing anything in app.js or index.js. Still, we will be having like a couple of files there. So yeah, that's about me and introduction to my topic today.
Awesome. No, it sounds super exciting, and you're getting lots of support in the chat. Everyone, write Node in the chat if you're looking forward to this talk. You see Koalia up. Let's go. So great support from the community, and I love that. I really love it when people support other people in the community, and people sometimes don't realize they're just saying, good luck or go for it. It's really, really helpful, and I love it when people do that. So great to see everyone supporting you, and thank you so much for taking the time to do this talk. So do you want to share your screen and we'll bring it up? And
just let me just share it.
Sounds good. While you're doing that, I'll remind everybody, don't forget, sign up to win free swag, and hopefully people are taking part in the hackathon for the bigger prizes. Because if no one takes part in hackathon, no one wants to win You are good. Okay. I want to give it away, right? I don't want to be left with it. I want to give it away. But if no one participates, I can't give it away. So hopefully you all participate. So just to answer some npm install Qualia's talk. Love that. Thanks, Alex, for sharing Qualia's GitHub. Links are also in the description below if people miss it in the chat. The giveaway, we're going to be doing random giveaways as we go through, as we find gaps in the live stream and the conference. But at the end, the last session, for people who have been here the whole time, they will have the chance to obviously win more swags. And the people who participate in the hackathon during this event, they will win the bigger prizes. So bigger swag prizes and cash prizes as well. Check out the website for more information. Right, I'm not going to eat into Qualia's time anymore. Let's bring your screen up, Qualia, and let's go. Teach us the way.
Okay, so first of all, obviously we will need a new repository. I will just quickly create one. I will call it a Node.js project template, Node.js project, okay, template, okay, and this is a simple Node.js project template. I always try to fill every possible field so that it doesn't seem, but I am not doing it from here. I will explain the reason afterwards. But I will keep it public, yeah, because it's open source, public. Okay, so yeah, create repository. So it will be what we can say is empty. Okay, so it's empty. I will copy this SSH because I SSH set up for my account. I will go here. So okay, so I'm going to create my project in here in EddieCon folder. So git clone. Okay. Oops. Okay, just git clone. Okay, cloning, and it will alert me also that warning you have cloned empty repo, but that's okay. We know that already. Okay, okay, so you can Node.js tab. Okay, so we are in the folder now. I will just go like that as well. So here we can see. So I will open Sublime Text because I don't want my VS Code to take much time to load here. So Sublime Text, I have not added much plugins there, so it's pretty what you can say. Yeah,
Lightweight.
It's pretty much not loaded. So okay. I will use that great time to use this. So okay, so I will just open one more thing because all my commands and all are written in this folder because I don't want to bore you to go through the doc. So I will open this as well in command. Okay, I will open this as well. I will just, okay, so it's open here. Okay, it's open. Cool. I will just close this terminal and I will go again to our project. So we have really nothing here. This file is from another that's for my reference only. I will go to view and just split it. I don't really like Sublime because we have too much config here. See, for splitting also we have to do this much, but okay, let's go ahead. Okay, so for now I will just initialize. Obviously we have to initialize our project. I will just split this way. I'll put this like this and I will put this like this. Okay, clear the terminal. Cool. So I will just initialize node project, and I'm not doing I'm not going through. I will just put everything yes. Cool. So otherwise I will regularly what I do, I customize everything. So I customize this name and all everything, but I will keep it simple for today. So okay, so we have done with npm and actually we can see, I guess. Okay, so package.json can be seen here. Okay, so now what we will do is first we will set up linters and prettier. So while coding, we really need to focus on the code quality and indentation. So there might be case that some people use 3 spaces tab. I'm not going to get into conflict with spaces versus tabs, but yeah, the prettier and ESLint helps with maintaining the clean maintaining cleaner code. So we will be installing that. And okay, so this is a big command. Actually, I have written this in a separate blog post. So if you want to join ADF Discord community and ping me so that I can share the blog post with you all so that you can get all these commands. Cool. So it's getting installed. No problem. Okay, so what I did is I installed ESLint and its configuration to Prettier and all the plugins needed to make it work really in well manner. So that's not pretty much what we are going to like dig in the configurations and all, because they are written already for us. Cool. Okay, so that's done. Oops. I started editing the file itself. Okay, nice. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to set up ESLint configuration. So I will make a file touch.eslint rc.json. It's created. Okay, so now we will go to this thing, eslint rc.json, and paste this code, directly copy paste. We have to not code anything, just go to eslint json, just bring it here, just copy this thing, copy here, paste it here, save it. Okay, so it's saved. Okay, so now we have to set the configurations for the Prettier. So now we have to create a Prettier file. So touch.prettier rc. I'm not sure what. Okay, what happened to my touch?
It's great to see that people are saying I haven't used linters before. So this is a great way for people to get an introduction to linters and Prettier. So this is really nice. Linters and Prettier, definitely use linters on all your projects, whatever technology and language you're using. Same with Prettier, it really, really helps.
Yeah, the when actually I would like to give shout out to this, because these configurations are all from Nick's notes. So all configurations
Awesome.
are Nick's. So I'm just implementing them. So shout out to Nick for creating such an amazing configurations. So okay, so now we need git
later
ignore
on as well. So everyone do hang around. Nick will be up in about 2 hours exactly. So yes, do hang around for that. Sorry, carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. Okay. So now we need git ignore. So because we don't want our public key, private keys to go roam around the GitHub. So we will just git ignore. We'll take it to git ignore. I'm not sure why my tab is not working today. I have to type entire thing. No worries. Okay. So git ignore is here, and like this is a pretty much self-explanatory, because in basic projects this much is there, but there are some times where we separate development environments and production environments. So you can just go like star .env and etc. That I leave up to you, because yeah, you can use star basically, and because there are /prods and all the keys. But as you go along, you have to just add it here, and it will be ignored from the Git versioning. So okay, so we have set up Git now.
One suggestion I have for everybody on that, with the .env git ignore, I suggest everyone adds that to their global git ignore, just in case you forget. Therefore, you never ever want to commit your .env, your .env local, anything like that. So I use that in my global git ignore as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I will have to copy your git ignore.
It's on my files.
Yeah,
exactly. You know me too well. I love it.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have to like set up Husky. I will just explain why we are setting up Husky. Touch.husky rc. Okay, so and for Husky, shout out to Eddie. His tutorials are amazing. These are all from Eddie's tutorials. So I'm just taking tutorials of Eddie and Nick. They are both amazing. So yeah, so we have just put it in here. This is the configuration of Husky. Now what we have to do is we have to just go to package.json and add firstly comma here, because today I messed up more with comma. So I will add that first. Okay, so now what we have done is we have added the package.json here. So in package.json, we have add the linting. So it takes in consideration the linting. So after we save, or after we try to push, it will just lint and prettier, so all permissions and all. So we have added that to package.json file. Okay, so now we have to like set up the main Husky now. So first, I will just copy this command. I'll paste it here. Okay, so okay, it will install Husky. Now we should do this thing, install. Okay, so it will take the git hooks has been installed, which we need because we are using that for the same. Now we will set up the packages and install it. Okay, so it's installed now. Okay, so it's installing. Now you can find really great example here from Eddie's the workshop that Eddie just conducted, that you can actually test your commands here. So while pushing, so you can see the npm test command here. So whatever Cucumber test you will be writing, that will get tested before pushing. So if you're trying to push, that will be test the test before, and if it's failing, it will like stop you from committing your code, and that would help a lot. That would like save a lot of your time. But we are not having test here, so I will just remove this. If you are having test, feel free to keep it as it is. Okay, so it's done now. Okay, so now what we will do is, this is conventional commit. So what we have just, there are many memes on this, that what was your commit message? It was just small change, another small change, just a small fix, another small fix, final small fix. So we don't really want that, and it actually like stops the quality, like it halts the quality of the code, and it makes it really difficult to analyze what the code change was and what the commit was about. So it's really good practice to give good commit messages. So the commit lint ensures that it gives an extra edge over linting. So commit linting. So now we will install that thing. Cool, it's being installed. Until then, I will just copy another command. Okay, it's installing that. So yeah, what commit lint does is commit lint enables that if you follow Eddie's repositories, you might have seen the starting feat, fix, core, or refactor. So that's because of this commit lint. We have to like tell what our commit or our push did in this commit. So yeah, that's done. Let's put another line of code, and it will just add one thing, nothing more here. Okay, so adding Husky reference commit. Okay, so now we will be doing this, and we will be like linking the commit lints with Husky, so Husky can actually check before committing. Okay, so that's done. And now you can see one thing, that we have 8 files, and actually we have not started our Node.js project. So this is the thing, that see how much we have done, and we have not started Node.js project. So this is setting up the project. So I will just now the setting up of your local project is done now. No more copy pasting and all. So okay, so I will just push this, and that might be like a good quick demo about how the linting works. So git test, I'm using aliases, that also from Eddie's videos. So Eddie's videos are like a bible for me. I like
Thank you.
use all the things. So see, I am using the this thing. So if I will add everything, git commit, and see. So this thing, if I just do some change, say suppose, so I'm testing here lints. So if I just say some change, and it will not let me go ahead, hopefully. So see, this is the help, this is the benefit of the Husky. So it checks, see, subject may not be empty and all this thing, input what some change and found 2 problems, and it is saying refer this thing. So this will help you if you keep the npm test thing. So if you want to run test before committing, that would be handled. So now I won't play much with this. I'll just do And one more thing, so anyone here, if they want to see how I add emojis to my commit, so here is the Easter egg for you. So this is a feature, and I add rocket. I literally learned the emoji starting. So this is initial commit. Okay, so I will. So now it will pass because I have added FPAT here. So that's a convention. So now git PSO main. I will push it to main. Sorry, Eddie, I have not created a branch here. Really sorry
No
for that,
worries.
but I wanted to keep it really simple for like beginners. So
Sure,
yeah,
thank you.
they
No,
can.
keeping it simple is good and so forth. So, and
Okay.
that's great.
Yeah. So now we are here. I'll just reload once because it should be pushed. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's here, and you can see here the emojis. So whoever were asking the emojis, these are my emojis. How that's how they look. For fix, I use hammer and also that. Okay, so now if you are going through our live streams, Eddie's live stream, he uses gives pointers upon how you should like keep your repo. So I will show that also. So here I'm not using releases and package. I will be using releases. Okay, so one more thing. Oops, I forgot one thing, so I will add that now. Okay, so now we need files. So what are the files? That is, first is readme, second is license, third is contributing MD, then code of conduct and GitHub. So GitHub folder is there. I will tell you what is in there. So I'll just copy this thing. I'll go here and just put it here. Okay. So now what I added in GitHub folder, I have issue template. So this is the new template YAML files. These are YAML files. So documentation, there's a separate. So whenever you raise a issue, you will get this form to be filled in YAML. And by the way, these YAML files were created by Carl, actually, I guess, if I'm not wrong. So Carl is always helpful. He like he gets notification if we create new repo, I guess. So okay. So now these are actions actually. So I have greeting action. If somebody creates a new issue, new pull request, they will get a greeting that hello, thank you, or something. Then labels, the customized labels thing we have here. Then release thing. So if you want to know more about release, check out Eddie's video. He has explained really very well why we need releases YAML file. And stale. So I know much fight is there with stale bot in our support repos and all, but yeah, we need it sometimes to remind us that we need to look to that issue. So yeah, and this funding is optional. If you want to like enable sponsorship for your project, you can add your Patreon links and all there. And pull request this MD. So for pull request, that's template. Okay, so one more thing, if you some people do not contribute to your project if you don't have the contributing MD file or code of conduct. So yeah, please do make sure you add them. So I added them here. I have license. I use standard MIT license. Eddie also has video on license. Go check it out. So everything, my today's talk is based on Eddie's previous videos like patching and creating my own talk. Okay, so licenses are added. I will just push it quickly. Git S, git A, git commit. Now this is for documentation. I won't use so doc, then memo and documents added. Okay. Oops. Okay, so I think there's some problem. I guess that's because docs I should use. Okay, let's hope it gets passed. Okay, it's passing. See, I also do this mistake. So it pastes them in. Okay, it will push this now. Yeah, it's pushed. So refresh now, and you can see many changes here now. You will be seeing that changes. Okay, so see, my sponsors, like sponsor tags and all got added here, and this is a template. So I am going to make this as template. So if you want to set up your project, just use this template and you can directly use it. So I will be making this template. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm not I need these releases, but I really don't need these packages. So what I will do is I will go to these settings and I will just remove these packages from here.
Yeah.
Okay, and from topics I will just put Node.js because this is the entire thing. Node.js, then template. Say suppose relevant tags template, then project setup, project template. Okay, I won't like bore you with adding this template. I will do it in my free time, more templates. But yeah, this is like you should use every possible setting given by GitHub. So see, I committed one thing and release bot has already done that thing. So you can see the release bot here. Okay, so I also don't need wikis here. And okay, I don't only need because I have actions here. So you can see whatever GitHub actions all are here. I don't need the wiki thing, so I will remove it from settings. Then I will move below. I know some people use wiki. If you want, you can use that. I don't use it, so I won't be doing that here. So it got removed from here. Okay, so now project boards. So for project boards, we at Eddie Hub, we don't use Jira or something. We directly use project boards and issues.
Yeah.
So now project board thing. So yeah, create project board. I like to use automated project board, but it's up to you, whatever you want. As Eddie likes the standard drag and drop thing, I like to automate things. So that's totally up to you, however you want. So I usually call it development design because project according to teams, however your teams are there. Oops, sorry for that. Okay, so development, these board tracks, development of the project in the project. Okay, so now and see here project template. So here I use automated Kanban. So you can use basic and with reviews, bug triage, and you can explore GitHub is like you won't stop exploring GitHub. So do explore GitHub. That's like best advice I can give in this talk. So create project. So now it's created. See, the project board is now set up. Cool. See, project board is now set up and everything, and you can actually see all greens in here. So you can go to insights and community, and you can see all green ticks. So that's how I set up my project. Issues, I will show you the issues as well. So if you go to issues in the new repository, you won't find this, but now as we have the labels action, so see here, so aspect code, this is like really nice. I really like it. Carl suggested it to me in one PR, so I'm using it on every project now. Okay, so I will create this as template. So again, one setting I will show you how you create it as template. Just go here and template repository, just that's it, and it will show as a template here. Now you will get option to use this template. See, use this template. Now, if you want, you can go to my profile and just use this template, and you have to just go to and clone the project and just run npm install, and it will do everything. Cool. So yeah, that was pretty much it. And yeah,
Awesome.
Actually we did cover everything. So yeah, that's how I set up my project. So you can see this is actually looking good here. And the project has no single line of code from my side. It was copy paste. It was just setting up. Still, it looks much better. And I hope I pass Eddie's quality control guidelines for live reviews. So yeah, that's done.
It's great to see that there's one person listening to me when I do my GitHub open source reviews. You picked up on all those points, and that was great. So thank you so much for that. You got lots of people, saying, thank you in the chat. Very appealing and effective, and so forth. So ultra pro setup, not just pro. So I love the support from the community. So really, really well done. Ashwin's saying, I'm going to start setting up my project more like this, clean. Exactly. And if you're not ready to use releases and stuff, you can hide them. And as you're ready to use them, then bring them back in.
You can if you want to use releases and you don't want releases to disturb, create a branch and put the releases on main branch and use dev branch. So the release won't create this thing for you, and you have to just merge your branches, and that time the release will be fired. That all the details are in Eddie's. I am not that pro, so yeah, Eddie's videos are great. Every pointers are there. So yeah.
Thank you so much. That's really, really useful. And everyone, don't forget to go check out Koalia's GitHub account as well, and go follow Koalia and see what awesome things Koalia is doing. Link in the description below. If you can't go to it now, you can go to it later. and loving all the support from the community. Thank you again so much, Kawalia, for that. That is super awesome. Giving the talk, and it's just great to have you on here. And you always help everyone with the public speaking every week as well, and in Discord, do so many things. So looking forward to more geeking out with you as well. Thank you again so much. Any more questions you have for Kawalia, reach out on Discord or socials. And remember, please everyone, do it publicly so other people can learn from the Q&A as well. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Full jam-packed of information. And we'll chat to you in the chat afterwards. Thanks again, Kawalia.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks. Bye. So next up, we have Rishabh. Rishabh is going to talk about bringing no code to open source. So this ties in a little bit with Claudia's talk slightly, but from a different point of view. So it's going to be really, really interesting. So let's bring Rishabh up and learn more about this. So awesome to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing? Oh, you're muted.
Hey, Eddie. I'm back. Would you like to bring my the mic one as well?
Oh, yes, sure. Okay, no problem. We can bring that one.
Amazing. It should be a lot clearer now.
Perfect. Yes, it is. Thank you so much.
So first of all, happy birthday, Eddie, and congratulations. And congratulations for 20K. You know, it's amazing things that are happening in the community. And I'm super, super happy and super excited to be a part of it. All right. So are you excited about no code, Eddie?
I am excited. It is really interesting. I think it's great for prototyping, and I want to learn more about it. So I'm super excited for your talk. Everyone, do go check out Rishabh's GitHub, link in the description below, link on the screen, link in the chat, and go show him support. Do say hi in the chat as well already. Oh, we got people saying hi in the chat. So yes, we're all super excited for your talk. So let's give yourself an intro, and then let's go. Let's do it.
Oh, yes, for sure. I'm super excited for this because if you know like nothing about no code, by the end of this talk, you are going to literally love it. You'll be, starting no code right away. I'm super excited for you. So, just to make myself familiar, here's a little bit about me. Well, people call me Rishabh, and sometimes they also call me Batman for some reason. So, yeah, feel free to, reach out to me with that. And I run a small community of builders, mostly designers and developers, and there are also, people from various different backgrounds and walks of life. So everyone is welcome over there. So yeah, always reach out to me. I would love to have you in the community as well. And again, what I do, I design, I develop, I build a lot of things. Literally, I build a lot. And I love both cats as well as dogs. So no offense, like I'm not taking sides here. And you can reach out to me anywhere with this just one username, Mind Ninja NX. You can all reach out to me. It's same as GitHub, on same as LinkedIn, same for Twitter. Everywhere, same username. So no confusions. Always. Also, let's move on and let's talk about no code. Okay, so first question, which everyone has in their mind, what is no code and why you should care about it? Okay, so basically no code tools and platforms are the things which require you to have like literally zero knowledge of coding, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't have any knowledge about how things work, like the logical stuff and things, how things are built, the process and everything. It's okay if you don't have any knowledge regarding code, but you should definitely have some knowledge about how things work. So this is like you can be really helpful for you because you don't have to like push yourself away due to technical issues. Okay, next thing is, this is a really interesting point, and I'm sure you're gonna love this. Although no code tools and platforms are basically built for non-programmers, trust me, a lot of programmers use it every single day, including me, and I know most of you also do. Yeah. Exactly, that's the fun of it. Everyone, no code can be used by everyone, no matter who you are or what's your background. So basically, it's for everyone, and it's kind of bringing people together, forming a community. So yes, plus point for that. Next, okay, and yeah, this is something like which is trending nowadays. Basically, like new no-code tools are coming every single nowadays. If you're active on Twitter, you know what's happening around the world. Every now and then you see some random tweet pop up on no-code and saying that no-code is the future. And is it really it? Well, I don't know, and maybe nobody knows basically. But I'm going to give you a couple of pointers which will definitely help you, demystify all these things and make it clear for you. Okay, so for now, let's understand that no code is basically, things which make your life easy. You don't have to like, worry about all the technical skills you need to build something, and it's basically used by everyone and can be used by everyone. Okay, let's move ahead because we have a lot to cover and I don't want to waste much time in just the basic stuff because I'm sure a lot of people already know this. Okay, so one more thing, like no code, there are two terms which are like very trending. That is no code and low code. So what is the difference? I mean, are they same? Are they different? And if they are different, how different they are? So if someone comes and asks me, Rishabh, is no code and low code the same? I will say to them, well, kind of yes, and also no. Why? Because the aim of both of the things is basically to bring your ideas to life, to build something you can imagine, and basically um, you know get things up and running. You don't have to like invest in some developer, hire a developer, basically reach out to a lot of people to bring your idea to life. You can just do it on your own. You can do it with your laptop. You don't need a very high end setup. Everything is 90% of the things can be done within your browser itself. So just imagine how much power you have. And now this was the similarity which both no code and low code has. But let's talk about differences. So no code, like I already mentioned, no code, it's for the people who have like zero technical skills in, in coding, or basically, building stuff which involves, coding and coding related logic. But we talk about low code, it's basically like it does involve some code. Also, that code is low level, and it is something which can be used by a more for more high level tasks. Now, what do you mean by high level tasks? For example, you're working on a personal project, and you don't have a lot of technical skills, or you don't want to invest a lot of time learning all those technical skills, because let's accept it, it's like super tedious to learn anything new, especially if you're just starting out. So it's not going to happen. So in that cases, no code can be really, really good, to quickly get started, quickly get your idea up and production. And when it comes to low code is basically, for more enterprise level products. For basically, if you are working for a company and the company has some requirements which are not super tedious, and but they do require, to have something, to which they can use for a longer period of time and which is more reliable. Basically, in those cases, low code has a bit more, low code provides a bit more control over the everything you are doing, and basically, helps you make, like I said, gets you more control, gets you more power. So that's how you can learn. Again, both have the same aim, to help people with zero to very less technical skills to bring their ideas to life. Always remember this point. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Now, you should be having this question in your mind, like, why should I use no code if I already know how to code? And I know most of you, always have this kind of thing, like, hey, I know how to code. Why should I go for, this why should I go for Webflow? I know how to make my own website. Why should I go for Webflow? Why should I go for this? Now, I can like, quickly help you understand this by asking you one question. Why do you use Canva? Why don't you just go and download Photoshop? Why couldn't you just go and download those professional softwares which are used for designing. The skill level which is required for those tools, for Photoshop or Illustrator, is really, really high, and it's going to take a lot of time, because there is a huge learning curve involved. So yeah, just imagine a lot of things and a lot of what you say, a lot of efforts you have to put before you actually make a good design, so before you actually make your first social post. A lot of things to learn. But at the same time, if you just go on Canva, it's super easy to use. You can create a beautiful, gorgeous design within minutes. So just imagine. So that's basically, the difference between using a professional software which has a huge learning curve versus using something like a low what you can say, not low code, because Canva, it doesn't require any code, but basically using something which is a lot easier to use. Okay, so if you have idea and you don't have a working you don't have the technical skills required. For example, you have a mobile app idea and you are not a mobile developer. For example, you are a web developer or you are a machine learning guy. So just imagine, you can so will you hold back your idea? Will you just let it go, or you then or what you can do, you can just go for looking for people who are good at mobile but instead of that, you can just go ahead and make go use one of those amazing no code tools to quickly design an app, quickly create it, quickly publish it on the Play Store or App Store. Just imagine how much control you have, or just imagine how much friction there, how less friction there is, and how quickly your ideas are transforming into some real useful products. Okay, so this were just a couple of pointers. Again, there are hundreds other possibilities you can do. So for now, I think this should give you a good idea about why you should be excited about no code. And even if you're a programmer, there is no shame of using no code. We use it every single day. Everyone does it. Amazing. Let's move ahead with the next slide. Again, I know some of you might be a little bit, fuzzy, and some of you still maybe not convinced. Why should you be using no code? Again, here are my top 5 reasons you should, think about it, or you should plan to use no code in future. So let's quickly get into it. All right. Okay, so first of all, like I already mentioned, it's easy to use. You don't need a lot of technical skills. You don't need to know a lot of things to get started, and no need to have, you don't have to pick up classes and stuff. It's just easy to use. You pick up, you get started, up and running within minutes. Okay, so it's super fast. It's going to make your life super easier. Going to the next slide. Yeah, and we also covered this. It's basically bringing all your ideas to working products really, really fast. You have ideas, you had an idea yesterday, last night, and today, you worked on it, and before the lunch, you have a product for it, and you just release it, and your family, your coworkers, your colleagues are surprised that, wow, man, you just brought an amazing idea to life within house. Just imagine what kind of impact you can create if you just don't let go of your ideas, if you just write them down, and before lunchtime, even if you have a couple of minutes, or you can say a couple of spare minutes in your lunchtime, or anytime you get, you can work on it. You can work on your no code project idea. You can just and publish it by dinner. Just okay, so there are so many things you can do, and so much potential no code has. Coming to the next time, and it is customizable. Okay, Eddie, if I tell you to make some changes in a blog, how much time do you think it's going to take? So that's I completely agree with you. Okay, so the thing is if you go on, if I suppose you get an assignment, or for example, you are working an assignment for your school, and suddenly your teachers reach out to you and said, hey, we cannot have this, you need to change this right away.
Yeah, I was muted.
And
Sorry, everyone.
Eddie, I think you were
People
on the
just know.
mute.
I was saying that to do it in low code is a lot quicker to make changes. Definitely. Sorry, I was muted.
Eddie, I think you are on the mute.
Should be okay now. Can you hear me?
I guess not.
Oh. Should be working. Yeah, StreamYard seems
All right,
happy with me.
let's quickly move on because we have a lot to cover. And look at the time; we are running behind time. Okay, so as like you said, you can make changes on the go. There isn't much friction. Everything is just going, good, and everything is just fast, and your life is just way less painful than it was before. And most of the, and since like I mentioned, most of the no-code tools are also web-based, browser-based. So you don't have to you need to have a specific software installed on your computer. You can just go to your computer lab of your school and you can just get the changes done. Just imagine how much flexibility you get in that case. You don't have to set up anything. Everything is just ready for you to do it. Let's go again. There is this thing every time we code, we basically do we mess up a lot. Okay, we as developers, we mess up all the time. We make errors all the time, and it's okay. It's completely fine to make errors because we get to learn a lot. But just sometimes it also gets very embarrassing because the errors are not, especially if you are like me who makes a lot of silly errors, especially typos. And in case of no code, there is less human error prone involved. There is everything is just easier, and you don't have to rely on someone else. All you can do, you just have a limited access to the interface, and which helps you to avoid unnecessary technical failures. There isn't much things involved. You can just make the changes you want, and yeah, they are up in production for people to use. So yeah, this is one of the great advantages, and I love this one. And as I said, again, it is efficient and affordable. You don't have to invest a lot of resources into it. You don't have to spend a lot of money into it. Most of the free, no code tools are, provide some kind of free, you can say the free version of their tools, and which is really good if you just are getting started to try out that particular product or tool. And if you are really interested, if you want to get more control, or basically you want more things in your bucket, then definitely you can go ahead and subscribe to that premium plans. And again, those are not as expensive as you can imagine. Hiring a developer will be a way more expensive in just getting, instead of getting a subscription. Okay, so those are my 5 top reasons, and I'm sure still a lot of people must be thinking. But again, I got a list of amazing no-code tools which are going to blow your mind, and definitely you'll be secretly be using them in your after the talk. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's quickly cover a couple of more things. Again, some of you might be wondering that I'm trying to basically sell you no code. Well, I would like to stop you right there. I'm not actually trying to sell you no code, and I'm not trying to saying that, hey, you should stop development, you should quit your job and get to the no code right away. What I'm trying to say is that basically no code is here, and it's not coming. No code tools are here. No code revolution is here, and it will be really great if all of us can just accept it, and start looking for various ways we can bring no code into our tools. We can bring no code into our open source projects, and basically so that we can bring our ideas to life faster without letting our technical skills, our background coming in our way. So basically it's going to be a lot more impactful if you try a couple of no code tools instead of going to learning on a tutorial. And I'm pretty sure all of us start with some tutorials, with some Udemy courses, but how many of us really complete it? Okay, not many. Okay, it's it's not easy to complete a Udemy course. It's not easy to complete an entire course because come on, we are humans after all. It's just we get basically a bit tired, Okay, so Nicholas has a really good question. Yes, Nicholas, I knew a lot of people will be going to have this question as well. I'm going to cover this right away. So I know again a lot of people must be thinking, will I lose my job as a developer because of no code? And when I heard about no code, I had the same thing in my mind, oh my God, is it going to affect my job as a developer? Is it going to affect my future? Is it going to affect my career? Same thing happened when I heard about GitHub Copilot. I know a lot of you must have already tried it. A lot of you must have already be using it, and as the time passes, you realize that it's not as good as real programmers. Definitely at some point in future, but that future is very, very far away. So don't worry, Nicholas. None of us is going to lose our jobs as developers. And why is that? Because uh, because I really like this, this particular quote, which says that uh, like developer is not just building things. The role of developers are not just building things. Just imagine who is building all those no-code tools. Guess what? Developers. Yeah, and those are the developers. They are not
Yeah.
using any no-code tools. They are actually using code to build them. So definitely you need developers a lot of places, and in fact we are in really uh, shortage of them. So don't worry, nothing is going to happen. You make good use of no code, make amazing, and bring your do all the things you always wanted to. Get that project idea out from your diary and start working on it right away. Okay, a lot of things we covered. Now this is my favorite part, and I know a lot of you must be thinking about this as well. That okay, come on, Rishabh. Enough about no code. I'm super excited about no code. Come on, tell me those amazing list of no code tools you are like telling us about. And yes, Rush for sure. Let's quickly get into it. Eddie, I'll be sharing another screen. Can you please quickly add it? Just give me a second for that.
Sure, no problem. While you're doing that, great responses by Nick. Nick skipping ahead, no problem, Nick. But you're absolutely right. No code is not gonna. We're not gonna lose our jobs.
So
really important to clarify
let me
that.
share my browser screen this time.
I don't think Rishab can hear me. This is going to be interesting when we do the closing thing in a moment.
All right, so Eddie, I have shared my screen. Can you quickly add it into the show so that everyone can see that top secret list of tools? Perfect, amazing. Okay, everyone can see it. Okay, let's quickly get to it. And I hope it's being able to share. Okay, so the first tool in our list is Thunkable. Okay, what is this? It's basically a no-code platform to create, apps for Android and iOS. So basically, we were talking a lot about app development, and one of the examples I give, also like various, relevant to it. Again, these are like, it offers a lot of functionality, and basically the apps the apps you'll be building is basically, it's going to be native apps. Don't worry about any performance issues. Again, no code tool is going to offer you a lot of like flexibility, but it's again, if you just have an idea, if you just want to get things done faster, no code is amazing. You should try this. Okay, so this is the first thing. Again, I'm going to like drop all these links in the live chats after this talk, so make sure to keep a watch on that. So basically, this was the first tool I wanted to tell you about. I wish I could like give you a short demo as well, but due to time constraints, that is not possible, unfortunately. So sorry for that. Okay, coming to the next thing. Okay, coming to the next tool, we have this Whatnot. Okay, I love this name, Whatnot. So basically, do you want to create your own chat bot for to manage your business, for your website, or for the small startup you're working on? This is the place for you. Again, this is like I said, no code tools are being used by a lot of people, not just just us, like people who have less technical skills. Even the people who are like experienced in all those things, they still prefer to use no code because it just reduces human error, and all those benefits are talked about. Okay, so basically those are the things. So so you can like just look at this. Just look at this. How many things you can do? You can like answer FAQs, and definitely it's going to be a lot faster. It's definitely going to be a lot better than just simply, um, create coding your own chatbot and doing all those machine learning and natural language processing. So this is somehow how it looks. You just there's a trigger, there's like a lot of things, and you can type your own responses and things. So yeah, a lot of cool things you can try. So definitely try this one out. You will love this. Coming to the next one, we have obviously AI. Again, another cool name. I love I really love the name of the all this no code tools. Okay, so again, this is a data prediction tools. You don't have to make your own machine learning model. You don't have to go doing data science, and you can like quickly, get that sales report, quickly get how many people, are like how many people are coming to it. You analyze traffic and stuff. Basically all of your data science needs, and it's as simple as using a Excel sheet and using a Google sheet. So a lot of things, again, like I wish I could tell you more about this, but okay, I can see we are already late, so let's quickly get into the list. Another cool website, obviously AI. Now coming to the Pathfix. Okay, it is a service which allows you to integrate two services with each other. Just imagine like you have, for example, you receive an email from your, you receive an email in your inbox, and then you want to post it. Like for example, you receive an email of your job for getting a new job, congratulations email, and then you want to post it on the Instagram. Just imagine, you don't have to do it on your own. And this was just a really silly example, but a lot of things you can do. Again, this is amazing, perfect, and it provides authentication for everything. So again, fast. You don't have to code your own or no own authentication. Basically, a lot of things are going to happen for you. So let's come to the next website. This is BuilderX, and this is one of my favorites. So because if you are a web developer, you must be using React or maybe also React Native a lot in your work. So again, I can understand the pain of coding React from scratch, building the components, bringing them together. It's very painful, I can tell you. So this BuilderX can really help you do the job, and basically gives you the entire code once you are done making your stuff. So okay, and it has React. Currently it has support for React and React Native, and Flutter is coming very, very soon. So just imagine, you are covered. You are covered for all platforms, and not much design knowledge is required. Just look at this. This is as simple as Figma, as simple as Canva. You can say as simple as Webflow. So you got everything you need to bring that app idea, bring that website idea to life. Coming to the next one, do you always wanted to start your own newsletters, but never had the motivation, or you can say never got that perfect design you always wanted? So Letter is a great platform which allows you to create a beautiful newsletter within minutes, and these newsletters are unlike any other. They are basically so beautiful, you will instantly fall in love with them. The people who have subscribed for your newsletter will love it, and basically they are responsive, and a lot of people have already started using them. So what's stopping you from starting your own newsletter and getting into it right away? So do try it. Once again, a beautiful, beautiful no code tool for you to try. Coming to the next one, a no code API is, again, like we already said, it does the job of connecting two APIs together. And look at this, look at this company. And when we talk about no code tools being used by unexperienced people, just look at this company names. GitHub developers from GitHub, Microsoft, Google, Postman. Just imagine, and even Harvard University, everyone uses no code tools. So yeah, don't be ashamed of it. Just go ahead, do it, and it's like so beautiful, and the range of APIs available is just so amazing. So definitely go ahead. Again, it's free. Everything on this list is free. They have some premium offerings, but for the most part, they are free for anyone to use. Let's go to the next one. And this is all about shout out and what it is. Okay, I know. I think most of you, this for most of you, this will be pretty, self-explanatory. You must have seen this, this dashboards where there are like tweets about the people who are talking about your products, or and how it helps your business is basically helps you to get make people trust you and increases your credibility. So just imagine having this kind of beautiful wall of people posting about your product. Just think about it, how much great positive impact it is going to have on your product. So yeah, definitely a must try. A super simple idea, super beautiful, super amazing. And this is our second last extension, no code tools. So basically, I know a lot of you must be using Chrome extensions or Chrome plugins, if that's what you call them. And a lot of times, basically, it's hard to create them, and you want to create your own extensions. In those cases, this no code tool can come really handy. Okay, and it's called extension.dev. You can create your own extensions within minutes, super fast, less painful, and basically getting things done. Coming to our last no code tool, as you can see, I'm like really get I want to tell you more about it, but I really have to get this, list done before Eddie gets angry on me. So
No
let's
problem.
quickly,
I don't think you can hear me, but
finish
looking forward
this
to the last
talk with
one.
this last. But I can like tell you one of my favorites again. So basically, most of us use Notion daily, and just imagine making your own website, using Notion. Okay, so so this service basically converts your Notion page. All you have to do is basically put that Notion link, and you just have to bring it here, create your site, and you have your Notion based website ready for you. So you are going to love it. I'm sure you're going to love it. I want to tell you more about them, but again, I don't want to spoil the fun for you. I want you to go ahead and check them out on your own. I want you to tell me how do you like them, which was your favorite tool, and you can tell us right in the live chat. You can also don't forget to tweet about it, and don't forget to tag me. Don't forget to tag Eddie. Don't forget to use the EddieCon hashtag. So yes, that's going to be amazing. Okay, so that was it pretty much, Eddie.
Awesome. Thank you so much. As Rishabh said, don't forget, take a screenshot, tag us on socials, and we will reshare. What an amazing list. Really, really great list. Great. I didn't know there were so many different ones out there, so it's great to see. Thank you so much for that great talk. Everyone, don't forget, go follow Rishabh on socials, link in the description below.
Thank you so much for having me, Eddie. Have a beautiful day, and thank you everyone for listening. I'm going to be there in the live chat. See you right there. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thank you again. Bye. Okay, so next up, we have Janine, and Janine is going to be talking about optimizing your website, which is really important. It's something we often forget about. So let's just bring Janine up. I have just seen her almost spill her drink a moment ago, which was hilarious. But unfortunately, that wasn't on the live stream. But in the backstage, I saw her go, whoop, whoop, whoop.
I know. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Oh my goodness. I legit thought I was going to spill water all over my keyboard. So I'm glad that didn't happen.
No, glad it went well. Everyone say thank you to Rishabh in the chat, and also welcome Janine up as well. So Janine's GitHub is now on the screen and in the chat, and link in the description below. Janine, I met a few years ago at some hackathon or conference. We've done live streams together. We've done YouTube videos together. We've been at hackathons together, done so many things geeking out. So Janine, please give yourself an intro because I won't do it justice.
Yeah, for sure. And happy birthday, Eddie. This is so exciting. Thank you to you and Sarah for creating this awesome first ever EddieCon. So yeah, let's get started. I'm just sharing my screen. Yeah, awesome.
Perfect.
So hey everyone, welcome to this lightning talk, and thank you so much for taking the time to attend this session. I hope that you'll learn something new in the next 10 to 15 minutes and find this content valuable. So I'm Janine, and I work at Avast as a software engineer. And in my spare time, I try to make tech a more inclusive place for everyone. So in addition to my day job, I'm also taking the position as chair of Women at Avast. And I also am a content creator and an ambassador for Flatiron School and also for Girl Code. Right. Now that the intro is all done, let's start off with some fun facts, shall we? According to a Google study made in 2018, Amazon would lose $1.6 billion a year if its site speed slowed down by just 1 second. And in the same study, they found out that as the page load time goes from 1 to 3 seconds, the probability of bounce rate increases by 32%. And if it's 1 to 5 seconds, it increases by 90%. And bounce rate is a term used to describe the percentage of visitors who enter the site and then they leave, rather than continuing to view other pages within the same website. So a high bounce rate typically indicates that the website isn't doing a good job at keeping the site visitors interested. And when we put so much effort to build a cool website or a cool app, we wouldn't really want people to leave purely because the content isn't loading quickly enough, right? And so for today's session, I'm going to be talking about web performance optimization. And you might be thinking, that's cool, but what does this mean for you? Well, if you're developing a website for yourself, for your brand, or for a company that you're working at, optimizing the web performance can help improve user experience, diminish drop-off rates, enhance your brand image, yield higher conversion rates of paying customers, and build users' confidence in your brand, and much more. And so, how can you optimize your website? Well, there's so many different ways to do this, but today I'll just cover 3 examples of how you can optimize your website or your app. Please keep in mind that there are so many ways to do this, as I just said, and I'm not going to cover all of these different ways because web performance optimization is custom to each individual website. You know, we all have different things that we can tweak and improve. So take this as more of a starting point, kind of like a brainstorm session of areas in which you can explore. Let's start off with image optimizations. So here we have our beautiful image of this very natural scenery. And we want to try and find the right balance between keeping the image file size small versus maintaining an acceptable level of image quality. And so the first tip I have for you is to use the right image format. And this can get quite complicated and in-depth if we really wanted it to be. Like, there's so many different formats, but the simple rule of thumb is to use JPEG for images with lots of color and contain a natural scene or photograph where variation in color and intensity is smooth. Use PNG for simple images or images that require a transparent background, for example, a business logo or something like that, and use GIF or GIFs for animated images. And if you're wondering, why is this a rule of thumb? Well, I'll include some sources at the end of this talk so that you can read more into the details if you want to. So since our picture here is such a beautiful natural scenery with loads of colors, there's like 3, but you get my point. We're just going to use JPEG for this example. And second, we want to set specific dimensions for our image. So this is pretty self-explanatory. The larger the image file size, the longer it takes for the web page to load the image. So why do we want to load the unnecessary large image when we can just set specific width and height in order to decrease the image file size? So here, I'll set the specific width and height. And then the third point is to compress the image. By compressing the image, pictures load faster and web pages use up less space. Please keep in mind that image compression doesn't actually reduce the physical size of the image, but it compresses the data that makes up the image into a smaller size. So example of that would be if the initial image here was 57 kilobytes, and when it's compressed, it becomes 15 kilobytes. And there are so many websites and applications that you can use to help compress your images. For example, like Adobe Photoshop, not sponsored, or something as simple as Microsoft Paint. And on top of this, there are also different types of image compressions. So maybe try and play around to find the one that works best for your app. And also keeping in mind that for different devices, such as your mobile or iPad or like desktop, we have different dimensions. So you'll probably want to set specific media queries and only load the relevant images for that specific width so that the browser doesn't load in other images that your user might not ever see. Are there any questions? I'm just going to check the chat to make sure that I haven't missed anything.
No, I think you're good. You're getting lots of support, which I love. So you're getting, Michelle, love the slide, love the tune theme slide. It's such a good idea. I know. I never thought about that. So that's awesome.
Thank you.
I will interrupt with questions. Don't worry. Or if you see something in the chat, do feel free to pick it up. But I will hopefully stay on top of it and so forth. So
sounds good. Awesome. So moving to our next point, how else can you optimize your website? Let's move on to code splitting. So code splitting can be defined as the splitting of code in various bundles or components, which can then be loaded on demand or in parallel. And to illustrate this idea of what code splitting is, here's a little comic strip. In the first two images on the left, we see that without code splitting, when the browser sends a request for a particular item, for example, here, it's asking for a front page, please, then the app will send a response containing the front page, but also the blogs, the profiles, the emails, the terms, and everything else. So this means the user has to wait for unnecessary items that they might never even see. However, on the right-hand side, we see two images with code splitting. So when the browser sends a request for the front page, thanks to code splitting, the app will send only the response containing what the browser is asking for. This means the user won't have to wait for the items that are not necessary, and so the load time will be kept minimum. And so when it comes to code splitting, it's important to find out where we're currently standing and what parts of the code can be bundled up together. So we want to first start off by analyzing our current performance. We can access the developer tools and take a look at the performance, the network, lighthouse tabs, all those kind of things to get a deeper insight as to what exactly is being loaded onto the web page, how they're being loaded, and the speed in which they're being loaded, and much more. I would recommend taking a, exploring all these different tabs, playing around and seeing what you find. And perhaps we might even find any unused or obsolete code. To help with this, we can obviously go into the code base and take a look at it ourselves, but we can also use the help of source code analysis tools or static analysis security testing tools. And there are actually a lot of different open source tools that you can check out and try to use. So once the initial stage of analysis has taken place, and now we have a better idea of where we stand, we can then start chunking things up. But first, we want to use some sort of a module bundler to help bundle up our code. This can allow us to import code dynamically on demand only when needed. And by using, for example, Webpack and Webpack Bundle Analyzer plugin, we can also have a visual breakdown of what our app looks like when it's bundled. In order to optimize the bundling process, we can also create shared chunks that are used globally across our app or website. And don't forget that there might be certain items such as custom web fonts that might require prefetching or preloading in order to improve your user's experience. All right. And the last point I want to cover is lazy loading. Lazy loading. So this is a strategy to identify resources as non-blocking or non-critical and only load those when needed. So in order to portray this concept clearly, here we have an illustration of lazy loading on an iPad. You can see that in blue, this is what the user initially sees in the viewport. These are the elements that we want to load quickly in order for a smooth user experience. And in contrast, the darker gray content is what the user doesn't see immediately and is outside of the viewport. These are the elements we can lazy load. So let's take a look at this example of how we can perform lazy loading through the use of the Intersection Observer API. This is an API that checks if an element is within the viewport. Initially, we can use a placeholder image, such as a blurry image, and then we can use the intersection observer API to check if the element is in the viewport. Then we can tell the browser to load the actual image into the DOM as the user scrolls down the page. All right, now it's time to brace yourself because we're going to deep dive into some coding.
Yay, coding.
So here we have an image tag with the source attribute set as the placeholder image, so the first pink source there, and then the data source attribute set as the actual image we want the user to eventually see. So here it's image to lazy load 1x. For the purpose of this example, please imagine that there are multiple image tags all over the website, and it has the same class lazy, and it includes both source and data source attributes. So in our script, we want to start by adding an event listener when DOM content is loaded, which then fires a callback function. In the callback function, we want to create a new instance of the intersection observer called lazy image observer. The intersection observer takes a function in its constructor, and this function has two parameters. The first parameter, entries, consists of the array to observe, and the second, observer, holds the instance of the intersection observer. And if we wanted to, we can set the observer root element, root margin, and the threshold of target visibility, meaning how much of the blurred or the placeholder image we want to see before loading the actual real image. In our case, we just want it to load as soon as it's within the viewport. So I'll just leave the observer option as default. Oh my gosh, I can't even talk properly today. Okay.
You're doing great. Everyone's loving it. I mean, everyone's being really supportive and loving the talk. So carry on.
Thank you, everyone. So, okay. Inside our for each, we want to loop through the entry array to get the elements inside of it and perform lazy loading on each of them. So for each entry, we're calling is intersecting. So we're checking to see if it is intersecting the viewport, and if the element is intersecting the viewport, then we'll set the value of the source attribute to the value of the dataset source attribute. But beware, we don't want the browser to keep loading the real actual image when it's already been loaded. So once the actual image has been loaded, we want to make sure we remove the lazy class from the image element and also unsubscribe the intersection observer in order to avoid site performance issues. And for our very last step, we want to aggregate all the images with lazy class in our document and call lazy image observer.observer on each individual image. And so there, we're done. That's what the code snippet looks like. But please don't worry if you're still a little bit confused or you have questions about what's going on here. I'll include more sources at the end of the talk for you to explore, and hopefully it'll help decipher the code that you're currently seeing. And of course, you can also ask questions if you like. And so to summarize, here are the 3 ways in which we explored how you can optimize your website. First, image optimizations. Second, code splitting. And third, lazy loading. I hope that you found this talk useful, and thank you so much for tuning in. If you have any questions or you'd like to stay in touch, you can find me through the social media channels on the bottom right. I know I'm not great at making them all the same, so I apologize. But apparently there was someone else called Janine Look on the internet, so I didn't have much choice. And as promised, here are the sources that I used for this talk and also for further reading purposes if you'd like. So I'll share them with you so that you can access them as well.
Awesome, Janine. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Everyone thank Janine in the chat. And Janine, if you've got a link to those resources or to your presentation, if you can include it in the private chat and Sarah can share it on the YouTube chat. I think YouTube will remove your link if you share a link.
Okay.
But that was amazing. I mean, loads of positive feedback, which is great. I mean, it's super interesting. Optimization, we always take it so much for granted. Our people are going to have fast computers or fast internet connections and they don't realize the knock-on effect. And it's great that you came up with so many tips of how people can kind of dip their toe in the water and then get better and take it further if they need to and so forth. So thank you so much for that. That was awesome. We did have a couple of questions. I'm just conscious of time. Not your fault, but just to have things. moving on a bit. One of the questions was, how did you make your slides? Are you using Reveal.js?
I'm using Canva. I'm not using Reveal.js, but yeah, all the templates and stuff on Canva are great, and yeah, highly recommend. It also helps to add like cute images and stuff. I'm all about Pasheen, so yeah.
Awesome. And Fahim asked what about islands of architecture?
I've never heard of that actually. Let me just have a look. What is this?
Sure. So I think you touched on it. It's maybe the terminology. I've heard it a few times, but I guess it's a new terminology that's coming up. It's where you have different sections of your, can you break your website into components? This is my limited understanding. You break your website into components, which we do anyway with React or Angular and so forth. But it's something to do with the server side reusing part of the component, changing the data. I still think it's basically kind of like with the binding, but my understanding is very limited. So Fahim, if you want to add any more to that, do let us know. If not, we will take it away and have a look ourselves and learn more about it, and we can share another time. That's why these discussions are always great, because we're always learning all the time as well.
100%.
So that's so cool. And Mohammed, awesome to have you here. Safari is lagging behind and lazy loading. Yes. I know. I love Safari. Don't say that, please. You'll make me cry. Next talk by Janine on how to create beautiful slides. That's
yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Actually, this is my very first technical talk. Like all the talks I did before were more soft skilled, like communication related talks. So thank you so much to everyone for tuning in to my very first technical talk. I was so nervous making these slides, and I really wanted to do some live coding, but then I was so scared of like messing it up because it always happens. So I just thought I would like put it in the slides instead.
Okay, awesome. We'll do another live stream another time where we can do some coding. We can mess it up and everyone in the chat can help us fix it.
100%. I'm down for that.
Sounds great. Janine, thank you so much for joining. And we really appreciate you taking the time out, sharing your knowledge and experience. And we look forward to geeking out with you soon. Everyone, Janine below.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to hang around in the live chat for a little bit more. So if you have any questions or anything, just let me know. But yeah, thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Thank you, Janine. Bye. So next up, we have SQL versus NoSQL with Manitej. Hopefully I pronounced that right. So Manitej, if you're ready, let's bring you up. We're super excited for your talk. And here you are. How are you doing?
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, Eddie. First of all, happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. It's super exciting to geek out everybody.
Yep. Thank you so much. So, hello, everyone. So, myself, I'm Maniteza. So, today I'm going to give a short lightning talk on the topic SQL versus NoSQL databases. So this is completely based on my personal experiences as a developer from the past 1.5 years. So I had learned so many of things using both the databases. So I thought it would be a good idea to share what I learned from my past experiences. So, so if everyone is ready, so let's just start this session.
Let's do it. Just to remind everyone that your links are in the description below on the screen now and in the chat as well.
All right, so let me share.
Yeah, okay, let's bring the screen up. Here we go.
All right. So let's start the session. So the main aim of the session is to identify the differences between these SQL and NoSQL databases. Like as a developer, there are many options. Like as we are in 2021, we have almost solutions for almost anything. Everything is getting no code, low code. Many tools are coming these days. So, but these are the main things that a developer need to learn, in my opinion. Picking a right database. So SQL and NoSQL databases are primarily there are many kinds of databases, but these are the widely used databases, right? So let's start this session. So before getting into the topic, so let me give you a small introduction about myself. So myself, I'm Maniteza, I'm from India.
I'm from India. I'm a Microsoft student ambassador currently, and also just became a former Google DS developer student club lead, and as well as I'm also an Agora student ambassador for our campus. Right. So that's about myself. So let's jump into the session. So first of all, let's understand what's SQL or SQL. So you can pronounce it anyway. There are many people pronounce it in many ways. So SQL is primarily used for relational databases. Like there are many kinds of databases, relational databases, non-relational databases, document, and everything. So SQL is primarily used to handle the relational databases. So what a relational database is? A relational database is nothing but we store the data in the form of a table, right? So that is one of the most ancient databases, the one of the first kind of databases that used on the web. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. It's a language that is used to interact with relational databases. And coming to NoSQL or NoSQL, so NoSQL or NoSQL databases are primarily used for handling the non-relational databases. So what's a non-relational databases? There are many kinds of non-relational databases like document-oriented databases, key and value pair databases, graph databases, and many things. So to handle these kinds of databases, we use NoSQL. So what's the difference between SQL and NoSQL? So that's what we're going to see further. So we are going to see some big differences, not every difference, but some of the main differences between the SQL and NoSQL databases. All right. So first, the primary big difference comes in the data storage model. So how SQL stores and how NoSQL stores the data. So SQL stores the data in the form of tables. So as I told earlier, SQL stores in the form of tables. So what's meant by table? So data will be stored in the form of rows as well as columns, right? So it's a fixed table. You can't modify the rows in again. It would be like there are many kinds of things that you need to learn in SQL in order to do these things. So SQL is something that you need to learn again in order to. So there is a learning curve when it's coming to SQL because you need to learn the SQL syntax as well in order to interact with the relational databases. Whereas NoSQL databases, the data is stored in the form of documents. Uh, all of familiar the JSON documents as well as key and value pairs, and there are many more formats. So NoSQL is simply nothing but the data is not stored in the form of a table. It's stored in something like an object. So there is an object. Object is nothing but it's a collection of key and value pairs, right? So simply NoSQL stores data in the form of other than tables. So that's how you can remember it. All right, now let's come into some example stuff. So as SQL databases, the primary examples would be Oracle, MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, PostgreSQL. So these are some of the big examples for SQL databases. So whereas coming to NoSQL databases, there are document-oriented databases like MongoDB and CouchDB, as well as Firebase. Whereas coming to key and value pairs, there will be Redis and DynamoDB. There are many kinds of NoSQL databases popping up these days. So because currently the NoSQL database is on the trend, and SQL is something like, yeah, SQL is evergreen, but currently the trend is going towards more of NoSQL. That's why you're seeing so many companies coming into the NoSQL world. So these are these examples. So you don't need to learn every database. You simply need to learn one database and you can implement it for your projects. All right, so the next big difference would be, in my opinion, this is the big difference when it's coming to choosing the right database for your project. So coming to schemas. So what is essentially a schema? A schema is nothing but it's a set of rules we use to store the data, right? So for example, in order to go into a restaurant or in order to go into a movie theater, you need a ticket, right? So some sort of ticket. So which acts as like an entry pass to enter in. Similarly, in order to store the data in databases, we need a sort of schema, which is helpful in identifying whether the data is correctly ordered or not, right? So SQL, the schema of SQL is very rigid, which means it's strict. And whereas coming to NoSQL databases, the schema is flexible. So what's flexible? We can customize it. Like there is no very strict rules in NoSQL databases. Whereas in SQL databases, the rules are strict and everything you need to follow. So what are strict rules and everything? So SQL databases use, as told earlier, SQL databases, we store the data in the form of rows and columns, primarily tables. So if we want to insert any new data into the table, you need to include all the information which are coming, which are there in the table. For example, if there are 10 columns, you need to must send the data which contains of 10 key and value fields. So yeah, there might be some null values, but you need to send 10 key values, which might be like, example, if you have any like 100 columns in a table, you need to send 100, and whereas for all rows, you don't need the data. For example, assume that you had something like student marks. So student marks for all, there will be a student can have 10 subjects and another student can write only 5 subjects for his semester. So in this way, like we can't store these two students in a single table. Why? Because these both are in different branches, right? So in order to tackle this, we can use the NoSQL database because they're flexible. They don't ask for any schemas to insert the data, right? So each document can contain its own schema. So it won't compare it with any global schemas or anything. But SQL uses a global schema which every new incoming data needs to follow. Whereas in NoSQL databases, there is nothing, any sort of like that. Each data can contain its own schema. All right. So now comes another big aspect of any application, which is essentially scaling. So what is scaling? The ability to grow the database. For example, if the number of user base keeps increasing suddenly, which databases will do better, SQL or NoSQL? So SQL databases are scale vertically, top to bottom or anything like that. They grow vertically, whereas NoSQL databases will grow horizontally. Right, so how vertically and horizontally mean, just assume an example. We have a building which contains of 10 floors. So SQL databases adds floors vertically, which means one floor on top of another floor, one floor on top of another floor, which goes in a format of vertically. So there might be a limit, right, for us, if if the floors grow vertically, there might be a limit, right? So whereas NoSQL databases are quite opposite, which grow in horizontal way, which means assume the floors are adding as neighbors, one floor horizontal after one floor. So in this way, the scaling would be good. So when it comes to scaling, NoSQL databases are very good. But SQL databases might struggle if the database grows very large. All right, so let me give you a quick example of how NoSQL databases and SQL databases will look in a real life world. So let's assume we had a small landing page, a login page like this. So where we are asking the user to enter his mail ID and password. So this is the front end, just no coding, don't worry. So this is just example, just take an example of this, where we need to ask the user to submit his email ID and password. So now our task is to store the user entered information in a database. So email ID and password. There are two fields of the user. So let's see first how SQL stores the data.
This is great. After this, we've got some questions from the audience, but you carry on.
Yep.
We'll do it when you get to a break.
Yep, definitely. So this is how the SQL database stores just the previous example. So let me come back. So this is the example that I showed. So email ID and password. So now let's see how SQL stores it. So SQL stores it in, if you can see the image, SQL stores somewhat like this. So where it contains, as I told earlier, SQL stores in the form of a table. So this is a table which contains rows and columns. So columns are essentially the fields that we are taking from the user, email and password, right? So whereas the rows are the user entered information. So whatever the user enters, they will be stored in the format of rows. As you can see, it's growing vertically from the top to bottom. So this is how the SQL database will store the emails and password. All the fields that we're collecting from user are placed as columns, and all the information that user enters will be stored in the format of rows. right? Awesome. So now let's see how NoSQL databases handles the same situation. So NoSQL databases is kind of like, it has its own terminology because there are many kinds of NoSQL databases: Firebase, MongoDB, Redis, and there are many kinds. For this example, I'm just showing an example from Firebase. So Firebase stores like this, like where we have something called as collections, which is essentially the table name in SQL world, and inside the collections we have something called as documents. So documents are nothing but simply rows, right? So the ID for each row indicates the unique identifier to handle that row. Whereas the information is stored in this way: email and password. As you can see, uh, so this is the row name. This is the row, and these are the fields which the row contains. So email and password. So the best part of NoSQL database is, this document contains email and password as it fills. But this document may or may not contain the same fields. It can contain more fields, or it simply don't include email and password. So NoSQL don't care how you store the data. It's simply like everything will be in, every document has its own schema. So this is how the NoSQL databases will handle the exact situation. So it stores in the format. These are called as documents. Documents are essentially rows in the SQL world, whereas the collection name is simply the table name in the SQL world. And this is the information stored, the email and password. And you can also contain own fields for each document. So this is how flexible the NoSQL databases are. So now the final verdict, like something like which database do I need to pick before starting a project? SQL databases or NoSQL databases? So this question is quite controversial. It depends upon your skill set. So yeah. So my suggestion would be like if you're new to development world, I would say to go with NoSQL databases because they're easy to scale and there are many great free alternatives for a SQL database instead of SQL. If you want to interact with SQL, you need to learn the commands, queries, and all those things. Whereas NoSQL is just coming and start. That's it. All right.
That's very, very true.
So that's it, guys.
NoSQL is a good way to get started.
Yep. So even if the channel sponsor the data stacks, you can use it. It's an amazing NoSQL database. I
just pasted
use it
the link in the chat.
Yep.
Oh, you do use it? Oh, awesome. Do you connect over the document API just to be flexible like I do?
Yep. I use the NPM package directly.
Nice. Perfect. Yeah, me too.
Yep. So thank you, everyone. Cool. So that's it. That's a quick lightning talk on SQL versus NoSQL database. Obviously, there are much more differences and so many depth insights you can get, but this is lightning, right? So I hope you learned something new. You can follow me on Twitter. The ID is on the screen.
That is.
So any questions, just shoot me up.
ID on the screen, link in the description below. Do follow Manitesh to learn more. Any questions asked publicly. We've got time, I think, for one question. Someone was asking, I was looking through the chat, as you mentioned SQL and NoSQL, are there any other types of databases? I'm just bringing it up on the screen now.
Sorry?
You mentioned SQL and NoSQL. Are there any other types of databases? Oh, I think you have frozen. Let me remove your screen and see if that, maybe stop sharing your screen and see if that saves a bit on bandwidth. Oh, I think you're still here. You're back now. Okay, awesome. So,
all right.
Yep. The question was, you mentioned SQL and NoSQL. Are there any other databases, any other types of databases as well?
Yep, there are many more kinds of databases. Like there will be like key value databases, object-oriented databases, hierarchical databases, white column databases. Like there are many more.
Awesome.
But these are the mainly primarily used, the both SQL as well as NoSQL databases. These are the more major two databases.
Perfect. No, that makes sense. Thank you so much for the talk. Really great to have you here. Everyone's giving you some support in the chat as well. So everyone say thank you to Manitesh And thank you again for taking the time to give this talk. And everyone also start welcoming Sujal up as well. Hopefully I pronounced the name right. We'll find out in a minute. So Manitesh, thank you again so much. Really appreciate you being here and taking the time. That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you in Discord. Thanks.
Yep, definitely. Yep, thank you. Bye.
So next up, we are running a little bit behind schedule, and Shazal, haven't I pronounced the name right, has been here for hours waiting, like super excited, super keen. So let's bring them up. How are you doing? Oh, I think you're muted.
Yes, yeah. Now can you hear me?
All is good. How are you?
Okay, great. I am really good, and thanks for Eddie and Sarah to organize EddieCon. That's what I want to say.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being and taking the time. It's great. Sorry to keep you waiting. You were the first, I think, to join out everybody. I think you joined like before me. Like I joined and you were already there. And I was like, wow, you're really keen. So let's not waste any time. Let's get you started. Everyone, check out, am I pronouncing your name right? Shajal? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I know you're just being kind to me. We'll share your link in the chat, and everyone, your link is in the description below. Do go check it out. Okay, let me bring up your screen, and over to you.
Okay, great. So welcome everybody. This is introduction to WebSockets, and by the end of this session, you will see what is WebSockets, how WebSockets works, HTTP, and why WebSockets are better than HTTP. And finally, we'll see some applications of WebSockets. And if time allows, because we are already running late, we'll see some implementation with socket.io. So let's dive. Let's jump into it. Okay, so this presentation is more of a theoretical one and not a practical one. So bear with me. So WebSockets is a standard bidirectional communication technology, which is made for web applications. Here, by bidirectional, I mean that the communication between the client and server happens two-way. That is, the server can send messages to the client, and the client can also send messages to the server. And WebSockets was one among the many new elements and attributes that were introduced in HTML5. Before that, there was no WebSockets protocol, and it was really difficult for people to engage with real-time communication. And for HTML5 browsers, WebSocket is introduced by JavaScript, and in the backend, you can use any technology that favors you. Okay, so for in order to learn about WebSockets, we must first learn about HTTP, or that is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, as you may know. And let's see what were the shortcomings of HTTP that led us that required us the need for WebSockets. So we'll learn quickly about HTTP. First of all, HTTP is a request response protocol, and it is a really old technology. It goes way back to 1997. It was first released with as version 1.1, and it is only one-way communication protocol. So in order to communicate with the server, first we need to send a request to the server, and in response, the server sends us some data, right? So HTTP 1.1 was a really complex protocol, and it works on a client pool server send concept. It was basically designed to transfer static files. Let's see something. Let's see something now. Let's quickly see how HTTP works. Okay, so here we have a client, one client and a server. And how HTTP works is that first the client, for receiving something from the server, first the client had to send an HTTP request to the server. And in response, the server will usually send HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which will be rendered by the browser. So as you can see, there is a lot of data wastage, and it is also a little time consuming because thousands of requests are being sent every second to the server. So let's look at some limitations of HTTP. HTTP was not feasible for next generation web applications like Netflix, games, and trading, because apps like these require real-time communication. And with request and response technology, first we have to send a request, and that is not feasible at all. And HTTP also has a large overhead, which implies whenever we are sending a request to the server, we have to use 700 bytes or 700 bytes of our data, and it easily varies well over to 2000 bytes per request. That is 2 kilobytes per request. And if you are browsing a simple website, you'll surely send 25 to 30 requests. So as we can see, HTTP wasn't really designed for real-time communication. So what is the solution? So here comes WebSockets. So let's see the idea of WebSockets and how it can overcome the limitations of HTTP. So first of all, WebSockets is bidirectional and fully duplex messaging with a WebSocket connection. I'll be explaining about bidirectional and fully duplex messaging in just a minute. But until then, let's see how WebSocket works with our HTTP browsers. So the first step for a WebSocket connection is to have a HTTP connection. Without one HTTP connection, we cannot implement WebSockets. So first, we'll have to send a HTTP request to the server, and when this HTTP handshake is successful, this HTTP connection is being upgraded to WebSocket protocol. So now, with the WebSocket protocol, the server can send messages to the client irrespective of whether it asked or not. So there is no more need of requests from the client to send messages. So by bidirectional, I meant that the messages can be sent in both directions. That is, client can send server, and server can also send messages to the client. And in this process, we don't require any requests at all. And by full duplex, I meant that we can send messages independently of what the other side is showing. And if either client or server leaves, then the WebSocket connection is over. So now let's see how WebSocket works with HTTP. Like the first thing we discussed, that the first step has to be an HTTP request by the browser. When the handshake is successful, this connection between the client and server is being upgraded to a WebSocket connection. After if there is a WebSocket connection now, we can easily send messages to the client or to the server or to whoever we want without any need of any requests. Now let's see a difference between chat over HTTP and chat over WebSockets, because how does this solve a real world problem? So in this example, we'll see that there are two chat members and a common server that they are in. So let's say chat member 2 is waiting for a message from chat member 1. So we know that HTTP requires a request response protocol. So for receiving messages from the server, chat member 2 has to repeatedly give requests to the server, and if the server doesn't have any message, the server will reply that I don't have any message for you, and then again chat member 2 will have to repeat the same process again and again. When chat member 1 finally sends the message to the server, chat member 2 has to again send a request in order to receive the message. So we saw that there is a lot of wastage of data of chat member 2. Now let's see how WebSockets solve this problem. Let's say that chat member 1 and chat member 2 are connected to the server with a WebSocket protocol. The initial HTTP handshake is complete, and now the chat member 1 can just send a message to the server, and the server will send this message to chat member 2. There is no more need of requests as such.
I couldn't imagine not using WebSockets. Imagine having to poll the server. Like, you don't want to hit it too hard, so you might poll every say 5 seconds, but then it's not very real time. So then you might poll every 1 second, but then it's hitting the server quite hard. It just seems very clunky. So you're absolutely right. WebSockets is just such a smoother way to handle these, and with these great libraries now that we don't need to kind of do it all by hand, which is really good. So yes, the advantages of WebSockets. Loving this. It's so important. I think a lot of people get scared of WebSockets. I actually have a question for you towards the end, but I'll leave it towards the end to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah. So you said correctly that even if you imagine that there are 1,000 members on a chat, and just imagine how much load that server has to take if we just use the HTTP protocol. Like it has to accept requests and give out response every millisecond to every of the chat member. So yeah, that can be pretty. So let's see some advantages of WebSockets. Okay. Yeah, so the first advantage is that there is only one HTTP request is to be made. That is, if the first handshake is successful, then the connection is being automatically be upgraded to WebSockets connection, and that we can smoothly send messages or any data you want to send to the server and to the client respectively. And we saw that average size of a HTTP header was around 700 bytes, and it can also go up to 2000 bytes. But average size of a WebSocket header is as low as 2 bytes, which is very less than that of HTTP. And so you can imagine that we can retain a lot of data, and in WebSockets a bidirectional, fully duplex and event driven communication is made. Okay, so now let's see quickly see some uses of WebSockets. As we discussed earlier, that WebSockets is being used in live application. It has more of an application in live applications. So WebSockets can be easily integrated with multiplayer games, group chat applications, stock trading, because every millisecond counts in these applications, and we cannot use to have a lot of data. We cannot afford to burn a lot of data and give them our time. And we can also use that for sports score update, collaborative editing, and like virtual reality. If I want to see what Eddie is doing right now, if Eddie is having a VR headset and I'm having a VR headset, so yeah, that would be pretty cool. And as we discussed, that the header size is really low, so we may get very less latency than that of HTTP. Okay, so now let's see how we can integrate WebSockets to our projects. Because so if you are using Node.js for backend as a backend, you can go for socket.io. It is a really amazing library for WebSockets, and I have personally used it. I have made applications. I have made a chat application with socket.io. They have really great documentation on that one. So socket.io is a library that you can use to make applications based on WebSockets on Node.js. And I got a little typo here, sorry. Socket.io is not a fully WebSocket. It is actually, you can think of socket.io as a wrapper of WebSocket, because if the WebSocket connections fail, if WebSocket connection fails, then socket.io will convert that connection to HTTP, so that even if you give out a lot of data, you do not compromise on your connection. So that is a really great thing about socket.io. And yeah, as we discussed, it primarily uses WebSockets for communication, but has a HTTP polling as a fallback option.
I love it that you mentioned that, because it's so important, because some people get scared and they think, oh, what happens if the browser doesn't support it or the connection is broken? It has that fallback, like you said, which is really, really important.
Yeah, so this is the end of the presentation. I hope you liked it. And of course, I'll ask, of course, we'll drop some links in the chat to help you get started with WebSockets, get you started with sockets.io. And yeah, that's my presentation.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. I didn't want to interrupt too much because you were going in a really good flow. So that was really good. Sam asks, tried learning WebSockets, but it was too difficult. It is a different mindset, I think. I remember when I started learning, I struggled with it as well, especially when it comes to security, authentication. It is a little bit different. So Sam asks, what resources would you recommend?
Yeah, of course, I recommend the socket.io documentation that they have. It is really thorough documentation, and they also have a lot of examples as well. They have a really good chat application example that you can use, and also you can check out the Microsoft document, the MDN documentation for sockets for WebSockets, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. You're getting lots of support from the chat. People want dedicated video on your talk, so that's really good. Great explanation, really awesome. Last question before we move on is, what is the difference between WebSockets and webhooks?
Actually, I do not have a lot of experience with webhooks as I am currently learning backend development. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
No problem at all. I can jump in as well. So WebSockets is the real-time connection, as Shazal, oh my God, I'll get it right eventually. Sajal has been saying. Whereas webhooks, you know how at the beginning of the talk it was about you're making a HTTP request. A webhook is kind of similar, but the opposite. So you're receiving the data. So effectively, your app might have a GET or a POST endpoint, and the webhook from another app is heading over to your application to do it. So it's not someone manually triggering it, it's another app triggering it. So it's very different to WebSockets, although the names are quite similar, and both are super useful. So thank you so much for that question, Prathamesh. I think that's really, really important. I like Feather.js for socket connections with databases. Yeah, Feather.js is quite good. Nest.js is quite good. They basically, I think, especially with Nest.js, they have socket IO built in, and then you can use the front end part if you want to have the UI in the real time stuff. So yeah, that's really, really awesome. I think in most places, most frameworks and tools use socket IO underneath because it's been around for years, and they've really improved on it, and it's just been amazing.
Actually, WebSocket was, I was just sharing a fact that WebSockets was not initially released with HTTP. It came around with HTTP 2, because with HTTP version 2, there were also some cool things that were there. Wait, let me, one second. Yeah, so with the HTTP version 2, there were also new things that were being developed, like the new web forms that you see, and the geolocation API, which is very popular nowadays, was also released with HTTP version 2. Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
Okay, awesome. No, it's super informative, as people have said in the chat, so that's great. Thank you so much for coming on. Everyone, don't forget to check out social links in the description below as well. Really appreciate you taking the time to prepare this talk and share it with us.
Yeah, thanks to Eddie and Sarah. And at the end, I would like to say that please join Discord. We have a really inclusive community there, and if you have any doubt, I'll hang around in the chat, and you can also ask me on Discord. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that closing note. That's excellent. Have a great day, and we'll geek out with you in the live chat now and afterwards in Discord.
Sure. Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Bye. So next up, we have Mikey. We are running 15 minutes late. I'm super excited to bring Mikey up. Mikey was one of the original members on Eddie Hub. And we've been geeking out for a while. So Mikey, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Awesome. Mikey, before you get started, I have to interrupt already and say, everyone, don't forget to submit your repos to the GitHub discussion so the judges can have a look at that. It's going to be closing soon. Officially, it was closing in about 13 minutes. We might extend it slightly longer, but get those submissions in so you can win those bigger prizes. And also some of them are cash prizes as well. So don't forget to do that. Okay, Mikey, what are we talking about today?
Well, I think I've chosen a relatively simple topic, nothing complicated. It's basically helping the community when you feel inadequate.
I think that's a very hard topic and very hard subject, but very useful. So I'm super excited for this.
So yeah, I have no slides, so you're gonna have to look at my beautiful, handsome face and whatnot.
Perfect. Perfect.
And yeah, feel free to ask questions. I can't actually see the questions at the moment, but hopefully Eddie will read them out to me.
I will read them out, bring them on screen. Sarah has already shared your GitHub link in the chat. There's also a link in the description below as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so let me see. Where do I start? So in thinking about this topic, one of the first things I thought about was, one, how did you start? You know, what kind of helped you get to where you are, i.e. myself, and trying to understand the journey I've had so far and where I am now. Believe it or not, it's not actually that far away and it's not that long, but it's basically starts off with, I think one of the first positive messages I got from Eddie, actually.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, was that it is not about code. And for me, that was the most important thing, because when I started in the community, I had just started learning Python. As you all know, Eddie doesn't talk much about Python, so I don't even know how I ended up on his channel, but somehow I did.
I'm glad you did. We're all glad you did.
Yeah, and I think it was the open source part of things, because I've used Linux for a while. That's actually to give you sort of a little bit about my background. I actually work primarily with Linux, not as a coder, but if you like, as a sysadmin. So that's pretty much my day-to-day. And then when I'm not doing that, you probably find me taking photographs at a fashion event here and there, which if you look at my GitHub profile, that will explain that picture at the top, because that's also who I am. But when I started learning Python, I started watching like different videos on YouTube and things like that. And I came across Eddie's video talking about open source. And I was like, oh yeah, I've always wanted to get into that and see what that was about. Now, I figured since I was beginning to learn coding, this was the best time to do it. Yeah, not really. It turns out I could have started ages ago, because I didn't really need to know coding to actually help out. And that's essentially where I'm coming from. One of the first things I learned was that you always have people who need help with documentation. We talk about that all the time. Documentation is also part of contributing. You can get in there and especially without being or coming across as rude, but when your first language is English, and you see projects who most of the developers are not English speaking, but also trying to reach that English audience, you find a lot of grammatical errors and typos here and there that you think, oh, I could easily help out fixing this. Some of them welcome it, which again, another thing we all learned from Eddie is don't just dive in. Open an issue, highlight what the problem is, and then ask if you can fix it. And that's something else I learned from Eddie, which is like, okay, yeah, I can see an obvious mistake, but it might be a bit rude for me to just jump in there, open a PR directly in there and fix it and be like, yeah, I've done that, and move on. And that's the end of it. But it's not always the case. You have to allow for people to invite you to do that. Okay. So you don't just jump in and start making changes, because they might not want that. So you have to, let people invite you to do that, and which is why opening an issue first and asking if you can do the sort of changes you're spotting is a good practice. The other way you can contribute is by experience. Funny enough, I actually had this on my list of things to talk about, and then it was mentioned earlier today, which has been quite amazing, because a lot of what people have touched on today ties into what I was going to bring to the table. So it's not about just the coding for me. It's about, okay, what can you do when you can't code, when you don't know anything about code, when you don't know anything about the technology that people are talking about. Okay, it's that perspective. So another thing was the experience, and now the experience, the two kinds of experiences I'm looking at here. One is the experience of you using that project. So if you spot a project on GitHub, either one you've used before or one you would like to use, and using that project, you can make contributions towards it by highlighting features that they can add or things that should be a different way. I believe Eddie made I keep referencing Eddie today, God help me.
I'll pay you later.
Another thing Eddie mentioned earlier today was, what was it now? It was something to do with, I've lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it.
You were saying how amazing Eddie is, I think is what it was, right?
Yeah, I think, it was along those lines. But it was in the area of experience. I'll come back to that. I can't remember the example, but in the area of experience, so you have the experience of using the project, but then you also have the experience of your background. Okay, we heard earlier one of the speakers' background is as a lawyer. We heard from another who is a teacher. Teacher by day, hacker by night. Sounds more cool, but she didn't say hacker. They didn't say hacker, but you know what I mean. Coder by night, and but those bring different experiences to the table. I remember the example. Eddie was talking about how he was working on something, but didn't focus on the user because he's a coder. And you find that in a lot of projects, you have people who think in that direction. So they think of the project they're working on from the perspective of a coder, a developer, a designer, but not necessarily the user. And that's where your experience can benefit that project. So it's not all about, I can add this line of code to the project to contribute to it, but it's also adding the experience of a user's perspective to the project, so that as you use the project, you might try and do something one way and it doesn't work, and you think, why? If you go back to the developer, they say, because you're supposed to do it that way, and you're like, well, actually no, because naturally I'd want to do it this way, and those sorts of things add value to the project. Okay, I only have 15 minutes, so let me move on. And then, I've talked about, then you have the supporting project by sponsoring. That's an obvious one that we can all do if we're able to. It's not one that's talked about a lot, I think, because it involves money, and when it involves money, most people are shy to talk about it. But true. The bottom line is, some projects need money. Not all of them, but some do. Especially projects where people have dedicated pretty much their entire life to working on. At some point, you need to, you want to help that person not think about bills at the end of the month, and that's where money comes in. It's not for them to buy a yacht or build some mansion somewhere in the cloud, but no, it's just about helping to give that person a peace of mind, so that while they're working on this project, while they're putting everything into that project, they don't have to worry about this bill or that bill. And that's where sponsoring comes in. And again, it's not something you have to go and kill yourself to do. You don't, for example, earn £100 and think, oh, I need to give this person 50 because I want to support them. No, it's whatever you can do, as little or as much as you can. The important thing is that you're helping that project or the community in one way or another. Okay. There's also the aspect of supporting outside of GitHub. We talk about GitHub a lot. We love it. We all have links to it. We all use it, T-shirt and whatnot. But there's also a way of supporting a project outside of GitHub. Actually, let me remove this screen in case. Here we go. I was blocking a private chat. I wanted to make sure I didn't have any messages waiting for me that I hadn't seen.
You're good. You're going good. Everyone's loving your talk, giving you support in the chat.
So you have things like you find a project you like. You can tweet about it. Okay, you can give them a shout out. You can even something as simple as a "well done, keep going" on Twitter is an awesome boost for when somebody is burning the candle somewhere at midnight thinking, who in the world even uses this thing? Because you're working on it, you're uploading it, you're making changes, you're doing all of these fantastic things. But sometimes you don't actually realize that people are using this project, and just a simple tweet where you tag the project and say, keep it up, well done, we're loving this. That's a contribution, okay? It's not code, it's not documentation, but it still helps. You're making somebody feel like what I'm doing is worth it, and that keeps people going,
It does.
In the corporate world, they always talk about how if an employer wants to, not employer, which one is it? Employee? Yeah. If one of them wants to leave, okay, giving them more money may keep them for another year, but ultimately it will not keep them.
Absolutely.
Because they'll take the money just because you're offering it. But what will actually keep them in the company is how well you value them. Okay? How well you value that person, how well they feel like, okay, my contribution matters, and that's what a simple tweet will do. You're not employing anyone who's maintaining a project, but simply saying thank you every now and again, especially for projects that we use a lot, just a tweet saying, well done, loving this, can go a long way to keeping that person happy and doing what they do. Okay. Let's see. I've got, raise issues. We all know that one. So I'm going to skip the ones that are obvious. Okay. Now, in terms of, as a community member, okay, stepping away from the code, stepping away from the project, just as a community member, which, by the way, is also a contribution to projects, by the way. It's also a contribution to open source, being available to the users, being available to maintainers and the developers of a particular project is also quite a useful contribution. Because if you can imagine, we see that even with Eddie, every now and then he comes on Discord and he's like, gosh, I've got so much to catch up on. There's so many notifications.
Yes, the story of my life.
Yeah, and he's freaking out. But at the same time, every so often he comes on and says, I am so glad you guys are here because I don't know how I would have coped.
Not every so often, every day I'm glad everyone's there.
Exactly.
They're super helpful. Like really supporting is amazing.
Exactly. So that is also a contribution to open source. It's not the code, it's not the writing, It's not the tweeting. It's just being there for the country, for the community. That is also part of contributing to open source. Okay, so you can do all the coding as well as you want to, but you also remember the first rule. It's about the collaboration, and that involves people. So you're collaborating with people, not code, people. Yeah. Okay, so if you can help those people, the ones asking questions, the ones who are doing the coding, the ones who are maintaining, if you can help them in whichever way you can by just being there for the community, that's also a good help. Okay. And oh, by the way, these are my life lessons. Okay, which is why I titled it "How You Can Help When You Feel Inadequate," because these are the things I had to learn. These are the things I had to sort of deal with in my head to be part of the community. Because I'm like, okay, I'm just learning Python. I don't know anything. What am I doing here? But oh, actually, yeah, I could do this. I could do that. So that's all I'm sharing. These are some of the things I had to grapple with as being part of our community. Okay. Then you also have the question of somebody asking for help, and you don't know what they're asking for help on. Okay. Very funny. I saw that one. Okay, someone's asking for help, but you don't know what they're talking about. That was me for, what was it? When did I get here? Yeah, just about 12 o'clock. Okay, for 12 o'clock till 5 o'clock, I had no clue what people were talking about, because it was mostly React, JS, NoSQL, SQL, but I say that in jest, but seriously, I still learned a lot. Because as much as I don't use any of those technologies, I also learned some of the things behind those technologies that I didn't know about, that I thought, oh, hang on, I could look into that. Because I think one example, where's my note here? I made one example from, the Pectinum cucumber. Yeah, I made a note of that because while Eddie was going on and on about it, he mentioned that cucumber isn't just for React. So I thought, oh, okay, I'm going to make a note of that and see if there's an equivalent for Python. So that's something I learned from that. So I don't use JS, but the talk still gave me something I could take away from. Okay. Now, in relation to helping people in the community, biggest fan of, well, it used to be, I'm a biggest fan of Google, but not anymore. Now it's DuckDuckGo for me. Okay. So I don't Google, I DuckDuckGo, because somebody might ask a question in Discord or even in our discussions on GitHub that I don't know the answer to. Okay. But they're there. They need help. They want somebody to assist them in one way or another. Now, sometimes, and this has happened more than once, okay, by merely asking the person one or two questions, they solve the problem themselves. So it's like sometimes they just need somebody to push them. They just need that little push to think about the question they're asking differently. And typically what I do is, if I don't know anything about what they're talking about, right? You get all the usual stuff. So you ask them, what have you done? What are you trying to do? What error messages are you getting? And all the typical things you would expect from a technical question. If I do start a blog, that was going to be my number one pet peeve to put there. It's how to ask questions in a technical sense. Okay. I think Eddie tweeted about that, actually. I was laughing when I saw it yesterday or 2 days ago. I was like, I can't believe he tweeted this, because I was actually thinking about it. How to ask questions, and a lot of people don't know how to do that, which is fine. you help them through it. But at the same time, what I do is I get a hold of their error messages and I Google it myself. Now, by Googling it, one, I may find something they've already seen. Two, because of how I phrase my question, I might find something they didn't get when they did that, you know, and then I can go back to them, not with a solution, but a question based on my search. And that could help them fix their problem, okay? The other thing is also the tracebacks. Yeah, I know what tracebacks are now. Woohoo! The other thing is tracebacks, okay? When you look at the tracebacks, I think, again, we saw another example of it today, where this time I won't mention any names. They had an error message, okay? And what typically happens is when an error message pops up on your screen, it scrolls all the way down to the bottom. So what we tend to do is focus on that part. Like, oh, okay, this is what it's saying. Meanwhile, the main problem was all the way at the top. So you have to scroll all the way to the top to find it, you know, and that's another reason why you ask people to paste the entire error message.
Exactly.
Paste it. Let us see it. Because their focus could be completely wrong. Like they're looking at the bottom, and meanwhile, the main issue is at the top. And that's why if you say paste the whole thing, and they describe what they think the problem is, you might spot that actually they're just looking at the wrong place, because the problem's here, and it actually tells you the problem's here, and then they can go back and fix it. Okay. Let's see. Let's cover
Mikey,
that.
I need to interrupt you here. We're
go
running
on.
a bit over. We're going to have to probably do a dedicated live stream for you, I think. There's so many great tips there. No, it's amazing. But we should have not put you down as a lightning talk. We should have, you should have put you down as a full talk.
Sorry.
It's really awesome. No. Please save those other notes and let's do a live stream dedicated to this. I think it's a great topic. I mean, everyone, let us know in the chat if you'd like to have a whole live stream. Me and Mikey, maybe other people, also Nick and so forth, would like to join the conversation. We can have a panel discussion about it. I think this is really good. We've already got people supporting and saying we need a live stream. So let's do it, Mikey. Let's organize something for the next couple of weeks. Keep that list. I feel so bad for cutting you short because you're on the flow.
No,
this
fine.
is awesome.
That's fine.
This is great stuff. And loads of people saying yes. Fine. So I think that would be really, really good.
That's fantastic.
Let's do it. Mikey, I just want to say a big thank you so much. Everyone do check out Mikey's link in the description below to his GitHub, see what Python stuff he's up to, and also stuff that's outside coding, as Mikey rightfully pointed out. And you can catch Mikey in our Discord too. Mikey, thank you so much. I feel so bad. We're going to do a live stream on it.
No.
Dedicated.
It's perfectly fine. Yeah. I agree.
Dedicated live stream. Therefore, we have no one to push back. We'll be the time is ours.
Perfect. We can do that. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, Mikey.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. We'll catch you soon.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all.
Bye. Okay, next up we have Sam, and it's on Python. Python is for everybody. Let's see if Python is for Eddie. I'm not sure. I want to see if I can put some const and some lets in front of it and see if I don't upset too many Python people. So Sam, hey, awesome to have you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, everything looks good. Are you going to be sharing your screen as well?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. And Nick just says we can drop your talk if we need to catch up on the schedule. Nick, I appreciate that, but no, people have come here for your talk. We need to include it. So thank you so much. Unless you can't make it because everything's pushed back, but hopefully you can. And I know we're all looking forward to your talk, so really, really appreciate it. Yes. So give yourself an intro, and then we'll jump straight into your talk.
Yeah, sure. Myself, Sam Verghese, and I'm from Madhya Pradesh, India. I've just completed my 12th standard with 93% overall, with specialization in computer science. So I've also got admission to NMI MS College and would be pursuing BTech in computer engineering.
Awesome. Congratulations, everyone. Sam's link is in the description below and in the chat and on the screen. So if you want to go follow, or not if you want to, go follow Sam on GitHub and see the awesome things that he's doing. Oh, I love this first slide. Looks great.
Okay. So Python for everybody. And as Eddie says to all viewers, yes, for you too. So Python is a general purpose programming language developed in the year 1991. Google search engine, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all these companies uses Python. According to Stack Overflow for 2020 and 2021, Python is the most wanted language for all the developers. Here is what Google, YouTube, and industries say about Python. According to Google, Python has been an important part of Google since the beginning and remains so as the system grows and evolves. Today, dozens of Google engineers use Python, and they are looking for more people with skills in this language. According to YouTube, Python is fast enough for their site and allows them to produce maintainable features in record time with minimum number of developers. So now let us discuss the history of Python. Python was developed in the year 1991 by a Dutch programmer named Guido van Rossum. He was given the most prestigious title, Benevolent Dictator for Life, because he had the final say in disputes and arguments within the community. So now let me discuss some features of Python, features which differentiates Python from tons of other programming languages. So firstly, Python is both a compiled as well as interpreted programming language. Whenever we execute a Python files have the extension of .py. Then firstly compilation happens and .py file gets converted to .pyc file, which is simply Python bytecodes. Then Python virtual machine interprets .pyc file to give us machine language, and after which we get the output. So in the first stage, compilation happens, and then PVM, Python virtual machine, interprets .pyc file to machine level language. Next, Python is an object-oriented programming language. This means that we do deal with classes and objects in Python. Next, Python is a dynamically typed language. That means the type of value a variable is going to hold is automatically detected during the runtime. So programmers need not mention while writing the program which type of value a variable is going to hold, because this is done automatically during the runtime. Next, Python is a garbage collected programming language. Garbage collection simply aims at reclaiming the memory allocated by the program while it is executing. So in Python, garbage collection happens automatically. Next, Python is a procedural programming language. This means it has a very systematic order of statements and functions. Next, Python is a functional programming language. This means that we can define functions in Python too. What are functions? Functions are block of reusable code. Then Python is a high-level language because it is highly abstracted from the machine language. Now, as we have NPM in JavaScript, which stands for Node Package Manager, likewise we have PyPy in Python. PyPy stands for Python Package Index. PyPy makes it very easy for every developer to find and install softwares developed by the Python community. Here are some of the most famous libraries in Python. We have TensorFlow and PyTorch, which are used for artificial intelligence. Then Pandas, Matplotlib, which are used for data science. Then Django, Flask, which are used for backend development in Python. Next.
Sam, can I interrupt for a second? I just want to say to everyone, we're going to be locking the GitHub discussions for the mini hackathon. So you've literally got 2 minutes to submit your repo, and then the judges are going to start reviewing those. So make sure if you want to participate in a mini hackathon for the other giveaways and prizes, then do submit it right now. Don't waste any time. Okay, Sam, sorry to interrupt. Please carry on. This is awesome. I'm learning a lot more about Python. So this is great.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Next. Python is a general purpose programming language. That means we can code almost anything that pops upon our mind. Python is very famous for artificial intelligence. Some of the most famous libraries like TensorFlow, PyTorch are used to write artificially intelligent programs in Python. Google's search engine and YouTube's recommendation uses Python to write artificially intelligent programs easily. Python is also very famous for data science. Pandas, Matplotlib are some of the most famous libraries to work in the field of data science with Python. So, its application, Spotify uses Python in order to analyze the data that it gets from its users. Next, Python is also very famous in the field of web development. We have Django, which is used for both front-end and back-end in Python. Then Flask, which is used for back-end development in Python. Then Python can also be used to make GUIs, graphical user interface. Some of the famous libraries, PyQt5 and Kinter, helps us in making GUIs. Now, let me discuss the pros and cons of Python. Starting with pros, Python is a very easy programming language, easy to learn, read, and write. It is very easy to pick up and is mostly recommended to beginners as their first programming language. Using Python also improves our productivity because now the developers would need not worry about their syntax and the behavior of the programming language. Because of the simplicity of Python, they can work more on problem solving. Next, because Python is an interpreted programming language, this means that whenever PVM, Python virtual machine, detects any error during the runtime, then immediately the execution of code is going to terminate. This means that we would only be getting one error at a time. That means the debugging process becomes very simple. Then, Python is a dynamically typed programming language. So, programmers now would not require to write to write in the program the type of value a variable is going to inherit, because it is automatically detected during the runtime. Next, the biggest advantage, Python is a free and open source programming language. It uses OSI approved license. This makes it free to use as well as to distribute. Then, Python has a vast library support. PyPy has total 322,255 libraries till yet, which makes working with Python even more exciting and simple. Then, Python programs are also very easily portable. When we code in C or C++, then we might need to change our program in order to execute it on different machines. But this is not the case with Python. In Python, you write once and execute it anywhere. Now let me discuss some disadvantages of Python. So, Python is a slow language. Why? Because it is a dynamically typed interpreted programming language. Therefore, there are tons of checks that happen during the runtime, which makes Python slow. Next, Python is also not very memory efficient. Because memory management takes place automatically, therefore Python might not be the best choice if memory optimization is our priority. Now, let me discuss what Stack Overflow's developer survey of 2021 says about Python. So, in terms of popularity, Python ranks in number 3rd, wherein 48.24% of all the developers use Python. Next, in terms of loved library, we have NumPy, Pandas, TensorFlow, Keras, and PyTorch that have a pretty decent rank. So it is not only Python, but also its libraries that are growing in popularity. Next, Python for the year 2020 as well as 2021 is the most wanted programming language for all the developers. For the year 2021, 19.04% of all the developers want to use Python. Next, in terms of salary, Python developers have a pretty decent salary. They have the annual salary of Python developers is $59,454. Next, in terms of open source, Python is the second most popular language. So, in the end, let me address this very important question. Should I learn Python? So, my recommendation would be do learn Python. Learning Python only requires a week or two. It is also a general purpose programming language. This means that you can code almost anything that you want. And coding in Python also makes our program run in a very less number of lines as compared to when we use the languages like C or C++. Thank you, Eddie. That's it.
Awesome talk. Thank you so much. That's really great. It's great to see the history of Python. I liked how you looked at it from the open source point of view, the usage point of view, the money point of view. It's great to see that. And that's really, really interesting. Thank you so much for doing that. It was a really great talk. I know we've had... it's helped a lot of people in the chat as well. And everyone show some... say thank you to Sam in the chat for that great talk. It was really interesting. I know I learned a lot, so that was really, really good. And while everyone is doing that, don't forget to submit your hackathons. We are closing the GitHub discussion any second now. I know I'm keeping it open for a few more seconds because someone said they're going to submit it right now. So I'm waiting to see it be submitted, but we will lock it soon. So yes, Sam, thank you again so much. Really appreciate it. Everyone, Sam's link, GitHub link is in the description below. And yes, do follow Sam on social on GitHub as well. Thank you so much, Sam. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll catch you soon. Okay, next up, we are running, I think, about 20 minutes late. So apologies for that. Next up, we have Nick. And Nick doesn't really need an entrance. You all know Nick really well. So Nick, thank you so much for doing this lightning talk. We're super excited to learn more about Becca. BeccaBot runs in so many Discord servers, including Eddie Hub. How many servers is it on now, Nick?
52 now.
52. I was going to guess about 40, 42, but 52. That's epic. And Nick works for Free Code Camp, does so many open source projects. I think has like over 10,000 open source contributions. Maybe probably 11 now. I don't know. I can't keep up. But Nick, please give yourself an intro. Everyone probably knows you already because you're the mod in our server. You're super active. But if anyone new who doesn't know you, please give yourself an intro.
I'm NH Kerrigan on Discord, GitHub, Twitter, pretty much everywhere. I have, I'm a developer for Free Code Camp, the community manager for StreamCode, and a bot developer for Malicious6. And then when I'm not doing all of that, I write my own Discord bot and open source projects. And today we are going to show Eddie how slash commands work.
Oh, yes. Super excited about this.
Yes.
This is great.
And so Discord is rolling out a change, and I think it's coming in about 8 months now, where bots that operate at more than 100 servers, which require a verification, will need to apply for extra permission to see the content of messages. And this is to address some privacy concerns with bots being able to see every message that's ever been sent in a server. And so Discord is strongly encouraging people to move to slash commands. So for those who don't know, we're going to give this a shot here. We tested our tech, and then I went and got a second monitor. So we'll see if this screen share. Hey, look at that. Okay.
While you're bringing that up, everyone, Nick's GitHub link is in the description below, in the chat on the side, and on the screen. Go follow Nick on GitHub. You will not regret it.
So many of you are probably familiar if you've used Discord with bots that you type something and you say ping, and the bot responds with pong. Now, if you aren't familiar, the new slash command looks like this. You type slash and you get a list of the built-in Discord slash commands, as well as the slash commands that are available on the bots in the server. And so I put together one very quick slash command here. So we hit enter, and the bot responds with happy birthday, Eddie.
That's awesome.
And let's go over the code for how that works. So
I want to say this. Take a screenshot and tag me on socials, and I can reshare that. So hopefully someone can
here,
grab.
take a screenshot, somebody.
Yeah, pull a face, Nick.
Give a couple of seconds here for that.
Perfect.
Okay, so using Discord.js, typically you have your token, and this is a demo that I slapped together in 15 minutes. So normally I validate that the token exists instead of coercing it to a string, but I'm coercing it to a string here. And then you need to instantiate your Discord client, and the client is basically the user that the user that represents the bot when it connects to Discord. And in Discord.js version 13, you have to specify your intents. And so the intents are essentially telling Discord what gateway events you're going to listen to. So in this case, I listen to guilds and guild messages, which allows this bot to see the guilds that the servers that it leaves, joins, and is currently in, and then the messages that happen in those servers. And I needed that to trigger the message, the ping. And your typical bot, Eddie bot, probably listens for the message event, which is now message create in Discord JS 13, and then checks to see if the content has the command, and then responds with a command. And in with slash commands, you listen for interaction create. And interaction create covers a slash command, it covers a button, it covers a select menu, and it covers a context menu. And we're just going to talk about slash commands today because there's a lot of new stuff, and I cannot cover all of it in 15 minutes. So my first check is it a command? Is the interaction the bot receives a command? If it's not, it's a button or it's a context menu or one of the other options. And then if it is a command, is the name of the command EddieCon? And if it is, run it. So when I create the interaction, the format I use, which follows the Discord.js guide, is an object. And the object has two properties. The first is the data property, which takes, I use the slash command builder to construct a new slash command for me. I set the name of the slash command, and then I set the description. And the description is what shows up in probably too small to see on the stream.
No, I can see that's good.
The little text below the command.
So cool.
And then I have my run property on this object, and the run property is where I put all of the logic for the command. So I take the interaction as a parameter, and then I defer the reply. And with a slash command, you have to respond within 3 seconds, or Discord will take it as an error. With the defer reply method, I send the library sends a response for me and tells Discord show the bot is thinking message, and that gives me 15 minutes now instead of 3 seconds to run all of my command logic. And the command logic for this is super easy. I create a new message embed. I set the title Happy Birthday Eddie. I set the image to the URL for that fun Miku dancing GIF. And then I edit the reply because you can't reply to an interaction more than once. So I edit the reply that I sent as defer reply and add the embed that I created. So now we're going to get into the fancy stuff. So if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to change it so that instead of happy birthday Eddie, we could use this command to say happy birthday to whoever. So we want to say happy birthday to someone in our Discord server, which means we want a user. So we're going to add a user option. And it's a callback. So it's an option, and we're going to set the name to user. And we're going to set the description to the user to say happy birthday to.
Slash commands are looking awesome though. I really like them.
And then we're going to update, and we're going to say set required. This is a required option, so we have to have a user. And we're going to say const user equals interaction options get user, and we take the name of our option, which is user. And now we need to use that. Happy birthday, user, username. And even though we know it's required, TypeScript is still thinking that it could be not required because TypeScript doesn't know that this means it will always be there. And in theory, well, the Discord client will get mad at you if you try to use a command without the required option. I suppose it's still possible, and I would always recommend check that this value is actually there. But for this demo, we don't need to do that. So now that we've updated our command, when we start the bot, I instantiate a Discord.js REST client using version 9 of the API, which is the latest version. And then I set the token, which is the same as the bot token, to authenticate my API calls. And then I have to send a put request to update my slash commands so that Discord knows that I've changed them. And I use the Discord API types library with version 9 to use the routes object and grab the application guild commands. And essentially, this builds a route for me. So I don't have to construct a URL. It constructs the API endpoint for me. And the first command or first argument it takes for guild commands is my bot's client ID, which you get in developer mode by copy ID. And then the second is the guild ID. So slash commands can be registered at 2 levels. They can be registered at the guild level, which means they will only be available in one guild. And these changes happen instantly. So guild commands are great for local development testing, as well as for, if you have a private bot that you're only going to keep in one server, this works really well for that. Because global commands, which take an hour to update, are available everywhere.
Okay.
And then the body is an array of your interaction objects. And with the builder, the slash command builder, the result of all of this has a toJSON method that converts it to the JSON that the API expects. So I just convert it to JSON, stick it in an array, and send it. So if we rebuild and restart this.
People are commenting on your theme, Nick. Nick always has a super customized theme. Definitely with the purple.
We will zoom this in. So we'll close it. We will build it.
I don't know if Nick can hear me.
We will start it.
Can you hear me, Sarah? Okay.
And now I have EddieCon, and it automatically asks for a user. And if I try to send it without anything, it'll get mad. But if we send it, it'll now say happy birthday testbot.
That is so awesome. I love that.
Yeah, that's pretty much slash commands.
I think slash commands are definitely taking it to the next level. It's something we'll have to look at for EddieBot as well.
Just a little bit of time left. We can look at Becca's code, which was pretty similar, just more complex. So, a slash command, all of my objects follow the same. I built an interface. The data, which is one of the slash commands, and then the run, which takes my client, my interaction, and then the config object is the server's custom settings object, just so I fetch it once and then pass it around as needed. But then we have subcommands here. So, the top level command is Becca, and then the subcommands each create a separate slash command. So you do /Becca ping, /Becca help, /Becca about. And this allows me to group things together and helps keep me under the limits. So with slash commands, you can have a maximum of 25 top level commands, and then each command can have 25 subcommands.
Oh, so there's a limit.
There is a limit, which, Becca has a lot of commands and I'm nowhere near that limit. So it's a pretty sizable limit.
Okay.
As long as you structure things correctly. If I made every single one of these a top level command, I would have hit the limit about halfway through.
Got you. That's
and then
awesome.
on load, rather than creating an array of all of my command objects and exporting them and importing them, utilities. I have a module here that basically reads the command directory and dynamically imports each command from the files in that directory. And then it returns that array that I can then pass to another module to post it, or to put it to the endpoint. So if I add a new command here in the command directory, it'll automatically import it for me, which is great because when I don't do that, I forget to import everything.
Yeah, exactly. Dynamic importing is really good.
And then I have a logic flag here. If my environment is set to production, then the code will post it as application command, so it's global. But if it's not production, then it will only post it to guild commands. So, when I'm running in a development instance, I can see my changes immediately and only on one server and not have to worry about screwing up everything.
That's a really good idea as well, having different things for production. So you get it changes quickly, you can test it quickly and doesn't affect anybody else. We have some questions in the chat, Nick. So one question from Mikey is Becca on GitHub? I'm pretty confident to say yes, it is.
Yes, let me drop the link.
Yeah, do the link. That's cool. And then Avinash is asking, great exclamation, Nick, would you mind sharing the link to the docs and the repo if there is one? Couldn't find much on /commands with Discord.js.
Yes, Discord.js. Let me grab.
Awesome. It's so interesting to see it. /commands just look so much more user-friendly as well. We don't have to write help so much. We don't have to know what parameters. I really like it how it kind of prompted the user. I think that is great.
Yeah, the UI is great for /commands. And then I will also drop my server link in case you want to play with Becca.
This is chat.nhcarrigan.com is Nick's Discord server as well. So that will redirect to a Discord link. So do go check that out.
Yes, and that's powered by a Cloudflare worker, so I can have HTTPS.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. Nick, thank you so much for answering the question on Morgan Winston in the chat as well. That's great. Thank you so much for the demo. I'm really excited. I need to find time in the next few weeks to get into /commands. It does look awesome. I know you converted yours like you were a machine. You focused on it and you converted it really quickly.
Took about a week.
And you have a lot more commands than we do, so we hopefully can catch up soon.
I think I'm seeing a live stream in the future. We can pair up and tackle that.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. At least on a branch, so maybe start it off, and other people can then do the other features as well. I think once the foundations is in, it's easier for people to contribute.
Yes, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you again so much, Nick. For the conscious of time, I'm going to be rude, and I'd love to geek out if you chat to you more, but I'm going to boot you off in a moment. Thank you so much.
Go for it. We could talk forever. So
we could. Thank you so much, Nick. Everyone, don't forget to follow Nick. Links in the chat and also link in the description below as well. So thank you again so much, Nick. I really appreciate it.
Cheers, everyone.
Thanks. Bye. So next up, we have Shruti. So this is going to be GraphQL Basics, like an intro to it. I'm super excited because I don't know much about GraphQL. I know the basic principle of it, but I don't really know how it works. Or anyway, let's hear more from Shruti. So for those of you who don't know who Shruti is, she's huge in the community, really big on Twitter, works with PayPal, like so many awesome things going on. I see you doing talks all the time, but Shruti, please give yourself a much better intro than I did. I did have everyone's intro on my screen next to my camera, but that's kind of turned off, so I'm a bit stuck. So I'm making these up as I go along.
No worries. Before I give my intro, happy birthday, Eddie.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This has been an amazing birthday. I mean, just to geek out with everyone in the community on chat, amazing people like yourself on the live. It has been wonderful. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, this is a great way to celebrate your birthday. What better way to give back to the community? But I'll give my formal introduction. Hey, everybody. My name is Shruti Kapoor. I'm a senior software engineer at PayPal. Today, I'm going to be talking about GraphQL. And I know a lot of people have some confusions about GraphQL. Some people would have heard about GraphQL. But this would be a good refresher for anybody who's already heard of GraphQL, but also a good crash course for anybody who has heard of GraphQL but doesn't know much about it.
I think, most people have heard of it, but don't know much about it. I think that's like 98% of everybody. But before I forget, everyone, don't forget Shruti's link is in the chat, in the description below. And I'm just bringing it up on the screen as well. Go follow Shruti on GitHub. Shall I share are you going to share your screen? Should we bring that up?
I'm going to share my screen now in just one moment.
And you're getting lots of hi from people in the chat. Love the support that everyone gives. It's amazing. It's so good. Thank you, everybody. Perfect. Let's bring that up on screen. Okay. Crash course. This is exactly what I need. This is perfect.
All right. Is everybody ready?
Everyone write ready in the chat if you're ready.
I've got my comments here because I cannot see the screen. So I've got my comments here. So if I'm looking at my phone, it's not that I'm texting anybody. I'm looking at the comments. All right. Let's get started, everyone. So today we're going to give a crash course on GraphQL. So here's what we're going to talk about. I'll talk about a brief definition of what is GraphQL, explain what GraphQL means in simple terms and in the technical terms. We'll talk about how it compares with REST. I think most of you would have heard of REST, so I'll talk about how you can think of a GraphQL API in terms of REST API. Then we can talk about how to integrate with a GraphQL API, how to consume a GraphQL API, the technical bits of it. And then I'll talk about some advantages and disadvantages of GraphQL. When you may want to use GraphQL, when would REST API be a better alternative? Before I get started, here's a formal introduction again. My name is Shruti Kapoor and I work at PayPal. You can find me on Twitter at ShrutiKapoor08, or you can also find me on Twitch live streaming at twitch.tv/Shruti Kapoor. I also send out newsletters related to some JavaScript tidbits, GraphQL bits. So if you're interested, you can find that on bit.ly/Shruti newsletter. If you've been following me on Twitter or you know anything about me, you know that I love dev jokes. So of course we have to have dev jokes here. So how it's going to work is I'm going to ask you a question and you can put the comment in the comments and you can put the answer in the comments. I will have it here. So I'll take a look. So the first question for you is, how do you comfort a JavaScript bug? And I'll give you like 10 seconds to answer. So I'm watching. So how do you comfort a JavaScript bug?
I don't know. I'm really looking forward to the answers as well. I'm not sure.
You can also guess, Eddie.
I see everyone's ready in the chat though. So that was a good, positive feedback. I don't know about what people's answers will be like. Oh, was a good one. Is that correct?
Abhishek Chaudhary, console it. That is correct. First winner, you console it. All right, next question. Let's see if we can get this. How do programmers cheer?
Like you just did? With
Yes,
the
like
hand
that.
above the head. Yeah.
Abhishek says, do I get swags now? Oh, damn. I wish if this was in person, I would have definitely brought swag.
We are doing some giveaways after Kushi, after Shruti, and then we'll be doing all the giveaways then. I think we didn't get time to fit it in during the day. So we do have giveaways to have, including cash prizes. So judges are looking at the hackathon projects at the moment.
Awesome. Okay. How do programmers cheers when they fix a bug? That's a good one. By fighting with them? By crying? By TLS handshake? Ooh, that's a good one. I like that. They cheer by hip hip hooray. Okay, last one. Why do functions always break up?
What was the right answer for the last one, by the way?
Hip hip hooray.
Oh, it was hip hip hooray. Sorry, I missed it on the screen. Okay.
Okay, why do functions always break up?
These are really hard.
You got it. I know it.
What do you think, Sarah? Tell me.
Because they're out of scope? Oh, because why not? They've their scopes to live. They just return a promise. Oh, that's a good one.
Because they don't return a promise.
Have constant
maybe.
Arguments. Abhishek, you win again. Abhishek is the
Seriously? Wow.
Because they have constant arguments. Abhishek, you're a pro. All right.
Nice.
So if you want more dev jokes, go to my GitHub. I got tons of them over there. All right. But to be honest, on a personal note, I know like working in this pandemic is really hard, and we're all like sitting in our rooms and watching this conference. If this was in real life, this would have been so much fun. And pandemic fatigue is real. Like we're sitting back behind our screens trying to still be productive while living in this pandemic and taking care of our family. So I get it. It's really hard. And I really miss normal times. I really miss like interacting with people and like going to cafes and like working there and like going to offices and working there. And it's just a lot more interactive and a lot more collaborative and a lot more motivational to work with other people. And so I noticed like when in the beginning of this year, I was so burnt out. Like I had no motivation left to even work on my side projects at all. I would just like work on my work and then come back and 5 o'clock, that's it, done, no more touching the laptop. So I was never like working on my side projects, never had that motivation at all. And I was like, I'm pretty sure other people are feeling the same way. So that's the reason that I created live streaming on Twitch, which is actually a co-working space for everybody to come and work on their side projects. So if you've been feeling demotivated, I would invite you to come and work with other people as well on the live stream. With that, let's get into the crash course. So if you're sitting in the audience thinking, oh my God, what is this GraphQL? Like I've heard of this and like, but what is this? Is it like similar to Graph? Is it like a SQL thing? Don't worry, I got you. At the end of this talk, everything will be clear. So first of all, let's talk about what is GraphQL. I'll tell you what GraphQL means in like simple terms. Then we'll talk about the official definition. We'll talk about who in the community is using GraphQL, what companies are using GraphQL, some main advantages of why GraphQL became so popular, and then we'll talk about the terminology of GraphQL. So in simple terms, GraphQL is kind of like you go to a make your own pizza place. So you go to a place, you pick your own toppings, you pick cheese, you pick the base, you pick the sauce. And then when the pizza is done, you get exactly the toppings that you asked for. And you don't get any like shitty toppings like tomato. Whereas with Rest, it's kind of like you order from the menu items and then there may be some tomatoes or some pickles on it. So you have to like manually pick it out. But in
that is such a good analogy. I really, really like that.
Right? I don't like tomatoes if you didn't get that.
Yeah, I don't either. So this is perfect.
But in technical terms, GraphQL can be kind of broken down into like graph and QL. So the graph in that word means data is being represented as a graph. And what that means is think of how your data, like one field relates to another field. So let's say that you have a library. Within a library, you would have books, you would have authors, you would have a collection. So think of how those data types relate with each other. That's what the graph in GraphQL means. So we'll have like a library type, then we'll have like a book type, and then we'll have like an author type. So a book type may refer to an author type. An author type may refer to multiple books. So that's the relationship between data that you're drawing, and that's what graph in GraphQL means. And then the QL stands for query language. So it basically means it provides you a query language to query that graph type of data. QL doesn't mean like SQL type technology, but it's just a way of querying for that data. So in technical terms, GraphQL is a query language for APIs. The definition is actually also it's a query language for APIs and a runtime for fulfilling those queries with the existing data. It provides a complete and understandable description of the data in your API, gives clients the power to ask for exactly what they need and nothing more, and makes it easier to evolve APIs over time and enables powerful developer tools. That's a handful of words, but the most important part I think that is in there in this definition is that it gives the clients the power to ask for exactly what they need and nothing more. In other words, GraphQL specifies how to call an API, but then also gives a mechanism to fulfill that call. So it'll give you a specific type of syntax to call an API, and the API would be a GraphQL API. And then it provides in the background a mechanism to parse that query and to provide the data back to you. Now let's take a look at who in the community is using GraphQL. GraphQL is now really popular, and if you can see in the second column, second row here, there's so many companies that are using GraphQL out there in production. There's all these like big companies. Facebook was the company who launched GraphQL, but since then there's been so many companies using GraphQL like Lyft and PayPal and Twitter and Netflix and Airbnb. It's hugely popular in the community. There's also the GraphQL Foundation members, which help in maintaining the GraphQL spec. So it is an open source spec, but it is also being maintained by the foundation members. There's tons of tools out there that support GraphQL. GraphQL is available in different languages as well. So there's a specific one that I'm super interested in. That's the JavaScript specification. That is available at GraphQL/GraphQL.js. So if you're interested in JavaScript, this is the library you'd be using. But if you're using Kotlin or Java or Go, there's specific libraries for using GraphQL in that as well. One thing that most people do not realize when they are starting with GraphQL is that you do not install npm install GraphQL. GraphQL is a specification, so you'd install a library that implements that specification. So in this case, you'd install GraphQL.js, which is a library that implements GraphQL specification in JavaScript. And basically what the library is doing is it's receiving your query, it's parsing it, and it's sending the data back to you. So that GraphQL.js is the mechanism to give data back. According to a survey by State of JS in 2020, GraphQL is the language. GraphQL is this technology that most developers want to learn. So if you've been hearing about GraphQL, this is a really good time to get into GraphQL. There's tons of tools out there in the community as well, developed by the community that are widely used. Some of the ones that I find really useful are Express GraphQL. That's for starting a backend API, like the GraphQL API. Apollo, that's a full stack solution. Prisma, that is heavily used in the backend side. Hasura, that's also used on the database layer. And dgraph, which is also used on the database layer. There's also tools like GraphQL. It's an open source tool that helps to query APIs. And as you can see on the left side, so we fired a query, and I'll talk about the syntax of this in a bit, but we fired the query on the left side, and on the right side, right away, we get the data back. So it's like a really nice interactive way of exploring the GraphQL API. And anytime I've shown this graphical tool to people, they just immediately get the advantage of exploring an API with the help of this tool. It's really easy to see how on the right side, if you see here, like all the documentation is right where you are you're exploring. So it's kind of like having your documentation merged with Postman. So you have everything in your hand while you're exploring the API, while you're firing requests. There's also GraphQL editor, which helps you make this GraphQL API in kind of like a drag and drop sort of way. And it's really cool if you're mocking the backend of GraphQL API. But there's also Playground, which is kind of like a nicer graphical. The experience of Playground is also really cool. But before we dive any further, let's talk about the terminology so you're not confused about what I'm talking about. So there's 4 main things in GraphQL. There's the schema, the queries and mutations, and then resolvers. So let's first talk about schema. So schema is actually the full definition or the full encyclopedia of what the GraphQL query or the GraphQL API supports. So it's a set of types which completely describes everything that's possible by the API. If a function or if a, let's say, mutation query is not supported or not given in the schema, it is not supported by the GraphQL API. So it's a complete and exhaustive list of everything that the GraphQL API supports. So for example, if you're looking at schema, may look something like this. So schema is what defines the type, like we said in the definition. It's a set of types which describes the set of possible data. So basically, if you look on the left side, we've got type character. So we're telling the API that we're going to have type character, and then we're going to have a type starship. They may relate with each other, and in the definition of that type would specify all the fields that are part of that type. So if we go back to the example that I was talking about regarding the library, think of this as a type library, a type book, a type author, and then within that we'll specify what fields are being used. So it could be a name, which would be a type of string, books, which would be a type of book, and so on. So schema is how you define what types are supported by the GraphQL API. Then the next bit is the query. The query is actually how you receive data from the API. So on the left side here, we are querying for a hero, but the specific field that we want is name. And then on the next line, we're querying for a droid, but the specific ID that we want is 2000. So what happens is when we fire this request, GraphQL will look at the specific queries, the specific fields that you've asked for, and only give you back those queries. So for the droid, you asked the specific ID, 2000. So that's the name that we got. For the hero, you asked for the name. So it'll give you R2D2. So if you know about REST, then query can kind of relate to GET. So query is actually like firing a GET request. Query is only used to get data from the API. So it's similar to GET in REST. Then the next bit is resolvers. So resolvers are actually functions that resolve the data. So any magic that is happening in GraphQL is actually being done by resolvers. And you can think of resolvers as the same way you use a REST API and implement that function. So if you've got like get users in REST API, you'd have a function on your Java layer or wherever you're implementing your REST API to give you back that data if get user is called. And that's the same thing as resolvers. One cool thing in GraphQL is that every single field would have a resolver, whether you specify it or not. So if you do not specify it, a default resolver is given back. But if you do specify it, then that specific resolver is given back. So for example, let's see here. Let's say that we've got a type user. We've got 3 fields here, given name, family name, and addresses. And the resolver that we write for it is right here. So we've given a given name resolver. And what we're doing is, if we've got a given name, we just give back given name. If you've got a family name, we just give back family name. These are like default resolvers. So this is exactly how it'll come back from the GraphQL.js application library. But let's say that for addresses, we want to define a custom resolver. Then we can write a function that specifically filters the addresses and gives back information for addresses. So you get default resolvers out of the box. But if you want to write custom resolvers, you can do that as well. Now, we've been talking about GraphQL, so let's also quickly talk about how it relates to REST. We'll talk about what's the difference.
Sorry to interrupt. Did not know about the resolvers. This makes it even more powerful than I thought it was. I just thought it was about joining data and all the rest, but
yeah,
it can do so much more than I guess we know about. So that's really, really awesome. Thank you so much for that part.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about resolvers is like any magic can be done here. So like let's say that you've got like 5 different APIs you want to call. You can use a resolver like here in addresses, you can be calling like 5 different APIs, but for your client, they only see the one GraphQL endpoint. But in the back end, you're doing the magic of calling like 5 APIs.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so resolvers are really powerful. They can do all the magic for you in the GraphQL API.
That's really, really nice.
Okay, so let's talk about. I think most of you are familiar with REST, so it'll be nice to talk about like how it compares with REST, specifically like firing a REST request versus a GraphQL request, and when you should probably use REST and when GraphQL may not be a right candidate for you. Okay, so if you've heard of REST and you want to compare that with GraphQL, it's kind of like an alternative to REST APIs. So there would be a GraphQL API, there would be REST APIs, there's gRPC APIs. So it's kind of like one of those alternatives to REST APIs. One of the cool things, like I was just mentioning, is that REST APIs and GraphQL APIs can live together. So you don't have to like burn all of your REST APIs just to build a GraphQL API. They can all live together. They can also live on top of each other. So you can like have a REST API and orchestrate it with a GraphQL API. That's one of the cool things of having multiple APIs. So like I was saying, if query is related to a get, mutation is related to a post and delete. We didn't talk about mutation too much, but if you understood query, mutation is the same thing, except the only difference is that instead of just receiving data, you're actually modifying data as well. So it's kind of like put, post, delete in a REST API. But here's something that I want to show you, which is where I think the power of GraphQL really comes in. So let's say that I'm a client and I'm integrating with an API. Let's say that I want to get the user's account. So I've looked at the documentation and I found out that /customer/account is the API that I want to call. So let's say that that's the API I want to call. But then what it turns out is that before I call that API, I also need like 5 different other fields. So I need to first authorize myself, but then also I need the ID because account accepts an ID. Let's just say I found that out. Then I need to pass that down to account details if I need like username or something. And then further on, if I want to display like notifications or anything related to the user profile, I'll have to fetch another API. So what happens is first I'll resolve auth, then I'll take that data and send it back to other APIs. Like for example, I send it to user ID, account details, and so on. Now they all resolve and they all send me the data back. They all send me an object back. And then finally, I can resolve my account API. So there was like 5 different APIs that I had to call on the client side as a customer. Now, in comparison to REST, in comparison to GraphQL, what I'll have to do is I'll have the endpoint like paypal.com/GraphQL. I'll have the one endpoint. So I'll send my data over, I'll send my query over to the endpoint. And then the endpoint does the job of giving back all of that data and figuring out where to get that data from. And so it gives me back my object and that's it. Like I don't have to call any other APIs. And I think that's really cool. Like as a client, it orchestrates all of that difficulty and complexity away from me. So I don't have to do the job of like figuring out which API I need to call. The GraphQL endpoint can do that for you.
That is
No.
very cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
When you're listing those out, I was like, I think you've just seen all my projects where you have to go, cool, like wait for this, wait for that. And those can be synchronously, they can be asynchronously, but in a promise all, but they can't because I can't do those 3 until I get that ID. So yes,
Exactly.
perfect.
It's a secret. It's actually my project. Okay, and then here's something that will make a lot more sense. So with REST API, let's say you've got an endpoint /API/user/123. You can, if you just want to like get the data for that, let's say it's all authentic, like you don't have to be authenticated or anything. You just send a curl request in your terminal, right? So you just curl, send the API, specify you want JSON format, simple. With GraphQL, it's funny because it's similar as well. The only additional bit is you want to specify the field that you're looking for, and that goes in the data field. So that is /data, --data, and then you specify your query or your mutation there. So you can do a curl, and you can do a curl with the API endpoint, the /GraphQL endpoint, and the only thing additional is the query. Super cool. Now, let's say that we want to implement the GraphQL endpoint. So let's say that we've got a type of query. We've got get user. And the specific field that it accepts always is an ID of string. So now here we're going to specify the resolver. So we've got a type of query. We've seen how to do types. Then in second box, we're specifying the resolver of this field. So let's say that our query was get user. We'll define a function get user, which accepts the arguments. And here we can do anything that we want to do. So let's say the sample, we fetch a database, we fetch an API, and then the ID that we get back or the name that we get back is sample name. And then when we send that data back on the client side, it'll look something like the third box. So if the exact field that they queried for was name, then the field that they'll get back is the name with the data of sample name. So again, we specify the query type. We say that get user is the field that you'll be, or the query that you'll be accessing. Then we specify the resolver. It's just like a simple function that calls an API. And then when we send the data back, it comes back as part of the data object. So that's implementing the GraphQL API. Now, in a nutshell, I know this slide has a lot of text, so we're just going to glance over it. REST has multiple endpoints. GraphQL has one endpoint. REST supports put, get, post, delete, patch. GraphQL supports query, mutation, and subscription. REST endpoints supports like 200, 400, 500 level status codes. GraphQL only has 200 level status code. And this is something that we'll talk about in a disadvantage in a little bit. In REST endpoints, oftentimes you'll have to do multiple round trips in order to get the data that you need. But in GraphQL, the GraphQL endpoint will do the job of determining which endpoint needs to be called and send you back the data that you asked for. In REST, the shape of the data is determined by the server. So if you asked for 5 different fields, like if you only needed 5 different fields, but the REST server sends you 20, you don't have control over changing that. But in GraphQL, you can specify the exact shape that you need, and GraphQL will respond back with the shape that you asked for. So this way, on the client side, you don't have to do as much formatting as you would. And I know I'm running over time, so I'm going to go fast. When to use GraphQL? So I think a best approach to using GraphQL, or like a best use case for using GraphQL, is when you have multiple downstream APIs. Like we were just talking about in resolvers, you can have multiple different APIs being called in the same resolver, and your client doesn't have to worry about figuring out the complexity. Another good place is when you have too much data coming back from your downstream API, but on the client side, you're only using a few fields, like 5 different fields instead of 20 that the REST API is giving back. That's when you can convert into a GraphQL API. And when you want to build like a UI first API, so your UI is the one that's dominating how your API should be built, GraphQL is a really good candidate. I'm going to move on to when you should not use GraphQL. We just talked about that everything in GraphQL should be a 200. So that's something that can kind of become hard when most of your libraries or most of your tools are relying on the status code of the response. Sometimes in enterprises, most of the tools would be looking at the status code of what the response is and then kind of like use it for parsing or logging and things like that. In that, there's an additional overhead because now everything is a 200, even if it's an error or even if it's a terminal error. So in that cases, you have to do some bit of additional work. And if you are heavily using the status codes, then REST is a better approach. Another really big one is because you need to specify your schema upfront. If you are building like a public API that somebody may use, you don't exactly know what data they may ask for. So at that point, it becomes really hard to specify the schema. And so at that point, REST is usually a better approach. Okay, I'm going to quickly talk about why we use GraphQL at PayPal. We were dealing with a lot of problems with versioned APIs. We had multiple versions of API being living in production. So V1, V2, but anytime we would update an API, we were wondering like if we should update it in the current API and introduce breaking changes, or maybe launch a new version and then, like force our clients to upgrade with the new version or like integrate with the new version. Anytime we would add data, we would think of like, should we add it to a new endpoint, or should we add a query param, or should we add it to an existing endpoint and just send it as is? We also noticed that we were sending too much data to our clients, which was another problem that we noticed we couldn't like get away from because of REST. And also like finding out exactly which endpoint to use, because there were so many, like just to call one endpoint, you'd have to explore 5 different endpoints. That was just too complex for our clients. And that's when we started thinking of GraphQL, because with GraphQL, it helps you ask for exactly the fields that you need. And as developers, we also think in terms of fields. We don't think in terms of like resource endpoints or like joins of data. And so that's why GraphQL came to be like a really good candidate for us. So why GraphQL? Because it gives you one endpoint. You don't have to worry about version APIs. It's very easy to add and deprecate fields, and it gives you small payloads that you don't have to format on the client side anymore. As a developer, it was also really cool because we were able to see some really cool developer tooling with the help of GraphQL and Playground and GraphQL editor tools. And as developers, we got the pain of like, we understood how hard it was to build a GraphQL, to like build REST APIs and consume REST APIs. So for a developer, the productivity really increased by introducing these tools. So developers were really happy. Now, if you want to learn GraphQL, I feel like there aren't no prereqs required. There's no prerequisite to learning GraphQL, but these things definitely help. Fundamentals of API development, some history of REST APIs really helps to kind of compare and put yourself in a mental model of how this compares with REST. HTTP and HTTPS, just sending data over HTTP and HTTPS. And a language of choice that you want to implement GraphQL API in. So for example, JavaScript, Go, Python, Kotlin, one of those. Some resources that you can use to learn GraphQL is graphql.org, which is the official documentation. It's really good. How to GraphQL. It's a really great resource. GraphQL book by Eve Parcello. This is a really cool book of like helping you understand the technology, the terminology behind GraphQL. And she puts in a very like beginner friendly way. There's also a Udemy course in by Stephen Kreider, which is really helpful, especially if you're a front-end developer and looking to interact with or like consume a GraphQL API. With that, thank you so much, everybody. Again, if you have any questions, if you want the slides, you can find them. You can find me on all of these handles. I will be publishing the slides afterwards as well on my GitHub. So if you're interested, you can find them out here. Before I leave, one last dev joke.
I saw you tweet this actually, and it really made me giggle. I think I was eating food at the time. I think I might have spat my food out because it just wasn't what I thought, and it was very, very funny. I like that. 4th of Feb. Yes, I was in cold UK and I spat my hot food out. Yeah, really, really good. And what an amazing talk. I mean, you should have seen the comments have been super positive. You know, it ended so fast. People are asking for, I mean, bring it up on the screen. I don't know if you saw, but I don't know if I can find it in the history now. Oh, but people were asking for... people were asking for another live stream where we can go into more details, and I said yes. We have been talking about that. So hopefully when you get time, we can do probably a deep dive into GraphQL. We did a workshop earlier on DataStax, and their AstraDB supports GraphQL, and I haven't explored it at all. So maybe it's something we could do with that, because we've got some of our community data in there. It'd be quite interesting to see. We've got some REST calls coming from our API. If we could make some GraphQL calls and just see how how it compares, it'd be really interesting. And we can keep it quite loose in that we don't plan too much. We just explore it with the community and see what we can figure out. So everyone's giving loads of support in the chat. I think that's great. Really, really awesome to have you here and join us. Thank you so much. And sorry for being late, and Kushi's waiting in the green room as well. So sorry for being late. But it's been such an amazing day. It's been great to have everybody here and yourself. Thank you so much. I'm really excited about GraphQL now. I'm actually going to have a look tomorrow about it. And everyone, don't forget, check out Shruti's GitHub link in the description below. And then you can find the slides on there as well. But thank you so much again for that. That was epic.
Thank you, Eddie. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. Bye. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. I know you're excited about giveaways. We have one last awesome talk still to come. Kushi has been waiting all this time, and we've had to push it back a bit. So I'm super excited to do this talk, inclusive DevRel culture, because I really, really believe in inclusion, as you all know from Eddie Hub, and we have EddieBot. So please all give Kushi a warm welcome, and we can jump straight in, and then we'll do prizes. We will do prizes. So Kushi, you run Equicode community, you do YouTube, what else? You do so many things. Please give yourself an awesome intro.
Sure, I'll do that. But before that, happy birthday, Eddie.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's just been such an amazing day. I mean, sitting on this chair for like 7 hours, but it's been worth it because I get to geek out with all you amazing people. So it has been really, really good. And I'm super excited
I
for your
understand.
talk as well.
Yeah, I'm even excited for that. So let's just jump into that. So, hey everyone, I hope you all are doing good. It's been an amazing day. I have seen almost like most of the talks. I have had missed a few because of some other meeting. But yeah, all the talks were really amazing. And now I'm just gonna take a little bit of your time to help you. And today we're gonna discuss about how we can create an inclusive DevRel culture. But before we go into that, let me just introduce myself to you. So my name is Kushi Sharma, and as for now, I'm a computer science junior at Amity University, India. As I mentioned, I'm a part of the founding team of EquiCode, which is an inclusive community to inculcate a diverse learning environment and also to promote the beginner-centric tech culture. Other than that, I'm also the Generation Google Scholar for the APAC region for 2021 cohort. And you can find me at the given handle, and we can definitely have a chit chat around Android, Kotlin, communities, and any other tech related stuff. So, this is going to be the roadmap of what we're going to discuss today. We're going to slightly touch upon what is DevRel because that's important when we talk about DevRel. But mainly, we're going to discuss about the components of DevRel and how we can actually prototype an inclusive DevRel culture. Okay, so talking about cool. Okay, so talking about the components of DevRel, so we will talk about the first component of DevRel, which is product. So product for DevRel is very very important. As a developer advocate or as for anyone in the developer relations field, we really advocate our products to developers, but at the same side, we also advocate on the behalf of developers back to the company. So that's some part of developer relations where product comes in very handy. The other component, which is very important, is content. Definitely content, because a strong content presence will actually help you grow the company and will actually also help you create the buzz surrounding it. So that's another important part. Community. So if you have known me and Eddie personally, we both are big fans of the community. The community is amazing because it helps you grow, but it also helps you support each and every other person. And community is one of a kind. So we're going to discuss all this. So let's discuss product first, okay? And in that, I'm also going to discuss about what is DevRel. So I know that most of you must have already known about the term DevRel at least once in their life, right? But I've noticed that a lot of people don't know exactly what DevRel is. So developer relations or DevRel is more like the intersection of product, engineering, and community. Now, some people do prefer using marketing word instead of community, but believe me, I prefer community, and I'm going to cover that in my slides. That why do I cover that? Why do I prefer using community instead of marketing? Because developer relations is all about you establish relationships with people, you talk to people, you help them go through your product, you help them go through all the challenges, you inspire them, you get mentored by them, you mentor them. Developer relations is all about that. And talking about that, I also just come to remember one thought which I recently read by someone who worked in DevRel, and he said that I have to work for the company as the community, but for the company I have to work from the community. So it's something like that. If you are working for the community, then you definitely have to be the voice of company over there. But when you are facing the company, you have to face as the voice of the community over there. So any person who's involved in DevRel is more like the bridge between the company and the community, if you understand. Now, talking about that, let's directly jump into product. Now, why is product such an important part for DevRel, and how we can actually create an inclusive culture working in product? So basically, any person who is in the developer relation team should definitely represent the voice of developer in product discussions, and he or she should ensure that the developer needs are definitely heard. This is a very important point because anyone who's directly involved in the product in the developer relations team is actually responsible for writing the documentation or the API reference, for creating and building SDKs, and for also creating demo applications. So more or less, any DevRel team becomes more directly involved in delivering the product. I hope you understand what I'm trying to come over with. So, in terms of the developer funnel, if we see, DevRel's role in the product is actually about moving someone from activation, that is the first API call, to becoming an active and a very committed user. And that's why to make it more inclusive, we have to ensure that the developer needs are heard. Now let's move to the next component, which is content, and let's see how we can make it more inclusive. So as I just discussed upon, strong content presence is very, very important. And to make it inclusive, any person who is working in the developer relation should make sure that the content is actually accessible for a wide audience. For example, if I'm writing a code, I know the language pretty well, right? For example, if I'm writing the code in Kotlin, but to make it public or to make it inclusive, I have to make sure that whoever is reading that code or whoever is reading that blog for which I've written the code should understand what the syntax is. So this is how we make it inclusive. We want to make sure that the content is accessible for a wide audience. We want to make sure that each and every person can connect with it. So basically, whenever you are working in the developer relations field and you're working closely with the content team, you create a lot of educational content. You create a lot of quick start guides with your product. You create a lot of blog posts, and a lot of that content is basically prepared and produced during that particular field, because that's what it's all about. So it's very important to make sure that you have your content that connects with the readers. So it's not so in developer relations, and I think Eddie will also agree with me. In developer relations, it's not necessarily about the quantity, but it's 100% about the quality. If you maintain the quality, I don't think anyone will also take care about the quantity. So you have to make sure that whatever you're producing, the content should be 100% of the quality.
I, I think you're completely right. Imagine, let's pick a movie like kind of not sequel, what do you call it? Like, I don't know, for example, Avengers. A lot of us love the what do you call it? Not a series, like, I don't know, the few movies that make up the Avengers. Would people rather have 20 movies of those, but the quality was rubbish? Or would you rather have, I think there are 3, that are like really high quality? And so I think you've put that really well, that you obviously don't want like half a movie that's super high quality, but it's not complete. It needs to be good. It needs to be good, but you need to also get it out there as well. So I think that's, yeah, a really good example. I love that. You've made so many good points, and I didn't want to interrupt because you were on a roll. So, you keep going.
Sure, I will. Yeah, and I definitely agree to that. So mostly in developer relations, it's very important that you stay connected with the quality part. You stay connected with how are you producing the content. And to make it more inclusive, you have to make sure that the communities that you're producing it for, you have to make sure that all the content that you're producing is according to the needs of that community. Otherwise, if you'll keep measuring the quantity, or if you'll go to the numbers, the quality of your post or the quality of your content will start degrading. And eventually it will definitely have a setback on the product that you're making up, on the product that you're even building at the end. Now for the content part, to make it more inclusive, I have a very important point which is mentioned at the last, which is maintaining and answering the developer forum. Believe me, a lot of surveys have been conducted for this particular part, and for each and every survey this point has definitely been raised up, which is that if you want to make it more inclusive, if you want to make the DevRel culture and content even more inclusive and even more accessible, you have to start maintaining and answering a developer forum where you can stay connected with your audience, where you can stay connected with your community, where you can keep answering their questions, and just help them get through all the challenges in using your product. Because if you won't be able to help them, it won't feel to them that you are connected to them. And at the end, it will just be like a teacher student meeting, which happens both a lot in right now, that the teacher is just speaking and the student is just listening, and we don't want that. If we want to make it inclusive, we definitely want to have a good rapport and have a good connect with the audience. So that was about content. I'm actually going to stay short for this. Okay, let's move to the most important part, which is community. Now, why building an inclusive, active community is very crucial. Now, why did I prefer using community instead of marketing in the developer relations field? Here's the idea. When you hear the word marketing, it's mostly about how you promote your content, how you advocate your content, right? But what I believe is that developer relations is more than that. Definitely, marketing can be one facet of it, can be one aspect of it, but community covers the whole and a very wholesome part. You should help people to understand your product, to help them overcome their initial objections and just push through them to make some commitment to using it, right? Otherwise, if you won't have the commitment to drive them into using your product or into even connecting with you, I don't believe that would make a good impact in them. So build an active community for the product, make them aware about your product, make them aware about your resources, have a community acquisition pathway. Think about the various strategies, think about the various outreach programs where you can connect with them. A lot of people, a lot of DevRel team necessarily focuses on student audience. So just prioritize your audience. There are a lot of ways to do that. And going on to that topic would take me another whole session. So I would definitely not go into that. But talking about this, just make sure that your developer community or should be actually a process for recognizing the individuals who will engage with your product, because that way you would be the most beneficial. So these are the three facets or the three prototypes of DevRel or developer relations, and how we can actually help them in making it more inclusive. And this is actually the end of my talk, which is how can we actually prototype an inclusive culture. Now these are the four main things which we should use to prototype an inclusive DevRel culture. We have discussed about them, but we're just gonna have a recap. Technical documentation and tutorials, very important. Whenever you're building a product, whenever you're developing a product, you should have a very well versed technical documentation and very well versed tutorials. Because if I'm using a product and I'm fully a beginner in it, I would definitely want to go through all the documentation. I would definitely want to go through all the tutorials, and I would like to try that out, right? So this comes up very handy in the content part that we discussed, how to make it inclusive. Just think about it from a wholesome perspective. That would be very useful. Community evangelism, build the product for your community. Think about the needs, what they'll need. Don't think of it just like as an audience, but I always prefer using the word community instead of audience as well, because audience seems a little bit more like official, but community seems like more close, because you think about them, you think of them as family, right? So think of it about that, and Eddie agrees to me, so I think I'm going on the right track.
Definitely. I mean, audience feels like, I don't know, you're kind of just throwing information out there, but it's only one way. I like the idea of it being two-way. And that's why also I shared a link in the chat. I really want to get feedback on EddieCon, good and bad and ugly. So therefore we can improve it for next time. I'm going to add my notes afterwards to that GitHub discussion too as well. But on a positive note, there weren't as many hackathon submissions as we thought, so there is more a random swag giveaway, which we'll do after Kushi's live stream. Sorry, Kushi, you take it away. You're doing amazing work. This is great.
I'm just basically ending it. I'm just left with two more points. Organized outreach program. This is something that I left earlier as well. I wanted to discuss it over here. Organized outreach programs is something very important, which also comes in handy with the community. So whenever you're thinking about how to build the product and how to make it public to your community, think of it as this way, right? What your community wants to see. What is the content that your community would like to try upon? Just think of it in that way, and the moment that you strike upon those things, you'll be able to get more to organize and produce more and more outreach programs, and that is going to definitely help you. One example is developer events and meetups. So these points are basically more like merged up, but yeah, these are some things that we can definitely follow to prototype an inclusive DevRel culture. And yeah, I think that was it. I try to wrap it up soon because Eddie is already running late. But yeah, thank you everyone, and I would love to take any questions if there are any. Otherwise, Eddie can definitely go up with his content.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much. That was really, really useful. And yeah, any questions, people, let us know in the chat. I know people were shouting you out as you went along, which was really good. People were really, really loving the information, the energy, everything. It was great. Like so many. So it's really, any questions? Everyone write it in the chat. People saying thank you. I love the support they're giving to you, Kushi. Don't forget to say thank you, everyone. It goes a long way and means a lot. So that is so cool.
Yes,
yeah,
that was great. But Eddie, yeah, it was amazing. I think EddieCon was truly worth the wait, and we're waiting for the next version now. So any heads up on when it's coming next?
Yeah, I'm thinking January. I'm looking over at Sarah to make sure she's not going to punch me in the face or anything or throw something at me. But I'm thinking January for 0.2.
Okay. So maybe we can do it on Sarah's birthday then. We have done first on yours, right? Then it's her turn.
That's too far away. We'll do 0.3 on Sarah's birthday, but 0.2, maybe January. I'm thinking over 2 days rather than 1 day. It gives people the hackathon more time, less for us sitting down for 7 hours. So maybe like, I don't know, 4 hours and 4 hours or something over 2 days. So we will see. We'll share some ideas later. And people are saying they're going to rewatch your talk as well. So that's awesome.
I'm glad. Thank you. So I think I'll quickly just exit here from now, and I'll leave the stage to you.
No problem. Thank you so much. Everyone, don't forget to say thank you to Kushi, which you have done as well. And also there's a link to Kushi's GitHub in the description below. Go follow Kushi on GitHub. You can find out other socials from there as well. And geek out on socials. Any questions, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer.
I would be happy to. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye, Eddie. And bye, Sarah, from here only.
Sarah's waving.
Okay, bye, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thanks again. Wow, what a day we've had, everyone. What a day. If you're still here, I really appreciate it. Give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe below if you haven't. And if you haven't noticed, we've got one common theme between all the talks is it's collaboration first, code second. I'd be grateful if you could take a screenshot, share it on socials, but include some information about what you've learned today or your favorite parts. Therefore, I can reshare it with my community so you can get exposed and be put in front of my community as well. The moment you've all been waiting for is giveaways. So I'm super excited. Vive IV, of course, has to be different, come up with 0.1.0. That is true. Hopefully we'll go to the minor releases rather than the builds. I don't know if we won't make it to 0.5 just yet. Wow. Eddie pose. Okay, I'll do a pose. Let me, for the screenshot, let me do a pose. What pose can I do? That's like a bit silly of a pose. Let me think. What about something like this? Something serious. I don't know. What are you thinking? Oh, my hood, my t-shirt. Sarah's waving at me saying, Eddie, get on with the prizes. I want to go have my lunch. Okay, Sarah, I'm coming. Chill. If you see something flying over this way, it's just Sarah throwing something at me. She did actually throw some rubbish at me. Thanks, Sarah. Hopefully you got some poses. What about this pose? Okay, last one. That's it. Okay. So the moment you've been waiting for, giveaway. So we do have the hackathon winners. Remember, first place. Let me bring up my screen and we can have a look at what the prizes were. I've kind of forgotten already. Let's have a look. So if I bring my screen up on, the prizes are, does anyone remember? Okay, first place was $60. Second place was $40. Then we had data swag giveaway. We only got Sarah's given me 3 hackathon winners. There were only 4 submissions. One was disqualified for not using data stacks. There were only 3 submissions. So we will give these 2 away as random instead of the sticker packs because these are much bigger boxes, more swag and so forth. So we've given away 1 sticker pack. So we have to give away the 3 hackathon prizes. Before we do those hackathon prizes, let's do the random giveaways first. So we have 2 data stacks swag boxes to give away and 2 sticker pack prizes to give away. So let's get into this. So Sarah, have you sent me the latest list of people? So everyone hopefully has signed up. I want to try and see if people are still here for that, but we might be here a while if we cannot do that. So let's see how we get on. Hopefully people are here. I need to just do a quick export. You're all going to help me do this export as well. So here is the list of people. Let's do an export to CSV so we can bring it into the wheel. So next, save it to downloads. Yes, final Kartra list. So don't get confused with any other lists that I had. Okay, so let's bring up the wheel. Here's the wheel. Let's remove the names and let's add the final list. So we're going to do it. So we should do this. If we can't, it's in downloads. And what did we call it? Kartra. No, it wasn't called that, was it? I forgot what it was called already. Downloads, and we called it, I forgot what we called it. Oh, final, that's what it was. Oh, my memory's fried. Okay, so let's grab this list and let's put it into the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, we haven't got drum roll, we haven't got sound effects, so let's see how we can get on and make our own sound effects. How many do we have? We have 232 results. Okay, let's give it a shuffle. We shuffled it, we're giving it a spin. So this is going to be for the sticker pack. We'll do the smaller ones first. So let's have a look. Sticker pack. We have, it's very, very small. We're going to have to see the final result. I think it's going to land on me. Oh, we just missed me. Okay, that's good. Whew. Okay. Is the person here? I think we should try and see if the person is still around. Because if they're not around, then maybe we'll see. Are they still around? Say hi in the chat if you are still around. Cool. Let's see if it's still around. If not, we'll give it a spin again. We'll give you, there's a 10-second delay for YouTube, so let's see. Okay, not here. We might be here a while. Let's remove them then. But Sarah, if you can make a note of this person, not that they're the winner, but make a note that they kind of did win, but they weren't around to collect. So let's have a look. Remove that, and let's do another one. I'm going to be here a while at this rate, I think. We might have to get everybody to write their name in the chat and I make a new shorter wheel, Sarah. What do you think? No? I don't know. Sarah's giving me a face going. I need to put a camera on Sarah next time so you can see her background faces her going. Okay. Vera. Is Vera here? Viraj. Sorry, missed out the J. Oh my God. My drink is empty. My data stack's cup is empty, but it did keep it warm for many hours. Very chuffed with that. Are they here? We have Mohammed saying good luck. Love everyone supporting the luck. That's good. Maybe not. Okay. I think we need to put everyone's names in the chat. Right, this is 0.1. It's beta. We're not going to get perfect, but we're going to try. So everyone, if you can, everyone listen. Nobody write anything in the chat for a moment. Pause writing anything in the chat. To make my life a little bit easier. What I'd like you all to do is put your name in the chat and put your, I'll do an example in the chat, and then don't put any other comments until we've got everyone's names. So if you could do it like your full name and then your GitHub username afterwards, like this. So I've just shared my example in the chat. So it will be Eddie Jaoude space my GitHub username. So it's a bit unique. So if you can do that and write nothing else in the chat, and then that way we can make sure that it's easy for us to copy it over. You've got 1 minute to do that, and then let's do it. Could you write Viraj in that list as well? Okay, let's clear this and let's start again. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. So I'm getting the chat stuff, Sarah, so don't worry, it's good. Siddharth, you've joined at the right time for the giveaways. Okay, let me grab people. We've got, let's have a look. Hopefully I haven't missed anyone. I'm going to start with, here we go. Oh no, it won't let me copy it because it brings it up onto the screen. Let me go to YouTube. Here we go. Wait a second. Let's see if I can fix this and see. Okay, here we go. Right, person one. Check if I miss anyone as well. I'm going to need you all to be extra pair programming with me and see. Hopefully we don't miss anyone. Here we go. And then we've got the hackathon prizes to give away. They're like bigger prizes. We'll do those ones last, or maybe in the middle. Let's see. We're all tired, been here a while, so we'll do probably the easiest option. Okay, perfect. We put your GitHub in there just in case there's any duplicate names or anything like that. Make sure you are in Discord so we can contact you. Sarah, how best for us to know to contact these people? You all have to have signed up so we can find your details on Kartra. So yes, make sure you have signed up for swag, because if we can't find you, we cannot send it to you. So make sure you have signed up on the website, and then we will find your details. Okay. Now you've got everyone's GitHub links as well, or username, so you can check it. Okay, so hopefully everyone, you're checking the list, looking in the chat, making sure I haven't missed anyone. I think we're almost coming to an end, I think. Oh no, the list is growing a bit more. Okay. Next time I'll have to have a think about how to improve this. Okay. While you're all waiting, give the video a thumbs up, take a screenshot, share it on socials. Make us some dinner at the same time. Sarah's chewing on her arm. Sarah, you can't eat the table. That's an iMac. Don't eat that either. Sarah's like, trying to eat an iMac. It's not an apple, Sarah. I know it's called an apple, but it's not really an apple. Stop throwing stuff at me. I'm not clearing this up afterwards. Throwing all your rubbish at me. Okay. I think we've got a few people. 20 people. How are we doing? Oh, someone wrote something and the whole chat jumped. I've lost it now. Okay, what did I miss? I got... Here we go. Okay, Mikey's up next. Okay. Hopefully people haven't done it twice. If they have, I've already got the wheel set to remove duplicates. So if anyone does try to cheat, it shouldn't happen. But that's not a suggestion to test it out. Right. Should have been an easier way to do this. Right. I think we're almost at the end of the list. Everyone who's here, you're happy with the names? And I've got a few more still to do. I'm getting there slowly. Is Jay twice? I've seen Jay twice. Oh, I think it's a different Jay. Okay. Sarah's face palming. Sarah, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Don't worry. We're good. Oh my God, the list is getting longer. Okay, I swear the list is getting longer. Siddharth, I've seen yours twice, haven't I? Let me see. So Siddharth, I've seen yours twice. I'm pretty sure I have. Is it me? I might be going delirious. I must be going delirious. I can't see it again now. Okay. Don't submit it to white people. I think Mohammed, I've seen yours. Definitely seen yours. Maybe I haven't. Yes. Oh no, it's a different Mohammed. I'm doing terrible. My bad. I probably shouldn't be making this list because I don't even know what my own name is at this time. 33, and we've got 49 people. Has everyone just joining the live stream now? There wasn't this many numbers a moment ago. You're all just joining it now because of the giveaways. I should have given this to Sarah to do it, and then I could have announced the hackathon winners rather than me copying and pasting these all over. I think there's going to be so many. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. We're almost at the end. Almost. Please do include your GitHub so there's no duplicates. Here we go. Okay. It's your name and then your GitHub username. So we can find you on our system so we can send it. Okay, here we go. I think I got everybody. What was the last one I did? It's all jumped up again. Alona's entered. Yes! Alona's my awesome video editor. Alona, you're still here. Thank you so much. People saying, can we spin? Let's just add people first, make sure we've got everybody. Okay, lots of retracted messages. It's making it a lot harder to see what's going on. I'm guessing YouTube might be removing some people that are chatting too much. Let's see. Okay, a few more people. 47. Okay, so it's settled now, which is good. I think we can add. We'll go for a spin soon. We need to add Alona and video editor. All the awesome videos you see on my YouTube channel have been improved by Alona. because I usually mess a lot of them up. And yes, Alona makes it work, makes it better. Okay. Prathamesh, I'm sure I've added you once already. Oh yes, because you added it with the GitHub this time. Okay. Kunal, I'm pretty sure I've got you already. Okay, definitely a note for me next time on how to make this better. I definitely want to give it to people who have hung around for a while, but I can't do this every time as well. So I know people have signed up and then disappeared, and it's we want to definitely give it to people. Mohammed Nofal, I'm sure I saw that as well. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste it in because I haven't got time to go through the list. But if it's twice, let me know. Okay, Sarah's waving to me, saying we're running out of time. She wants to eat pizza. And I'm pretty sure people saying I've missed them. I'm pretty sure I've seen these names already. Yes, Priyanshu, I've got you here already. You're up there. You're already there. I didn't miss you. You're there already. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. Nightbot should be entered. Your name is twice. Okay, let's remove it. Thank you for pointing that out. Could have been my mistake. Let's see. 7 more to 250. Okay, cool. Right. I think I've got everybody, right? Everybody's there. Someone was twice, but it will remove duplicates if it's the exact same name. I think that's everybody. Okay, awesome. Kunal, you're twice because you sent it twice or I made a mistake. It's fine. Let's leave it how it is. This should remove, I've got settings. It is, if I go customize, you will see it is not allow duplicates is not on. So it shouldn't allow any duplicates. So it should be okay. Right, 49 people. We've got 48 people on a live stream. Let's do this. Let's see. Right, this is for an Eddie Hub and GitHub little sticker pack. We'll start off with the smaller prizes first. Sarah, you ready to make notes? Mm-hmm. Let's do it. Minisha says they're not there. All your messages got retracted. I couldn't see what it was. You're saying to add you. I got that message, but I can't see. Can you just paste your name again, please? Your name and your GitHub username. So Vedant, how do I pronounce that? Vedant? Is that pronounced correctly? You're a winner. Awesome, congratulations. You've got Eddie Hub stickers that look like this and some GitHub stickers as well. Perfect. Okay, congratulations. And Amisha, can you please send me your name and your GitHub username? Okay, remove that person from the list. I am going to add Amisha manually, and hopefully we can find them on our system. Let's have a look. Okay, Amisha, you have now been added. Let's give this a shuffle. Let's spin it again. This is again, we've got another sticker pack, right, Sarah? Mm-hmm. Yep, so another sticker pack again. Let's give it a spin. See, what have we got? Slowing down. Oh, I'm going to guess. No, I'm not going to guess. Oh, one more tick. One more again. What, is it one more? Oh my God. I added Amisha and you won. Amisha, we make sure you signed up on the website and you have your name and your GitHub username so we can find you and tie this to you. So hopefully, please include this name so we can tie it to you as well. But congratulations for winning. Going to remove you and then go on to the next one. So we'll give it a shuffle. And now we've got 2 more data stacks boxes to give away with all sorts of things. You'll see pictures on my socials. We ready? So we're getting to the bigger prizes now. Let's go. Amisha already registered. Okay, brilliant. So hopefully we have your details on there. Okay, on to the bigger, slightly bigger prizes now. The medium prize, the bigger prizes for the random giveaways. Then we're going to do the GitHub, Hackathon ones. Zainuddin, awesome. Congratulations. Are you still here? Let's have a look. Okay. I think Nightbot is not liking the wee people writing. Poor people getting timed out for a few moments. But congratulations. Sarah, have you got that name? Perfect. Okay. So is that it? How many of those have we done? One more DataStax one. And then the 3 prizes. Okay, then we go on to the hackathon one. Okay, last DataStax one. Let's do this. Ready? Should we give it a shuffle again? Make it a bit more random. Let's go. And then we've got some hackathon ones. Yes, can't wait to announce those. Ooh. Oh, it went over. Koalia, congratulations. Loads of people congratulating so many people on there. That's awesome. Well done. Well done. Okay, now drum roll for the hackathon prizes. So Sarah did send me the name somewhere and I can't find them. Here we go. So interestingly enough, third place for the hackathon, there were 4 submissions, but 1 got disqualified for not using DataStax. So there were 3. And for third place, which is a DataStax box, this person's won 2. So Koalia, you have won third prize on the hackathon, but you also won just now on the random giveaway as well. So you've got 2 DataStax boxes. What do you want to do, Koalia? Do you want both, or shall we do a spin and give your DataStax box away? What do you think? I'll leave the choice up to you. You let us know. Okay. Then second prize for $40, we have Zane Moose. Oh, and you also won the random prize. Wow. Okay, but second prize. So you have got $40. So congratulations. Thank you so much for your submitting the hackathon. That's awesome. Super cool. Thank you so much for the judges, which we're going to give some shout outs and thank yous in a moment as well. Right, we've got 243 thumbs up. Let's see if we can get a few more. Give some more thumbs. Get to 250 before the end. We are approaching the end as well. And obviously subscribe below as well. Okay, cool. Okay, and for first prize, I've lost my list. Who was first prize? First prize was, for $60, first prize was, where is it? Prathamesh, you got first prize. So congratulations for getting first prize. Sarah's clapping as well. That is awesome. Did Koalia reply to my question in any way, or have I missed anything? No, I'm not sure. Awesome. So well done, everyone. Wow, our first EddieCon 0.1. We have been live for over 7 hours, and it has been an amazing birthday for me. So it has been amazing to geek out with you. This has been great. I hope you've all enjoyed it as well. We'll be in touch tomorrow with people with the prizes. And thank you so much all for taking part and supporting. Really appreciate it. I know for Vincent, it must be something like 2 a.m. or something. I know when Nick joined and people on the West Coast, it was something like, 6 in the morning or something. So I really appreciate everyone being here outside the hours. Sarah's giving me a wave. So let me give the judges a thank you too as well. So let me find the judges. Big shout out to the judges. Karuna, Nick, Vivi and Mikey. Links into their GitHub in the description below. Big shout out to all of you for reviewing those projects. That you did a great job. I saw all bits of the chat going on, reviewing those. There was a hard decision, so thank you all so much for making that hard decision and getting those and deciding on who should win. That was really good. Big thank you to those in the chat. Say thank you to our awesome judges in the chat. Please also say thank you to our awesome speakers. And we also, this is the back of Sarah here. Big thank you to Sarah, who is behind the scenes, sitting over there. Say thank you to Sarah for all the great work she's been doing behind the scenes, and all the moderators in the chat. I mean, there's been so many people involved in organizing this event, and I really appreciate it. Taking the time, spending my birthday with me has been great. So really, really awesome. Lots of thanks going on in the chat. I can't bring them up, but lots of congratulations. It's just been epic. Do check out the links in the description below. 2 a.m. I still have energy. So close. Some people got so close. So yeah, really, really close. It has been great. So yeah, super excited to send those prizes over to you. We'll be in touch tomorrow. We will check your addresses, and we will check your PayPal details for the people who won cash prizes. So yeah, some people got some doubles. So I hope you all really enjoyed it. Don't forget, we do have a link to a GitHub discussion where I would really be keen to get some feedback from you all as well on what we can do better for next time. I've got a list of things I'd like to do differently next time, and I shared earlier, but I'm sure you all have some feedback and some suggestions as well. And we'll probably get more sponsors for next time to have more prizes. Yeah, thank you all so much. I think it's probably a good place to end. You've all been amazing. I think it's time for us to get some dinner. So yeah, congratulations to all of you as well. It has been great. Everyone have a great weekend. It has been awesome, and I will see you soon. Let's chat in Discord. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks again. And happy birthday to me. Bye.